Oh my god, I noticed it changed.
Welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world, and happy holidays. Hope the people that celebrate Christmas had a good Christmas yesterday. We didn't get a white Christmas here. It's actually been pretty dry here, but I think it did a light dusting of snow last night. A little bit too much white on the ground. Woke up to. But, yeah, not yesterday, not the day before. Not the day before. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for watching, whether you're here on YouTube or Twitch. What's up, Jared? J-Wild, thanks for the 2-year resub, bro. Grasp, good to see you, dude. Christmas was okay for me. It was all right. I don't really see family on Christmas anymore. It's kind of depressing, but, yeah. I'm really looking forward to them exploring some of the nuance involved in an external power which grants you strength if you believe you're righteous. I just hope they aren't ham-fisted about it. They don't seem to have been ham-fisted in the past, so don't know why they would be now. The Crusade awaits orders from Lord Pyromancer. Oh, don't say that. We should probably distance ourselves from forms of crusades. They're typically not very good. Lovaluva, what's up? Welcome. Maku Sensei, hello. Happy birthday. What's up, Zaxxus? Good to see you, man. Happy holidays. Yeah. What's up, Lockdog? Had a rainy Xmas day. Yeah. Yeah, I think it actually may have rained a bit yesterday. I mean, it definitely did. The ground was pretty wet. I'm pretty sure the ground was wet like all day. So, I started reading Blood Ties yesterday. I read like the first like 70 pages or so. It's pretty good so far. It's pretty straightforward. Basically, there's been reports of demonic activity in Fell Soul Hold, which is the kind of crater with the soul engines in it right next to Suramar City. The book starts with a couple of kids, younger people, 17 years old or so, out pulling a prank on their friends in this crater. Turns out that one of them ends up actually being killed and replaced by a demon, which is pretty fucked up. And these reports make their way back to the Lysra and Lorthamar. Then it cuts to Erator at Light's Hope Chapel, meeting with Lord Tyrosus of the Silver Hand, and basically being told, we're not going to make you a knight yet. And it's basically because Erator isn't that good at following like their order, their rules, and their code. So he's a little upset about that. But then Lady Liadren meets him there, and they have a discussion over a couple swigs of wine. And Liadrin suggests that maybe Eretor should go to Suramar City, because Liadrin's heard about these reports and volunteer his services to try to figure out what it is. Not only because Eretor should be able to handle it, but also because it could maybe help his standing. You know, maybe Thalyssra and Lorthamar could write him kind of a letter of recommendation almost for doing this for them. But it turns out that Illyria and Turalyon have been invited to a private dinner by Thalyssra and Lorthamar, because Thalyssra and Lorthamar, a happily married couple, are trying to have... They're just trying to get to know Illyria and Turalyon better and invite them to dinner without it being political in nature, essentially. And I guess I learned something. I didn't know, but Illyria and Turalyon aren't actually married. Apparently, they're not like formally married. They kind of they fell in love during the war, and spend 1,000 years in the Nether fighting demons together. But they're not actually formally married. But so far, the story's been a lot about like the family dynamics at play, especially for Illyria, Turalyon, and Eretor. While they're sitting there having their dinner, having playful discussions and reflecting upon their relationship, especially in the case of Illyria and Turalyon, realizing in some ways how distant they are at times. Eretor shows up, and he's not expecting them to be there, and they're not expecting him to be there. And of course, being the demonic incursion fighting protective parents that they are, they offer to join him in fulfilling this this mission for Thalyssra and Lorthamar. However, Turalyon does chide Eretor, which he kind of does all the time. You know, Eretor has this kind of perception that Turalyon's kind of always in like school's in session mode, kind of always trying to teach him something rather than like letting Eretor, lead or be, kind of, be independent and trusting his judgment and stuff like that. So, so that kind of annoys him. But Turalyon kind of chides him for directly addressing Thalyssra, because that's apparently against the code of the Silver Hand. He's not really supposed to do that. He's supposed to basically, if there's like a higher ranking paladin, you basically always go through them. You never like address someone of like a higher station, like a nation's leader or anything like that directly yourself, like what Eretor did. So Eretor is really annoyed and kind of really put off by all these little formalities and rules that the Order of the Silver Hand has. And so part of the book so far has been him taking little jabs at Turalyon, basically like trying to point out anyway, how the rules are maybe a little bit too strict, and how it's a bit obnoxious, and kind of trying to point out some of the weaknesses of always just following the outlined rules of how you're supposed to conduct yourself, and that there's kind of some flaws there, perhaps. But Turalyon's trying to get his son to see the value of it at the same time. So it's definitely kind of a back and forth between
investigating the light are we.
Between the two of them.
Let's go.
Yo, thanks, Grim
Hope
Reaper.
everyone had a good Christmas.
Appreciate that. You too, man. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 39 months. So they end up going to Fell Soul Hold together and investigating. It is really interesting because apparently the druids of Cenarian Circle are actually healing the land around Fell Soul Hold with druidic powers. And so what it's showing you is that lands that have been desecrated by the power of Fel are actually healable. So that's, I think, an interesting thing. I'm not sure that I was aware that was possible before. There's perhaps been instances of this in the past, but the way they treat it in the book is as though it's some new information, at the very least for these characters. And there's a part where it kind of directly contrasts the druidic powers and what they've done and what the Fel has done to the land. I just thought that kind of contrast that they were drawing could mean something, maybe about the nature of Fel and stuff like that. It is also really weird, the more that I thought about it, that the Burning Legion builds machines called soul engines, and they feed souls to them to like power them. It's very weird. The fact that that the Burning Legion of all groups uses machinery and like robots is strange. And I mean, you could just say, well, it's obvious because Sargeras is a Titan, so you know he's familiar with robotics and machinery. And I suppose there's some logic to that, but I think that there's like definitely a spectrum of how aligned with machinery they should be. Because like someone like Norganon, for instance, it makes way more sense why he would be aligned with machinery than say someone like Eonar, you know? Even though they're both Titans, one of them is definitely more like associated with that. It could very well be because of the Eridar. They had machines before they were ever corrupted, so it could just be technology held over from that, and that would make sense. But it's still just kind of strange to think of. I mean, the Fel Reavers, the Garathi Annihilators, Obliterators, or whatever. All that stuff is very strange. So they kind of start the book making it sound like the reports of Fel activity in Fel Soulhold are basically just these kids playing pranks on each other. But when Illyria, Turalyon, and Eretor actually go there, that's not the case. There is demonic activity. There is some machinery in Elunaria, but I don't know if Eonar built it. I don't know. But anyway, not to get too much off topic there, but they investigate. There is demonic activity. They find this soul cage with these interesting variations of runes on it, and they decide we should probably not fuck with this or any of the controls on the soul engine, because who knows if it's rigged as a trap. It could explode and kill us. Who knows, right? So we should be very careful. They go back and report. As they're heading back, they actually travel down this other path that they saw as they were coming in. They end up at this little encampment with a bunch of tents, and there is nobody there. So they're concerned that, like, whatever this demon is or demonic activity in the area is, that maybe it's come here and wiped out this fucking camp of people. And as they're investigating, they find locked in this trunk to protect themselves, covered by like a sheet. They find this woman and her child, this Nightborn woman and her child, who are just like, they've been in there for a couple days now, and they're pretty exhausted, and they haven't really slept, obviously, and they're hungry, and they need aid. So they kind of scout the area around, and they end up being ambushed by Fel Bats. So they end up slaying several Fel Bats, and then the rest of them kind of fly off towards the west, which would be towards like Western Suramar, Val'Sharah, Northern Asuna kind of area. And they end up taking the lady back to Thalyssra. Thalyssra ends up getting the Dusk Watch and like some, you know, higher ranking patrol people to go and investigate. They take the woman and her child, and they have her put at one of the Knights Captain's houses so that she can be taken care of and treated very well. But ultimately, their camp had like 40 people in it, and now this woman and her child are the only two that they have found. So they don't really know what happened to the other ones, if they were fed to the Soul Engine, which is a relatively low power, barely operable, but repaired. That is something Thalyssra and Duskwatch points out, that like we destroyed that soul engine. So like, what the fuck? Apparently it's been repaired. So whomever is working, whatever demonic threat is working in this area, they've repaired the soul engine. So then Eretor's like, well, you know, if we want to learn what the runes on that soul cage were, and we want to kind of figure out what to do, you know, next, if we want to get some help tracking these demons to figure out where they went, we should probably go and talk to Cain Sunfury, which Turalyon is not happy about. Because when Cain Sunfury, when Turalyon learns that Cain Sunfury is Illidari, he does not like that. Because, and they directly address this, because obviously Turalyon tried to kill Illidan. So Cain Sunfury and the Illidari are not, you know, they're not very fond of that. You know, raising a blade against Lord Illidan is not something that they respect. But Eretor's good friends with Cain Sunfury, so they go to the Fellhammer, which is one of those commandeered ships, the Demon Hunter Order Hall, where you have the fucking Lord What's-Her-Face, Tyrannah or whatever, hanging from the chains above. They describe that as well. It's very cool. It's really off-putting to Turalyon. He doesn't like that at all. Because he's like, you know, killing demons and all that stuff's one thing, but then displaying their bodies like this is like another. It's kind of, you know, it's like, it weirds Turalyon out. He doesn't like it. So they're initially met with some hostility, not like violent hostility at all, but then they're introduced to Cain Sunfury, and he basically is trolling Illyria and Turalyon, basically making them seem like, oh, you know, you raised a blade to Lord Illidan, and like kind of like fucking with them. and he's acting like very stern, to the point where like Turalyon is like about to call the light to his hand just in case, you know, waiting for the last moment where he has to act because he doesn't have any other choice. And Eretor ends up like punching Cain in the gut and being like, it's a good thing I can see through you like fucking with them, because obviously, you know, they don't. And Cain like lets out a big laugh or whatever and is like, I'm just kidding, I'm kidding. Like, you know, we very much, we know who you are. We very much respect what you've done. You know, the stuff with Illidan, you know, it is what it is. You know, it is a good thing that we're so forgiving. But you know, he is there to help them. This is the newest book, Blood Ties. And so he ends up telling them about this this demon, Gorgoroth or whatever, who had who I can't remember. Gorgoroth was definitely part of the Legion. I don't remember if it's the Doom, the Pit Lord that we fight in Dead Scar Rift, or what it is. I don't remember exactly, but he had this Fell Hunter essentially that had, you know, Fell Hunters are good at tracking magic. That's what those two little things above their head do. They can sense magic. So they've actually extracted the tooth of one of these prize Fell Hunters of Gorgoroth, and the tooth is attuned as like a demonic tracking thing, right? So you basically hold it up to something that the target has touched recently, and it will attune itself to it, similar to a hound like sniffing for evidence, and then it will be able to track it. But unfortunately, this was taken by one of the other Illidari, who is named, but I can't remember who it is. It's a female Illidari, and she's out using and hunting demons, and they're like, well, where is she? And Cain's like, Outland. So where I stopped reading was about 70-ish pages in, chapter 6 or so, where Turalyon, Eretor, and Illyria, in an ironic turn of events, are all going to Outland together this time. Because last time, of course, with the Alliance expedition, Turalyon and Illyria left Eretor behind and basically hadn't fucking seen their son since. So this time it's kind of a poetic circle of events where now they're all going together. And one of the interesting things that I read was that since the Legion's defeat in Outland, there's actually been an increase in like activities regarding Fel and shit like that from unbound demons that are no longer part of the Legion, similar to the ones that like Illidan ends up freeing from their addiction and offering, you know, having him join in the Illidari. And so that's kind of, she's there tracking and slaying demons or whatever. So I left off literally right as they all agree, like, okay, we're gonna go to Outland. So I'm really excited to see where that leads. And it's a good book so far. It's pretty well paced. It's not jumping from scene to scene too much. There's some Warcraft books that really jump around a lot and it gets very confusing. But this one seems pretty good, and I enjoy Christy Golden's writing style, and I think the characters are being represented nicely, and they're definitely trying to show like the positive and negative aspects to kind of each character, where like Eretor, he may be a little less like dutiful or whatever, less wanting to listen to the orders and whatnot. He doesn't really like the orderly structure of the Paladins of the Silver Hand as much. He's more about action, right? Like, what can we do to save these people, to accomplish the mission, even if we have to bend the rules a little bit. Where Turalyon is much more like, we need to follow the rules, we need to follow the formality, this is the way things are done. But he's also kind of recognizing maybe there's some weakness to that, and recognizing he's, in some ways, a little bit of a hypocrite because he's bent the rules at times too. And same with Illyria, how she's kind of keeps herself distant, or but also is very like perceptive and almost like snaps into like hunter mode when danger is near. She's very like attuned to, she like just goes into this like primal combat kind of like mindset very, very easily. You finished yet or still reading? Well, if you listen to what I'm saying to you, I said just moments ago that I stopped at about page 70 around chapter 6, right when they all agreed to go to Outland. So that would give you your answer. But yeah, it's good. It's good. I like the way that they're portraying Thalyssra and Lorthamar as well. They're two peas in a pod, two absolute lovebirds. And Lorthamar is definitely softened and changed in some ways as a result of his marriage to Thalyssra. And that's an interesting kind of dynamic. He's seemingly kind of softening up to Illyria in some ways, which is good because he basically told her, like, fuck off out of Silvermoon and don't come back. So that's good for her. And it's really interesting, you know, for Turalyon, they have a lot of commentary, not a lot, but they have some commentary on how it's interesting for him to kind of go and interface with people who are essentially part of the enemy faction, like in Lorthamar and Thelyssra, and because Turalian's still very much like an alliance guy, right? So it's kind of weird for him to be involved in this kind of soiree, if you will. And Thelyssra and Lorthamar kind of make a point to throw out there, like, yeah, that's part of why we invited both Alliance and Horde people to our wedding, because maybe it's good for us to be interfacing with one another outside of just politics and warfare. Like, you know, maybe there's this, yeah. So there's more to what these relationships could be. Maybe, you know, kind of. I think Thelyssra and Lorthamar are, to a degree, they're kind of like a married couple, like trying to find some more friends. Like, and so they thought that Illyria and Turalian as a wed couple would be a great addition, but Thelyssra and Lorthamar don't know that Turalian and Illyria aren't actually married. So that's an interesting thing too. There's a lot of like kind of complex like relationship dynamics at play in this book, where people have preconceived notions of what these relationships are, and you know, it's just it's nice. It's just kind of it's sometimes sometimes it's not so clear, or we think that it's clear what other people are going through in their relationships, but it's not, right? So he feels like a bit of a commentary on that too. So it's nice. I've really been enjoying it so far, and like I said, I think I've read about maybe like a quarter of the book. They make the DH class order hall in the book. That's cool. So far, there hasn't been a place in the book that isn't in the game, that's why these books are so good. Like, in the case of this one especially, like the places where this has taken place is the Fellhammer, Fellsoul Hold, and the Night Hold in Suramar City. Like, those are the three places that have been described so far effectively. So it's really cool, because as someone who's very familiar with the layout of Legion and the area, like I know where and what the Fellhammer is. When they're describing the demon hanging from the chains above, I know exactly what that looks like. You know, I know what the Nighthold looks like pretty fucking well. I know, you know, Fellsoul Hold and all that stuff pretty well. So it's nice. Yeah, you feel like you're reading about. You can easily place the locations that they are in to what you're kind of imagining in your head, right? Now, I will say this. Now, I'm only 60, 70 pages in, give or take, but I do think that this storyline so far could have existed in the game, to be honest with you. This definitely could have been a quest in the game, but I also have a lot of book left, you know? And so this could be a very long story by the end of it, with a lot of different places involved. The benefit to the literary format that it's in is that not only can you go from Light's Hope Chapel to Fellsoul Hold to the Fellhammer to the Nighthold and back easily, because of how you can construct storylines in the passage of time easily, but also the ability to get inside the head of the characters that are a part of it. I think that's a struggle that World of Warcraft has, is that even when they're using like emotion text in the chat, you have to be paying attention to that, right? Whereas like when you're reading the book, it kind of it gives you all of that. You can't really avoid it. So the interpersonal, some of the internal dialogue and the way that characters feel, and the expressions on their faces, and the tenseness in their interactions, those are all things that I think are very hard to capture with a quest line in the game. So I think that's why they still continue, one of the reasons why they still continue to make books like this, because they're able to express characters and events in ways that the game just does not do very well. Because again, at one time, as I'm sitting there thinking like, so far this could be in the game, I have to also reflect on the fact that like there's a ton here that is so much easier to just put into words than it is to put in a video game. And with the stigma surrounding the way the World of Warcraft story is told, and I'm assuming the metrics for interaction with said content that Blizzard presumably has direct access to, I would imagine that there's a level of like, why bother, that goes on there. That doesn't, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing, but I can understand perhaps why it happens. So yeah, that's what I think of the book so far. It's been a nice read. I'm excited to hear about what happens on Outland. It's really cool that they keep places like this relevant throughout stories like this. I do wish that, especially when it comes to the Cenarian Circle, healing some of the land around Fell Soul Hold as the Fell energies have subsided, I really do wish that was in the game. Like, pretty badly, because I mean, that's a pretty big concept right there. Like, being able to use druidic magics to heal areas scarred by Fel is really important, especially when we have items in the game like the Impeccable Fel Essence, which is a druid legendary from Legion, which reads, the druids of the Emerald Circle manipulated the Fel energy within this stone to enhance their attunement to the wild. So a correlation between druidic practices and Fel energy that allows them to enhance attunement with the wild. Like, that's pretty fucking crazy that that's even, like, possible. So I feel like when I'm reading about the ability to heal Fel-scarred areas with druidic power, I just think it's really, really interesting, especially considering that both things are green, right? And what I've noticed, I'm taking these and I'm making color-coded sticky notes throughout the book. Basically, purple or magenta for anything that's related to the arcane, blue for anything that's related to like order, dark green for anything related to druidism, light green for anything related to Fel, yellow for anything related to light, and I have yet to use the dark purple, orange, and hot pink. Hot pink will probably be like a horde or something like that. So I am color coding it, and some of the little notes that I've put down so far are kind of, some of them are things like Turalyon is able to channel the light through his light-forged armor, which I didn't know that he could do. So apparently his armor doesn't glow all the time. It glows when he kind of calls upon the light and it like suffuses his armor. I thought that was interesting because it's almost like a metal or crystal imbued metal that can be empowered or bolstered by the light, which I think is just really interesting, that you can have like an armor that behaves one way passively but can be like imbued at the behest of its wearer to like be enhanced. I think that's just really interesting, and not something that I've thought about very much in terms of like instantaneous enhancement. Are Turalyon's eyes still gone? Still gone? You mean golden? I think that Turalyon's eyes only glow gold in the presence of Zira, because when Zira gets shattered, Turalyon's eyes turn brown. You can see it happen in the cinematic. So I'm sure the Turalyon's eyes are generally just brown. But when in the presence of something like the Prime Naru, who is mentioned in this story, they talk about Illidan destroying her and how, that wasn't a great thing. I'm pretty sure it even mentions how like, what Zira was doing to Illidan. It does remark about that, but I think he has to be in the presence of someone like Zira for that to be a thing. Because again, as the moment Zira's shattered, his eyes aren't golden anymore. You can see them fade to brown. So, but one of the things that I think is interesting, another little thing, and I try to just take little notes about like the behaviors of magics and stuff like that, is that it's pretty directly described that Fel, of course, like soul. Fel can be fueled by raw souls, but there's a portion where the kids playing pranks on each other, these teenagers, mention that like there's rumors of warlocks that would suck the life, orc warlocks that would suck the life out of their children to make them old. And I thought that was really fucking interesting. And it might not be true. It could just be a bullshit rumor, little fucking whatever that they've come up with. But I thought that was real interesting, that draining life from them could also be seen as like draining youth from them, similar to what happened to Khadgar. But that happened, I think, with like arcane magics, if I'm not mistaken. To be fair, like, what's the big difference between them? But the idea that draining life out of someone ages them, like their life is this timeline, and you're pulling from the end of youth, and it's pushing them towards the older side. It's just, I thought that was really interesting. And they kind of make they make a point to focus on how Fel is, and I mean, you have a warlock spell called Drain Life, but draining the life out of someone, right? So I just think it's interesting because it makes me feel further that, like, Fel, even if demonic, is still in some way the manipulation of life energy. That doesn't mean that it's not death magic or related to it, but the way that Fel has in many ways been positioned as like some kind of opposite end of the spectrum of arcane, but arcane is often not seen this way, like, at all, which is ironic because it can be used to do the very same thing. I just think it's interesting. I just think it just makes me wonder more about the nature of magics, the nature of things like Fel, and stuff like that. So yeah, the book has been good, and I look forward to continuing to read it. So yeah, that's kind of my first, like, 60-70 page thoughts on Blood Ties. It's been good so far. Yeah, it's been nice. Do you see a big moment coming to the initial level up campaign, like the Khadgar moment? I'm not sure what you're asking. Coming to the initial level up campaign? I don't know what that means. You mean for Midnight? I mean, probably. Probably. I don't know what... I mean, it could... Probably. I don't know what that would be, though. Armor of the Draenei Pally in the BC intro also glowed after he read the book. Yeah, good point. Good point. So it's been a thing for a long time. So it's not directly connected to his wielding of the light, but when light is used through him from the presence of a Naru. I don't even know about light being used through him. Just the presence of Zira being kind of blinding. Like, she's this symbol of living holy energy, and it definitely has a certain effect on Turalyon. But today I kind of want to spend some time looking into the light, reading about it a little bit, reading about what Chronicle says about it, because yeah, I'm just curious to understand the nature of it better. And there's been, different discourse on my video. Some people saying that the light used to be this absolute good and that they've since changed it or whatever, but it's been this way at the very least since Legion. So yeah, I'm just not sure. I think that there's a lot of confusion around what the light is, with how the lore is structured now. The holy light is but a manifestation of the light in reality. I think what's happening is that there's a conflation between the greater cosmic power itself, which generally does not exist in reality, right? The magical manifestations of magic, because there are multiple. It's not like Fel is the only manifestation of chaos. That's not the case. That is not the case. Holy light is not the only manifestation of light. There are most commonly perceived perceptions of these things. And then there's the next layer where people do not, in some cases, seem to be able to differentiate between entities that wield these powers, or are in some cases, like the Naru, made up of these powers, yet somehow crafted in reality, and thinking that those entities are the cosmic force. And I think that's a pretty big problem. Like, people see the Naru as the light. They see the Eternal Ones as death. Like, they are the cosmic force, but they're not. They're not. They see the Titans as order. Like, they literally are order. I don't think that's the case. Like, just because something is imbued or wields a magical manifestation of a cosmic power does not mean that they are the cosmic power. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of separation in people's minds regarding these things. So, yeah, I would like to spend some time today reading about the nature of the light and different manifestations of it, different renditions of it throughout the history of WoW, and the lore, and kind of just talk about those. So much of this will come from places like the wiki. We can even read about the Holy Light of Elune as well. So, a stream and a YouTube video about the light being evil to catch up on. Oh, the light isn't evil. In fact, the video is meant to illustrate to people that the question that is asked, why is the light being portrayed as evil, is foolish, because the light is not being portrayed as evil. And then people take what the Naru have done, or what this group, the Scarlets, have done, and they try to use that as a way to say the light is evil. No, the light just is. The light just is. And there are people that think that the light is not somehow still connected to like aspects of like virtue and stuff like that, which it certainly can be. And there's also people, it's just very complicated. There's also people who seem to think that the human's interpretation of the light is like the only one. They don't seem to recognize that like the ideals and interpretations of human paladins are not the same as they're not exactly the same. They're very similar, but they're not exactly the same as what you would get from the Arathi. It's not the same as what you would get from the Tauren with Anshe. It's not the same. So again, someone can wield the light with conviction and purpose and all that stuff, and not be a good person while doing it, but that is not a reflection of what the entirety of the light is. And there are some people who seem very upset at what they call moral relativism, which I don't think that's technically actually what it is. Excuse me. Because they don't like the idea that everything is neutral on the cosmic force level, in that it can be used for good or evil. There are people that want to cement themselves to the idea that one is good and one is evil. And I think it's interesting because on one hand, I can understand where they're coming from. People like to feel like there is an objective good and that they can align themselves with it and use it as a way to guide themselves to be paragons of virtue, right? But if you consider the cosmic forces perhaps as starkly represented, contrasted ideological extremes, you can start to realize that they all probably see themselves as good. Everyone does. Like, I think it's a commentary on how complicated real life is, and it would be remiss of me to not associate some of the perceived Christian religious iconography and concepts, which are actually not as Christian as people like to make it out to be, but it shows me that this is why this shit had to change. Because people thought that some people are inherently against the perceived Christian conceptualization of the light. Some people are for it. But I think the reason why you can't just do something like that with the light, associate it with a particular religion and make it perceived as good, is because then it's literally just a replication of Christianity or that type of structure from real life, and trying to tell people that it's just inherently good. Unfortunately, we have had enough history to tell us that that's not the case. That's just not the case. You can't take a monotheistic religious structure, which the light is not in World of Warcraft, and you can't just be like, this is good. Because then anyone who doesn't align with that, because there are multitudes of religious structures out there that are not malevolent in any capacity, those people are made to feel as though since their religion isn't represented, it's not good, right? The view that some people have is that it's a blinding reflection of real life, where people will use things like the fact that they're Christian or whatever they are to kind of like almost make excuses for why they're doing things, right? Like the fucking Crusades. Like it can lead to a superiority complex as well, which you can see in some of the behavior of certain paladins, right? But ultimately, it's not as Christian as people seem to think that it is. And even if you read the wiki, they have a whole list of
Good afternoon.
structural inspirations that they can relate to the Holy Light, and Christianity is not even listed. So I think that some people do not like the idea that the thing that they believe in, support, and like is not the objective good. So they can't really handle the idea that not only can other forces be used for good, but that theirs can be used for evil. They would rather have an unrealistic, frankly, structure in World of Warcraft that allows them to align themselves with something that is easily perceived as good and not have to think anymore about it. Because then everything else that isn't that is effectively on the chopping block or a potential enemy. It's just, I think in a lot of ways, people just want the easy way out. They want to just pick the thing that is good and be like, that's it. But unfortunately, real life, which this is a fantasy game, so I understand why people can be this way. Real life is not generally like that. We can identify bad things from multitudes of groups, certain religious beliefs, cultures, people, like down to the individual level, up to more systemic issues, right? It's just not that simple. It's really hard to pick the good side. It's just, it doesn't mean that some aren't obviously more benevolent than others, but when you get into perspectives and morality, they're all generally going to see themselves as good. They, like, again, it's kind of like the point of villainy is that one of the key things with villainy is that none of them see themselves as villains, right? It doesn't mean that they don't do villainous things or that they shouldn't be stopped or whatever, right? Like dominating the whole fucking universe. But Zoval didn't think of himself as a villain. That's not how it is, right? So the struggle with that is it's not easy. It's very complicated, and it makes it difficult for people to feel like they can just cement themselves in a particular structure and be comfortable with that. But I also think that it's part of a failure to realize that you can be part of a sub-faction or a sub-faction and still hold fast to your ideals. It doesn't mean that you have to conform to what a larger faction of light is doing. Like, you don't have to agree. You can actively go against the Scarlet Crusade while being a wielder of the light, because what faith and what that conviction means to you is different. And you can still recognize the evil deeds of someone who is aligned with the greater cosmic power that you are and still go against them. Right? I think there's like this failure to recognize that, like, just because they use light and you use light doesn't mean you have to be friends. Like, that's just not the fucking case. Like, that's just not the case. So, it's a frustrating thing because it's people that are saying like that they don't want the cosmic power that they're aligned with kind of whitewashed into this one specific thing. You know what I mean? But the irony of it is, in my opinion, they're actually the one primarily doing that. It seems to me that people are making it out to be that it's painted that way when it actually isn't. And then victimizing themselves as a result of it when that's not accurate. It's not really what's happening. They're like, oh, the light's being made to be evil. No, it isn't. And this isn't some post-Steve Denuser shift. There definitely was a shift in how cosmic powers were perceived at one point. And that could very well be because around the time of Kata, Mists of Pandaria Warlords, the devs like Chris Metzen, who is literally part of the massive codification of World of Warcraft's lore and universe building, maybe had a shift in philosophy and kind of realized that, like, maybe this idea that, like, there is some objective good and objective evil is basically unrealistic and not accurately applicable for the stories that we're trying to tell. And so I think that, yes, Light and Void were made to be a much more primordial, like, inherent necessity for like the existence of the cosmos type powers, but some people seem to kind of, what I think, it kind of blow that out of proportion and make it out to be like light is just evil now, and that's just not the case. So it's much more complicated than it's made out to be, and that's really what the point of my video was. Unfortunately, there's some people that interpreted my video as rage bait, which is interesting because the video itself is not rage bait at all. In the first minute of the video, I address the fact that the idea that I believe that these cosmic forces are not good or evil, right? So this is, and I made a comment about this that I ended up deleting because it was just drawing the worst, most annoying fucking idiots to reply to it. But I think that I have had like my eyes opened in a respect to part of why people are so reactionary and how content on the internet works now. Because as much as some people were trying to make it out to be that I've done clickbait, so much clickbait in the past, and I should know better, I shouldn't be surprised at all, I was genuinely surprised at how people chose to interact with my video. There's been times in the past where I've made a video and someone will leave a comment, maybe a couple, that give me the impression that they didn't really watch the video, right? That's not a new thing. But this was different in that of how many comments I saw from people commenting that clearly did not watch and thought that the video was agreeing with them because it was framed through the lens of a question that I had been asked in my stream. Why is the light being portrayed as evil? So I made the thumbnail and title that question, right? And I've changed it since then to make it feel a little less like maybe clickbaity. My intention was definitely to have it be a little bit more of a controversial look so that I could get people to engage with it so that they would listen and hear that, wait a second, maybe that's not actually how it works. But the sheer number of people that clearly just looked at the title and the thumbnail, clicked on the video, and commented actually shocked me. I do not spend enough time in places like Reddit or even other people's videos. I don't spend enough time interacting with it to see how people actually react to this content. Like, it was genuinely like surprising. I thought that my intention was to get people to click and then they would hear my thoughts and they would listen and go, okay, I see where he's coming from, or, you know, whatever, maybe even disagree with me. But what it showed me was the inherent nature of reactivity on the internet. It's so clear to me now why people do rage bait, because it works. Like, it works. Clickbait, rage bait, you don't have to be honest at all. But in my opinion, a lot of actual rage bait is then the video is also saying, oh, the light is evil. It's evil, it's evil, it's evil. It's very polarized, right? My intention was to be the opposite of that it isn't polarizing. Like, it's my opinion, I think, is more middling. Like, it's really not the cosmic force. The light isn't evil. It's how you use it. So it was so interesting to me because I've made titles that were maybe a little clickbaity in the past, but I feel like almost the nature of YouTube and content creation has shifted to where, like, and I even left a comment saying, like, if you guys want to know the truth, I'd rather have a straightforward, intellectual, almost like essay type titles to these videos as I can, but people don't click on them. And I kind of wonder why that is. Like, why do people engage in this way? Like, and it showed me such a blinding example of confirmation bias like I have never seen it. I've never seen it. Not like this, not personally. Not on one of my own videos. I've never seen this before, where it was so obvious that people are, they don't actually consume the content. They read the headline and they engage with it in a manner that all it is for is to seek to confirm their perspective. That's it. That's it. And the amount of people that interact that way is mind-blowing. It is actually mind-blowing. They're only doing it in a non-interactive, disingenuous manner without even perhaps realizing it, because they already have a belief or standpoint on how it is, and they're just looking to interact with something in such a way that makes them feel like the person is agreeing with them. That's the funny thing, is there was people that were like, well, you make rage bait, you're going to get rage bait responses. It's funny because I thought that I would get people arguing with me, saying that no, the light is evil or whatever. And there are a couple people that made some really cringe comments and some that made some better comments and stuff like that. There were some very analytical, very intelligent comments, which I really enjoyed reading through. It was very promising to see that. You always get some of that, which is nice. It's not like every comment was bad, but the sheer amount of people that thought that the video agreed with them was fucking mind-blowing. It legitimately makes me question like the nature of content creation. It makes me realize, and it doesn't make me appreciate them anymore, but it makes me realize, frankly, why channels like Bellular put out so much rage bait, or at least titles and things that are formulated in a way where you look at it and you think that's fucking ridiculous, or something along those lines, because that's what people are clicking on. That's what people are interacting with. And that kills me, because 7, 8 years ago, it was not like that. 7, 8 years ago, I could put out and it's a difference in my channel and who I've been as well, right? I can't just say that it's just the nature of the shift in the paradigm of content creation. I could put out a video and get 40,000 views, 60,000 views talking about fucking Sylvanas burning down a tree or whatever, like, and honestly, it was conspiratorial fucking bullshit anyway. Anything, you can make anything, right? And people would engage with it sincerely. There seemed to be a more genuine interest in figuring out the truth or figuring out the mystery or understanding it, where now there seems to be this heavy shift towards like, we already know the answer, it's dog shit, now I'm gonna fucking put a rage comment here or whatever it is. Like, and that kills me, because it's like, it feels like there's been a genuine shift away from intellectual discussion about things towards just emotionally reactive content. That's like, and that's what it is. So what I've realized is that like, there's a middle ground for sure, but there's two extremes as well, where you can be extremely sincere and direct and, no amount of clickbait or enticing nature of your content and titles, an analytical summary, and that will get almost no interaction. Or you can be more disingenuous, more clickbaity, perhaps more rage baity, more controversial, and that will get fuckloads of clicks. Unfortunately, on the one hand, on one side, you get more of an intellectual discussion, debate, citing sources, and engaging genuinely, but you make less money as a creator. Or you get more rage, thoughtless, reactive, impulsive comments, very much like stuck in the tunnel type comments, people that do not want to hear other people's opinions, views. They don't want to cite sources. They want to disregard other people with everything they say, but you're going to make a lot more money. And that to me is, I just don't know. As a content creator, I look at that and I just don't know what to think of that. Like, it makes me realize why so many others have gone that route of rage bait. And it's not even just WoW. It's WoW. People handle this way with politics. They handle it this way with news in general, sports, other games, to where like, it's basically just a bunch of confirmation bias. It's actually fucking crazy. Darius, thank you very much for the 18-month resub. I appreciate that.
Happy holidays, Pyro.
Yeah, it's definitely been an eye-opening experience, because again, while I've made some titles and stuff that were definitely made to like draw people in, like how the light will consume the alliance, like that's a pretty like enticing video title. The thumbnail I had was Eonar and Aman'Thul like binding Anduin in light. It was definitely that, but it's not meant to rage bait you. It's not meant to like to piss you off. Like it's here's how I think the light might consume the alliance, right? So that it's just interesting. It's just interesting. And I admit that, again, depending on how I title the video, how I make the thumbnail, that can dictate a lot of the way that people interact with it. I just never knew that how stark a contrast there was between the type of people and the type of comments that would interact with content when you made those changes that frankly aren't that significant. I don't have to change the content of the video at all. All I have to do is make a title that either confirms or denies your preconceived notion about an idea, and I can bait you into reacting to it. And that's what, and I think it's kind of disgusting. I really do. Like, not to be like a grandstander, like moral high ground Andy here, but like, I feel like that's kind of disgusting because obviously other creators realize this and they don't care. They are just going to do it. Period. They're just going to do it. And they're going to come up with narratives in some cases that are lacking nuance, lacking citation, and really lacking critical thinking in order to keep it going as long as possible. And frankly, like, that's what I've seen from channels like Bellular. Even though there is proof that refutes the perception the Shadowlands is retconned and all this shit over and over, they keep the narrative going that that's not the case. They're looking for reasons to be like, oh, Steve Denuser took this story and crammed it in here, and this is the like, it is intentional, disingenuous effort to portray a narrative that is not true in order to keep people engaging as long as possible. and I I don't really know how to reconcile. I can't like, I don't know what to think of that. I don't know what to think of that. It's exhausting because effective impulses control clicks and user retention. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's part of why I think I've grown a little bit frustrated as a creator, because I can't bring myself to just do that. Because it's more than just generating clicks and bringing more money into my bank account. It's emotionally and disingenuously so manipulating you. And I don't think that's right. I don't think it's right that the way that content and the way people engage with it is structured in such a way that I am incentivized to basically emotionally engineer you to make more money off of you. I think that is immoral. I genuinely do. Like, I think that is wrong. I think that's wrong. And I think that that's what a lot of media has become. Like, I think that's greedy, self-serving. I think that it is lacking in empathy and compassion. I think it's lacking integrity. I mean, I think it's abhorrent, to be honest with you. And I don't know. I don't really know what to think about that. I mean, there's times where it's made me feel like, man, maybe I should quit this. But I come back to the idea that, like, I can't, because if I think that my content has integrity to it, and I'm actually trying to teach you something, and cite my sources and reflect upon when perhaps I was wrong, because I have been multitudes of times, and learn and try to figure out more what the truth is. Am I doing any service by not doing it? You know what I mean? Like, am I helping the situation by disconnecting from it? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think so. I think it would just make it worse. Like, because then I basically take a voice that I think is trying to, I do think that I'm trying to advocate for the right things and removing it. So I just can't bring myself to, I don't want to quit either. Like, plus I like what I do. I do. It can be tiring at times and frustrating, especially coming up with new ideas and stuff, but I do like what I like what I do. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. So, yeah, man, it's just, I feel like this, it's just, and for me, it doesn't even just stop, because I'm a big thinker. You know how I go. Like, I'll just go on tangents and I'll fucking get deep in the rabbit hole. It doesn't even just stop at World of Warcraft. This is just one game. This is just one game. One game on one platform. And when I think about, when you zoom out from that, how widespread this is, it is fucking everywhere. It is everywhere. And yeah, it's I don't know, man. It's hard not to dip into this like nihilistic view of like, we are actually fucked. Like, we're actually fucked. Like, how do we escape this? Like, we're actually fucked. It's so hard not to get that way. You know, I try to remain as optimistic and positive as possible. Man, I have those moments where I'm like, we're doomed. Like, unless we have some kind of really significant shift towards critical thinking and citation and like honest analysis, we are fucked. Oh my God.
Keep doing your thing. You're the reason a lot of people have looked deeper into the lore of the game we love, including myself.
Oh my God. Mitch. Holy fuck, dude. Holy shit. Dude. Yo. Mitch. Dude. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind words. First and foremost, man. I appreciate that. I like I've said before, man, if all I can do is inspire some of you to look at it more deeply, to connect with it on a more personal level, and to see it beyond the things that you don't like, that's all I can ask for, man. It really is. So thank you very much for the kind words, but also thanks for tipping $250, man. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Holy. Time to get that Brutosaur mount? Yeah. I have it actually, but yeah. Yeah. Holy shit. It's been going on more than a year though. The top streamers almost all do it. It's, you know, man, that's one of the reasons I love Summit 1G so much, because that guy has remained relevant for over 15 years and remained one of the more popular streamers, and he's just been real the entire time. He might have had some crash outs here and there. He might have broke a monitor or two, but Summit's fucking real. That's why I watch Summit. He's the only streamer that I really genuinely watch, because I feel like he's one of the only like real ones. And I give my prime to Summit every single month. I've been sub like 8 fucking years. and that's why. Yeah, almost zero drama besides his own frustration with video games. But let's be honest, but he's a fucking gamer. He's a gamer. He's a gamer. Like, he gets mad at video games. Fucking so what? Awaken, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate that. Dude, again, Mitch, that's crazy, man. Thank you so much. That's just that's crazy. Thank you, brother. Preach is a favorite of mine, and you. His growth and care of his community is something to behold. Yeah. That's why he's been up there for so many years. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry for the throat. I don't know why I'm like this. Did you have a nice Christmas? It was okay. I missed getting together with family. Had a nice dinner, you know, thanks to Ariel, but I don't know, Christmas isn't what it used to be. And honestly, now that I'm like an adult, the more I kind of think about like, should I even be celebrating Christmas? Like, I'm kind of against most of what Christmas is, to be honest with you. I don't value it as a Christian holiday at all for starters. That's not what it is to me at all. I've actually grown to dislike the wasteful aspect of the holiday season, especially in gifting. For me, what it's most important about, which any holiday frankly can suffice for, is the bringing together of family. And unfortunately, that hasn't really been a key aspect of it for me for a while. You know, family hasn't really come together in a while. Yeah, so for me, I don't know. I don't really, I will say I like the decorating and all that stuff for Christmas, but the more that I think about like why the colors that exist are the ones that exist, and why the certain traditions and the things that get put up, the more I realize that so much of it is in fact religious, and I don't identify with it at all. So for me, all I really care about is coming together as a family. And now that I'm older, it's so funny because, you know, your parents, you're told this by your senior and your elders when you're growing up. But I think Christmas is so much more enjoyable if I can remember to give gifts to people. I don't really even care that much about getting gifts. I just want to give people things and watch them light up. That's all I really care about is, can I make someone else happy? And so, yeah, you know, I think that's something that probably is supported more with like parenthood and stuff like that, which unfortunately we, you know, haven't been able to accomplish still. Looking at IVF treatments right now, shit's $30,000. So, yeah, poor people that don't have people to help them out or insanely well-paying jobs just don't get to have children when they have fertility issues. So, yeah, being pregnant is for naturally healthy people and rich people. So, yeah, there's that. But anyway, yeah. Can you go to Europe to get help with IVF? Maybe, but IVF isn't like a one-time thing. You just go into a doctor's office and then you're done. You know what I mean? It's not really like that. So yeah, we're looking at other things. We're looking at grants and stuff like that to try to, you know, get additional assistance with it. But yeah, it's not cheap, and insurance doesn't cover any of it. Insurance here does not, in my state, doesn't seem to cover like anything relating to fertility. So yeah. Where I live, you get 3 shots at IVF for free. After that, it's like $3,000 a pop. I'm so happy for you. That's so great for you. My people never managed to stop arguing on Christmas, so I stopped participating. Yeah, the family coming together is always you know, potential for drama. Yo, Llama Commander, thanks for the 8-month resub, bro. I appreciate that. The only thing I appreciate about Christmas is seeing my cousin. I only see twice a year, but otherwise it's very stressful. Yeah. What about adoption, though? It is quite a personal question that you're asking. But adoption isn't exactly cheap either. It's not exactly like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know that I really want to adopt a child. So I didn't mean to brag or anything. Just meant to highlight it's still ridiculously priced. Yep. Anyway, I'm not even Christian, but I still celebrate Christmas and many other festivals purely because it's a chance for me to celebrate something with my friends. Right. I mean, it's kind of like what I was saying. That, you know, when you don't have friends and family that are coming together, there's not really much of a reason to celebrate it if you don't identify with the religious aspects of it. My family dresses up at Christmas. This year's theme was comic manga. I was Mutant Roshi from Dragon Ball. Nice. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. There are people out there who don't, let's just, not everyone has family to get together with, chat. You know what I mean? Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, just, you know, it's a great time to get with friends and family. Yep. If you have that, not all of us do. So, unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation. I'm happy I live in Sweden for things like this. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely a struggle. So, but that's okay. Not to be too much of a downer. How does U.S. insurance work? That's a rabbit hole 100 feet deep. Like, I don't know if you realize what you're asking. How does U.S. insurance work?
This has never... I can't believe it!
What the fuck?
Good
okay,
luck,
Mitch.
man.
Mitch. Okay, bro. Oh my god. What the fuck? Bro. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. Oh my god. Dude, yeah, I appreciate that so much, but holy shit, you gotta stop. I'm blowing my nose, sorry. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. Oh my god. Mitch, that's, yeah, dude. Holy fuck, dude. I don't even know how to respond. Like, when I see a tip like that, I don't even know how to react anymore. I don't even know how to react anymore. Like, there's no reaction that is adequate for that kind of, that's fucking insane. That's insane. And just so you guys know, I mean, I have thought about trying to set like a tip goal or even like doing a GoFundMe or something to help pay for IVF. It is something that I've considered, but I just haven't pulled the trigger on it yet because I've done GoFundMes in the past and I always feel tremendously fucking guilty. So yeah, yeah, that's why I haven't done that, but it is something I've considered. But Mitch, I'm not saying this to you guys. I didn't bring up the IVF thing or anything to try to get you guys to like, to donate or tip or I don't want you to feel like that's not the intention. It's just, you know how I am. I'm just like pretty honest and open about stuff generally. So that's not what it is, but I appreciate you doing that. But I don't want to make anyone feel guilty or feel like they have to do something like that. That's a crazy amount of money. That's fucking insane. I'm alone during the Christmas days too. Sometimes it's lonely, but on the other hand, I can just order my favorite pizza and don't have to argue about anything like when I was younger. Sure. Yo, Mitch, thank you for the $500 tip, dude. That is, yeah. I can't. Prost. Yeah, I've heard that. Cheers on the drink. Yeah. Damn, that's fucking crazy. As a Muslim, my family celebrate Christmas since our ancestors were Christian 300 years ago. Vibrant on Christmas tree is always special. Yep, and look, I mean, I'm not like inherently against Christianity. I think that there are good Christians, and I think that there's fake as fuck performative Christians. I think that good Christians can have great values and be really nice people. And then I think that some do not. But that goes for any group. It's funny how that works. There's just shitty people that are a part of every group. So, new Zach's vid just dropped. You watching? I mean, I didn't know, so I'm not. But usually I give it a little bit of time before I watch. What are you drinking? I'm drinking a sparkling water. La Croix. It's a what is it? Strawberry peach. It's very good. One of my favorite flavors. That's crazy, man. 250 and then 500. That's yeah, I can't even well, good stream, guys. Good stream. I'll see you again next week. I'll see you again next Friday. I'll be back. Have a great weekend and Merry Christmas. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Seriously, no prob anytime, bro. You know, that's not a no problem anytime. What the fuck? This guy tipped $750 and goes, no problem, anytime. Get the fuck out of here, dude. The fuck? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Zalfeet t-shirt investment right there. I'll buy out the whole damn shop. Sorry for picking my nose, man. My nose is itching. Believe in something is great. Religion a little less. Religion could be a great thing. It can bring people together. It can help establish a stronger moral compass. It can give you a place to belong, a sense of community where otherwise you had none.
I can't believe it.
Last one, I swear. Merry Christmas, homie.
Dude, what the I don't know.
This has never. I can't believe it.
This is for the best WoW lore streamer on the internet and wish you all the best with everything.
That's Rathia's. I don't know what to say. Rathios, thank you very much for tipping $100 fucking as well. Mitch. I just don't know how to, I don't even know how to process that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dude. That's I don't even know what, I can't even, like, I don't even know what to say, dude. I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm about to blue screen. I'm about to fucking blue screen. Someone's gonna have to press my reset button in a fucking minute, dude. Like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? You're gonna have to turn me off and back on in a second, dude. I'm like, I'm about to trip the breaker. I don't know, like. Silly Panda, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the channel as well. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you so much. Remind me to start streaming, Lamau. JK. I mean, maybe you should. For eons, the streamer existed in perfect order. Until. What the fuck? Awaken Revelation, thank you for so much for gifting 5 subs as well, you guys. I don't know. You guys are. I don't know. You're too good to me. You're too nice, dude. That's just. I can't. Ariel's not gonna believe this. Ariel's about to lose her fucking mind. I mean, I kind of can't wait to see her face when I tell her. When I like, there's been times in the past where like Mitch or somebody will, because Mitch has done it a fucking how many times now? We'll tip like $100, and after my stream, I'll go to Ariel and be like, I got $100 fucking tip today. And she looks at me, she's like, really? Like, wow, that's amazing. I'm like, yeah, fucking, it's crazy. Why tell her this, dude?
Never.
Okay,
I can't believe it,
dude. Chubra too, man. You
Merry
guys.
holidays.
Dude, guys. I'm about to write all your names on my titties in a minute, dude. What the fuck? I gotta get a whiteboard. Oh shoot, I dropped my pen. Oh goodness me, dude. You guys it's out of control, dude. Now people are gifting subscriptions on fucking
TGA
YouTube.
Day, right after Claire Orbs Kuwangati, I said here that I had just bought it on Steam. Today, 61 hours and 8 minutes later, I've officially gotten the platinum and completed all the achievements.
Damn.
What an amazing game. I just need to beat the
final boss of Verso's draft to hit 100%. Thanks for the great streams, Pyroman. Now I can finally go back and watch the VODs from when you played. I hope you enjoyed, Layweaver. Thank you for subbing for 16 months. It's an incredible game. Your playthrough is actually about what mine was as well, about 60 hours for the whole thing. Yo, Natalie Romer. Thank you very... How many was that? How many did you gift? How many was that? And a member for 19 months. How many did you gift? 20. Oh man. Oh man. The love on YouTube as well. Thank you so fucking much, you guys. Hot Tub Lore stream when? Fucking today. What the fuck? Like, now this here is a steam elemental. It's what happens when a water elemental and a heat and a fire elemental come too closely in contact with one another, giving rise to a new elemental manifestation, positively charged in nature as it dissipates into the air. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I don't know, dude. Thank you so much. And Achubra, thanks for gifting tipping $100 too. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys can't even see it. It's gonna pop up. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? I feel like that blind kid playing football. What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Arm Scar tipped $100 fucking too. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm about to shed a single tear from my eye. What the fuck? You guys have literally tipped like my monthly income from YouTube in 20 minutes. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. It's just gonna keep going. It's just like this is the way that it is now. How about another one? Fucking hell, dude. Thank you guys. I don't know. Yeah. There's like 4 or 5 more. Alumentum, thank you for subbing with a Prime for 4 months, man. Thank you. Arum Scar, thank you for tipping $100 fucking dollars. Trooper, thank you for tipping $100. Rathios, thank you for tipping $100 fucking dollars, man. We can make music on that popping up sound? It's from a song. That's crazy. That is, yeah. Thank you guys so much. Ruby gifted. How many was that? Fucking thanks for Ruby gifting 10 subs as well. Thank you so much, dude. When stream gets like this, it's fucking crazy, man. It's just me sitting here saying thank you for like fucking 20 minutes, dude. It's fucking crazy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. There it is.
I can't believe
Fuck,
it.
dude. That's...
Merry Christmas.
With this, I can buy a bunch of World of Warcraft books that I don't have. Oh my god. At some point, you can record him saying thank you. I mean, no. It's gonna be a bespoke thank you every fucking time. Thank you so much, guys.
Less than 3.
Thank you so much. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Where could they be going?
And there's the 10.
Embarking on an adventure.
What sword t-shirt?
to
Bro.
find some treasure.
Message me on Discord. I can see if I have any of the ones you want. I have almost all of them sitting on my shelf. Bro, you have already given so much. There's no way I'm taking books from you. No. No. I could just take some of the money that you gave me, and I can just buy the ones that I'm missing. I'm missing like Wolfheart, Storm Rage, which I've heard are really good ones. I actually have a list on Amazon of the ones that I'm missing here. I'll tell you. Not that I'm not gonna take them from you. I'm not gonna accept that. But I will tell you what ones I am missing. At least the major novels that I'm missing. And I only look at them on Amazon because I don't think you can even get them in like a store anymore. So I'm actually missing quite a few. I'm missing Wolfheart, which I'm trying to get in hardcover.
I can't believe it.
Good time for another 100. Merry Chrysler to the best.
Bro, 1172. I need a weapon. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, $117.70, bro. Merry Chrysler. Thank you. That's what you guys. Thank you guys. Holy shit. Yeah, so I'm missing. That's crazy. I'm missing Wolfheart. I'm missing The Shattering, which I heard is a really good one too. That's Christy Golden. So Wolfheart is Richard Knack. The Shattering is Christy Golden. I'm missing Thrall, Twilight of the Aspects, which is Christy Golden. I'm missing Storm Rage, which is Richard Knack. And I'm missing Beyond the Dark Portal, which is Christy Golden and Aaron Rosenberg. This man's turning into Jeff Bezos in front of our eyes, bro. It's fun. It's fun. I get you're making a joke, but it's actually insane to like try to conceive of how much money that guy has. It's actually fucking insane. Thank you so much, though. I mean, seriously, Dan 2, thank you very much for the sub as well. Good morning, Zlin. You're welcome. Well, praise the light. It's a fucking real thing, apparently, dude. Now I see why Tyrallion is doing what he does, bro. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Thank you so much. That's...
Where could they be going? Embarking on an adventure to find
Gormez,
some
what the
treasure.
fuck? Gormez gifting 20 fucking subs. On top of the others. Thank you! Thank you. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Thank you. Pateki, thank you very much for the follow. What the fuck was I supposed to do? What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Christmas and IVF and all sorts of shit? What the fuck was I talking about? Holy shit. I'm supposed to like be... So how was your Christmas, bro? Does today count? Like, what the fuck? Bro got men in blacked by the gift trade. Are you saying I got blacked? Sorry. Sorry, I did a little degen slip there. Sorry. Sorry. Sometimes it comes out. Sometimes it comes out. Little degen slip.
Could they be going?
Sorry.
Embarking
Yo,
on
Dots
an
McNasty, thank you for
adventure
gifting
to
10
find
subs
some
too, bro.
treasure.
Holy. I think you were talking about color coding bookmarks for the first segue. Yeah, I may have been. Yeah, I've been color coding it with these little notes and... yeah. Thank you so much. New Zaxxas vids just dropped. I know, it truly is Christmas. It truly is Christmas. Well, I don't know if Zaxxas is in the chat still. I don't usually like to go he is, I think. Zaxxas, do you mind if I mean, look, you know how I try to... Give me a second. Chat, I try to be respectful of when people put content out, not cannibalizing their content. So I usually try to wait a little bit. I'm here, go whenever you want, bro. It's my present.
What a completely unexpected turn of events!
You guys are gonna fucking you're gonna break me. What the fuck? 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 Greedy, thanks for tipping $25. Reg, what are you doing? What are you doing? How much is that? It's $1,000.
Give me a suicidal last stand.
$5 each.
At least that'd have an end.
What
Let's
the
shut
fuck?
up.
Yes, let's.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Why?
We gotta keep moving. Keep moving. The 45 was bothering me. Dude, Dots, thanks for gifting 5 more subs. What? This is gonna be going off forever. I don't know what to say, dude. What the fuck? Dots did 10 and then 5 more. I don't know what to say, dude. Thank you so. Dude, I can't. Thank you. That's insane. Tag, thank you for gifting 5 subs as well, man. That's insane. You guys are insane. I don't even know what to say, dude. I don't know. I wish I had a fucking champagne or something that like I could.
Where could they be
Hell's
going? Embarking on an adventure to find some treasure?
I'm legitimately on the brink of just being speechless, dude. I don't know. Like, I know that I don't know, man. I'm so thankful. I don't know. I'm just some fucking nerd who makes content about World of Warcraft, man. And I don't know what to say, dude. Thank you so fucking much.
Where could they be going?
Matt gifted 10 subs, man. Thank you so much, Matt.
To find some treasure.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I gotta get to the Zaxxas video, and it we'll get there eventually, man. And I just wow. Oh man. How is this real life, dude?
I can't believe it.
Mitch,
I lied.
stop.
Breaking.
Mitch, stop, dude. Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop, dude. You guys have to stop. You have to stop. You have to quit. Captain City Chicken gives him 5 subs. You have to stop, dude. You have to stop, man. I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. I've been gifted fucking like 500 subs and like $1,500. I don't know what the fuck is happening. Late 404 gifted 5 subs too, man. PC upgrade incoming? Shit, dude. Yeah, good luck upgrading your PC right now. Can't fucking... RAM's 5 times more expensive than it's supposed to be. Graphics cards are unavailable. Can't get them anywhere. Cost fucking 40% markup. My comments are disappearing. I'm sorry, Natalie. Here, I can... let me look what you said on YouTube. I think you were talking about... holy moly. My comments disappearing? Not to be outdone? I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by your comments are disappearing. When I look in YouTube chat, everything that you've said is there. That's crazy. He's still not speechless? That's because I just don't want to sit here. What am I just gonna sit? I'm just gonna fucking sit here? Like, what the fuck? Don't take this the wrong way, but don't let your pride get in the way. Pull the trigger on a GoFundMe and see where it takes you. You and yours deserve to be happy and live the life you want. So why not try it and see what happens? As you can probably see by now, we're all hoping for the best for you. You're gonna fuck me up saying shit like that, dude. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's been hard, dude. We've been trying for over 3 years. It's tough. So thanks. I just yeah. We've done GoFundMes before, and I feel like you guys have already just done so much for me and for us, and it's hard for me to want to, you know, extend my hand again. It's just hard. I mean, I had people that helped me back when my parents, when we were gonna get evicted from our house. I had people help when Ariel got the crazy hospital bills. It's just you've done so much, and that's why it's hard. That's why it's hard, because it's not like it's never happened before.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, silly Panda.
I will
Think
never
what
have
the
a child
fuck?
of my own, but at least I can try to help someone who wants a child smile. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, more effects. Thanks, appreciate that. And I'm sorry that unless you choose not to, I'm sorry that you will not. And thank you so much for the $100 tip. And silly Panda, thanks for gifting 5 subs as well. Thank you guys. You do so much for all of us. I'm sure everyone here can say they get happier when they see you upload a video. Yeah, thanks. I gotta be positive. I don't want to get, you know, I think the way that I think that I'm perceived by people on on the internet is maybe a little different than the way that obviously some people see me. And I gotta stop worrying about what everyone thinks, because, you know,
For the Alliance.
you can't please everybody, right? Man, yeah, thank you guys so much. Armscar fucking tipped another $100. I don't, thanks. You deserve it, bro. You're the best WoW lore vid YouTube guy out there. Well, thanks. There's some real good ones, man. There's some real good ones. In fact, we got to watch one from one of the best here in a little bit. So. This is the truest fucking thing. My financials are on a rerun. I look forward to being able to catch them on YouTube. Half Hero DX, thanks for subbing with a tier 1, man. Thank you guys so much. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Besides, I mean, I keep saying I don't know what to say, but apparently I know what to say, and it's I don't know what to say. So I guess that's what I have to say. I don't know what to say. That's crazy. It's about life experience. All people got issues, Pyro. Some just more obvious ones than others. True. Yeah, I mean, excuse me. I think it's been hard, you know, especially for Ariel, because she's got, you know, everyone in her family and her fucking friends have all had kids now at this point. Literally since we started trying, she's had a friend who's had 2, and her cousins who have each had 1. And it's hard. It's hard. And then you get other people that are like, I don't want kids. And it's like, you know, it's hard to...
Wishing you both the best in your baby journey, brother. From
I don't
one
know. It's
dad
hard to
gamer to one
balance all
in the
that.
future.
Olwyn, bro. This fucking guy, man. Thanks, Olwyn. Thank you so much for the $100, dude. Thank you for the $100 tip. And I appreciate that. We need it. We need the well wishes and the good luck, because, yeah. It's, yeah. Mega, thank you for gifting 5 more subs as well. Thank you so much. Love you, dog. Love you too, bro. Thanks for being one of my mods. Thanks for being someone I can always turn to for intellectual conversation and, you know, help and answer questions. And, yeah, I feel like you've definitely helped give me some guidance in some situations and given me some perspective, you know, as a father and all that, I didn't have before. So, thanks for that. Cassilo, thank you for subbing with a Prime for 10 months. Thanks, Natalie. Yeah, there's a lot of people, you know, Ariel was telling me, I think it's like 1 in 4. I think it's like 1 in 4 women struggle with fertility. And that's just like an insane metric. And it's hard. It's hard. It feels like we've done fucking almost every test that you can possibly do and don't have any answer as to why. And that's one of the most frustrating parts, I think, is just not knowing why. I think that at least sometimes when you can be told why, you have an answer. I think it's really hard when you can't get an answer. So, yeah. That's been the struggle of it. One of them, you know? And it's, yeah, I mean, yeah. It's especially, it's just like the first time that she ever took a positive test was like right after we got married. And then she had an ectopic pregnancy that almost fucking killed her. So it's been fucking insane. So yeah, thank you for your kind words. Thank you for your empathy and compassion, and of course for the insane tips and sub gifting and stuff. I really appreciate it. I mean, this is our only income. I mean, my stream and my YouTube and we've made it work. And thank you for making that possible. Because literally without you guys, whether you just lurk and that's why I say at the end of every stream now, Half Hero, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs, dude. That's why I say at the end of every stream, whether you just lurk and watch, or you follow or chat or sub or gift subs, you're all supporting the stream. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that. Yeah. I'm thankful that I'm somehow still able to do this. I don't know, it's crazy. Lurk Watcher since the good old Legion days. That's crazy, dude. Yeah, Legion was fucking, not to fuck with you guys, but Legion was almost 10 years ago. Can you believe that? You believe that shit? Almost 10 years ago. Kyber, dude. Fuck, I'm old, bro. That's how I'm starting to feel, dude. It was announced 10 years ago. After these gift subs stop showing here, Kyber, wow, thank you so much. Gavi, thanks for subbing with a Prime for 6 months as well. Thank you. I'm trying not to get ahead of the feed. I'm trying to get ahead of the feed. Legion's right now. Played it before. Olwen, guys, oh my god, dude. What the fuck? Every time that I think we're like on the downslope and it's about to stop, it's just fucking... Oh, man. Tomorrow, December 27th, I've been playing WoW for 18 years. It's a long time. Here's to 18 more, you know? Wow.
Where could they be going? Embarking on an adventure to find some treasure.
The years stop coming and they don't 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 stop. Fuck, dude. There it is, dude. Kyber.
Believe it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tipping $100. Fucking hell, dude. Gavi, thanks for the 6 month sub. Olwen, thank you for gifting 10 subs on top of the tip, dude. Thank you. Lord video on the stream of giving when? Dude, you guys are amazing. I mean,
Big love from a big lurker. We will support you until the end. Less than 3.
You deserve it. I don't know if there's any amount of times that you can say it that I'll truly believe it. But I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That's good. I just that's crazy, man. Shit. This is like a Final Fantasy 14 stream. What is happening? Like, what is happening? Like, what the fuck? Did I just finish Endwalker? Like, what is happening? I wish I could support you more right now, but I have a big dentist bill on my desk I have to take care of. Bro, I'm just glad that you're here to watch. Like I said, you guys watching is supporting the stream. If you never gifted a sub or never subbed yourself, I would never hold it against you. Never. Oh, Ariel's not here. Oh, wait. Is she already left? Oh, she's here. Is this how we investigate the light? Bro, I'm seeing the light. What the fuck? What the fuck? Guys. This is gonna end up being one of the streams of all time for my channel. Like one of the craziest one. Dude, there's more. Dude. I get, dude.
Where could they be going? Embarking on an adventure to find some treasure.
This has never. I can't believe it.
Hello, Ari.
I gotta breathe. I gotta take some deep breaths, dude. I gotta take some deep breaths here. Getting a little lightheaded, dude. I gotta be careful here now.
Yeah. I can't believe it.
They don't stop coming.
Gotta remember to breathe. Oh, man. Lowell Morgan, thank you for tipping $100. And Gabby, thanks for tipping $200, man. Moot CS, thanks for subbing to the Prime. And Naomi, thanks for gifting 5 subs. You guys are insane. Reg.
I can't believe it.
Dude. Reg! Dude, I'm like lightheaded. Sorry, I got a fucking... I'm about to have a fucking anxiety attack, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Can you feel the love tonight? Dude. What the fuck? Oh. This is how I feel right now. Dude, not gay. So before you're all like, gay, ha, he said he feels gay. Well, gay, but in, you know, the different kind of way. Shut up. I was trying to say a nice thing. Gay. He followed just to say. This man's first chat. Fuck. Why 2 times pink? Well, I mean, that's more like a fuchsia. And that's more like a hot pink. Gay question mark? Love it. Gold pot at the end of the rainbow? Seriously, thank you so much. Bottle of water. Bottle of water. You're Irish after. I am Irish. Bro, my last name is Welsh. Like, I don't think it's much of a mystery where my family's from. Like,
yay.
Taylor Wetbed Welsh, shut the fuck up. Supporting my favorite LGBTQ creator. Okay, well, let's not put labels that they don't exist.
This has never... I can't believe
Mitch. I do support LGBTQIA+,
Supporting
but
my favorite LGBTQ
not LGBTQ.
creator, LOL.
I knew it! Georgia! It's the magic of Christmas. It's the magic of Christmas. Mitch, bro, thanks for tipping another $100, man. You're currently watching from Wales? Nice. Yeah, hell yeah. Just Marundo, thanks for subbing for 14 months. Thanks for God damn. Gay and can't speak. Homie can't even words anymore. I can't. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. Anyway, I'm supposed to talk about different interpretations of the light, what it represents, how it shifted over the years. Yeah, that's what I'm effects that the light has, how the holy light of Elune is, according to Tyrande, apparently closely related to the holy light worship of the Church of the Holy Light of Stormwind. I didn't even know that till last night. There's a fucking quest that you get from Tyrande Whisperwind at level 2, where she tells you to go and fucking commune as a priest. You go and communicate with the Church of the Holy Light and find out that she tells you, Tyrande, the priestess of Elune herself, tells you that they're very similar, and which is ironic because at the time no one knew, and the majority of the Church of the Holy Light still doesn't know, that the way that they got in contact with the light was through communing with Naru in their dreams, and they didn't realize it. So the Naru and the worship of the light via the Church of the Holy Light, that's via the Naru. And then you have Velen basically telling telling Tyrande that, like, Elune and the way that she's communed with and stuff, and her light is very similar to a Naru. And then Tyranda's like, well, you shouldn't say that, but Tyrande doesn't realize that she's already admitted herself that the worship of things like the Naru via the Church of the Holy Light is already a thing, and it's already similar through to the worship of Elune. Then you got Khadgar surmising through using Light's heart, or the Tear of Elune, to unlock Light's heart, that there's a connection between Elune and the Naru, and that she could have been responsible for their creation, which apparently happened during the Great Ordering of the Cosmos. So you already have connections between the two of them. Like, Azeroth isn't going to end up being Hydaelyn Crystal Mommy. It's going to end up being Elune. It's going to end up being either a Naru or, like, the Light Lord. People are looking towards the Light Lord. But the thing is, Holy Light can also fade to Void. So she's going to probably have some aspects there. And light is life and life is light and all that shit too. So holy fuck, there's a lot of connections between it all, man. Anyway. You know what the best thing to be is, Pyromancer chat? The look on her face when he tells her how stream went. That's what Christmas is all about. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Thank you guys so much. Now we got a 1-hour video in 20 minutes because of all the donations. The light is like everything other power. Not good, not evil, just how it's used. Though the light has some evil through its zealotry, Zero trying to force Illidan to convert. Sure, and that's one manifestation of light, a being of living holy energy. Which, let me just read this to you here. I don't know why I have to get the physical book. Gotta have it as a PDF on my computer, too. Wow. Yeah, man. I still don't even... Yeah, thank you guys so much. That was fucking crazy. That was actually fucking crazy. That was fucking insane. What a crazy-ass thing, man. Khadgar reads it in a tome first, too. Oh, what I was gonna say as well is that when you do this, you look with Tyrande, you learn the spell Penance. Then test the theory. What's curious is who wrote said tome. Yeah, we don't have the answer for that. I wondered if it was... He found it in Dalaran, but Dalaran has a collection of all sorts of authors and books. So, like, who knows? So, listen to this. It says here, the cosmic forces. We're just going to focus on light for now. Light and shadow are the most fundamental forces in existence. Although contradictory by their very nature, they are bound together on a cosmic scale. One cannot exist without the other. Pure light and shadow dwell in a realm outside the borders of reality. So what we experience in reality is not pure light and shadow. Holy light is not pure light. It's just a magical manifestation. It says here, shades of their presence are found in the physical universe. Light manifests as holy energy, while shadow, also referred to as the void, appears as shadow magic. But we know that shadow and void are different. The Shadow Priest class description makes that evident from the get-go. Yeah, bitch, thank you. You basically got it fucking going, dude. That was insane. And again, like, I can't, like, thank you to everybody. Mitch, Reg, Gavi, everyone. Lil Morgan, Olwen, Kyber, Half Hero, Cassilo, Olwen again. The fuck? Armscar, Morifex, Mitch, Greedneed, Hubba, Arum again, Atrubra, Rathias. It's just, yeah, thank you guys so much. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Natalie, among others. Thank you. Thank you. That was fucking nuts. That was fucking crazy. I'm still a little, like, lightheaded after that. I was starting to get a little fucked up at the end. Thanks for making me fall more in love with WoW. Fuck yeah. Sure, but isn't that explanation based on new slop lore too? In Classic, it was pretty obvious to everyone you're not worth communicating with. That the holy light is just what represents God and therefore only good. You're not worth communicating with. You don't know what you're talking about. It hasn't been referred to as God since Warcraft 1. You just don't know what you're talking about. See ya. Also, God had nothing to do with the creation of Lucifer and Satan, right? Eru Iluvatar had nothing to do with the creation of Morgoth, right? Right? God is only good, right? That's what you believe? Shut the fuck up. This fucking guy doesn't realize that this has been the way that light has been defined for over 10 years. For over 10 years. It's been like this. This is why we have to do this today. Because you have people that truly believe that. Yes, because back in Warcraft 3, when the Paladin of the Silver Hand, Arthas fucking Menethil, was using the light to commit horrible atrocities, you were supposed to see that as good. Yeah, bro. For sure. For sure. You're fucking brain dead. What you're not understanding is that the light is just a power. It's just a power. I believe that too. God is good, but people make it bad. You guys just don't, like, it's so insane how you guys just conflate. This is why there has been even if it was 10 years ago, a dichotomy shift in how you're supposed to perceive the light. Because you're blinded by it. Because you don't recognize it for what it is in this video game. Scarlet Monastery, good guys for sure, dude. For sure. For sure. Whether you guys want to accept it or not, World of Warcraft's light is not based on Christianity. As much as you want to make it out to be so. And by the way, not everyone agrees that Christianity as a structure of religion is good, and not everybody believes in it. This is one of the inherent problems with light factions, is that they think like you do. That they're just good. And that everyone else should just accept them as good, because that's what they are. The light is good, always. But what you guys are not able to understand, seemingly some of you, is the ability, again, to separate a cosmic power that through vessels and magical manifestations appear in certain ways, and how the pure light, which you have never seen, you've never seen it, nor have you ever seen pure shadow in World of Warcraft. You have not seen it. You associate good and evil to them. That's where you're wrong. Good and evil exists for people that have free will. Cosmic forces don't have free will. Therefore, they don't have good and evil. It's not a thing. The light is not good or bad. The void is not good or bad. They don't have a choice about what they are at all. They have no say. Good and evil exists for people who can recognize acts of cruelty and acts of benevolence and choose. Cosmic entities don't even adhere to good and evil because they're bound by the nature of the power that infuses them. The light is not just good. Can it be used to do good things? Yes. But what you must understand is that no one is saying that, not no one, that's hyperbole, but I'm not saying that the light is evil either. That's the difference between us. I look at the light as a neutral power, as I look at all power neutrally. You look at it as good because you identify with it and you desire for it to be good. What you should be saying is, you are good. If the way in which you commune with and want to utilize the light is good, then you're good. If you're not committing genocides and doing evil things with that power, and you're using it for good, to heal, and to give guidance to people, and to bring together community, then you're good. But the light is not associated with good or evil. It just is. It's like saying gravity is good or evil, or that time is good or evil. That's not how it is. Water isn't good or evil. Fire isn't good or evil. Earth isn't good or evil. A tornado isn't evil. Even cosmic entropy in the form of the void isn't evil. It just is. Only you can be good or evil. You have to stop associating the light in WoW to God because they're not connected. The light in World of Warcraft is not monotheistic. They do not gather for service once a week for worship. That's not a thing. They don't build edifices to what they worship. That's not a thing. They have no Bible. They have no Jesus figure. It is not Christian. And this is a big thing, dude. You guys act like Christianity hasn't literally stolen some of its most prevalent concepts from other existing religious structures throughout history. You act like Christianity is some kind of objectively original thing. It isn't. Neither is the light. Neither are offerings and worship. Neither is priesthood. These things are not unique to Christianity and your perception of a monotheistic God. There is no Holy Trinity in WoW. It's not a thing. Warcraft 1 was retconned long ago. So if you keep looking at Warcraft 1 and saying, well, they called it God in Warcraft 1, guess what? That was like 28 years ago. That's not how it is anymore. That's not how it is anymore. It hasn't been that way for a long fucking time. Not a long time. Again, Warcraft 3 illustrated that was not the case. So people can try to say, oh, this is new slop lore. I mean, new slop as in 10 years old? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, back during the time of Legion. You know, one of those critically acclaimed expansions written by Chris Metzen and Alex Afrasiabi and those guys that you fucking praise for their ability to write WoW's lore. But you say that it's nonsense? Chris Metzen literally wrote the fucking preface to Chronicle. It's the same people. Like, there's people that just want to write this off because they don't like it. But the difference in having the ability to perform literary analysis and look back on how things have changed and what you're doing is that you think that just having an opinion means that you know what you're talking about. But it doesn't. It doesn't. And that's why people that say shit like this get butthurt when people use the term media literacy or literary analysis. I went into I got an argument for I don't know what reason with a guy in the YouTube comments who was basically saying, yeah, you know someone's an idiot when they use the term media literacy. And I just kind of like responded like coming from a guy with no media literacy, like ironic. And he goes, thanks for proving my point. And I got an argument with him like, bro, I didn't prove anything. And you haven't proven a fucking thing either. You've come up with a fake rule that you can try to use to blanket other people so that you don't have to actually learn anything or be coherent in what you're saying. He basically was trying to say that media literacy and literary analysis don't exist. It's not real. And so people that are saying it are making something up so that they can dismiss other people. But what he doesn't understand is that having an opinion doesn't mean that you can perform literary analysis in a meaningful way. It doesn't. There's too many people out there that think that just because they have an opinion on something, ill-informed as it may be, that they're right about it. That's not how it works. Not how it works. Literary analysis is a science. Media literacy is a science. And if you try to say it doesn't exist, you're just denying science. Which isn't that surprising coming from people that perceive the light in World of Warcraft as God. The literal entities. Thank you, Rathias. I appreciate that.
Telling my wife
Tell her I
about
said hey,
everything,
and thanks for that.
This is on her behalf.
Thanks for the $25 Euro tip or whatever fucking currency that is. This is such an important thing to understand is that this is why you have our peers who are like Christian white nationalist fucking freakazoids who RP as Scarlet Crusaders and shit. who don't even realize that the light that they hold so close to their chest as some type of monotheistic representation of Christianity isn't what they think it is. It is a more unknown eldritch manifestation of energy that they have made up because it is long retconned that it is representative of God. It isn't. It isn't. And by the way, there is an inherent issue, I think, that people perceive that the humans who are literally communing with Naru, who they literally commune with Naru to come up with their original fucking religion. Do you think Naru are Christian? Is that what you think? Alien space chimes are Christian? That's a Christian theme? That's what you think? It isn't. It is not. That's not the case. But people seem to think that the way that the Paladins of the Silver Hand illustrate their understanding of the light, which has no worship of a god, is the representation of all worship of the light. That is not true. And Christians don't have Jesus figures, Roman heathen Catholics and the Orthodox do. You're telling me that Jesus, I'm sorry, are you saying that Jesus is not a part of the Christian faith? Is that what you're saying? The light is called holy, therefore it's only good. You're wrong. It's okay that you're wrong. It says right here, actually, right here. It actually says, light and shadow in their pure forms dwell outside the borders of reality, but shades of this presence are found in the physical universe, such as holy magic, which is a naming convention. It's a title for it. It's not the only manifestation. You have to accept that. You have to accept it. Holy magic is not the only manifestation of light. It is a shade of the presence of light. It is not even light at its purest form. You're wrong. You're wrong. With no Jesus, you're talking about Judaism. If you go past Jesus, you're talking about Islam. Yeah, these are just people talking out of their ass about things from real life that they actually don't even know about either. This is the very same type of comments that I was getting on my video. Do you think Blizzard at least take their inspiration from Christianity to show how human view interprets the light? I mean, we could just pull up the wiki. How about you guys just do a little bit of reading, huh? Here, let me do it for you. I got you. Holy light. Wow. Let's take a look. Let's see what the wiki's interpretation is. It says down here, the perspective of the practitioners of the holy light is closely linked to agathism in its philosophy, where the end result is good even with the evil in between. It's also tied to holism, psychometrics on oneself, humanistic psychology, transcendentalism, and theological over-optimism. The philosophy, because it is not a religion, shows characteristics of real-world philosophies and religions such as transcendence, pantheism, and the Society of Friends via Quakerism. But it also actually says here, at least the interpretation of those who write here on the wiki, who I think have done a pretty good job here, that it's not a religion. It's a philosophy. It's a philosophy. Followers of the Holy Light do not worship any gods or beings. That is not an inherent part of it. And this is from the RPG, Church of the Holy Light. This is from before World of Warcraft even existed. Since before it even existed. The power comes from some benevolent force, simply known as the Light. Now, yes, there has been changes to it. There has been changes to it, but it's not new. It's not new. This isn't some Steve Denuser lore era change. Guys, this change was made by the same people who you praise for having written Classic. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. It has not been portrayed this way for 25 years. That's the point. I'm not even saying that they didn't once perceive it this way. It literally says, In the old games, like Warcraft 1, the clerics of Northshire Abbey did used to call the light God. However, God has absolutely lost all usage since then. It's not how this is portrayed. So you can try to relate this to your real life religion because it helps you identify with it as a cosmic force in WoW, but that's not what it is. That's not what it is. No matter how much you like it or not, it doesn't change the truth. That's not what it is. It hasn't been that for decades. Literally decades. Some of you clearly seem to think that this is something that happened in the last 5 to 10 years. It isn't. It isn't. And the perception that before Chronicle, that the holy light was just objectively good and people that use light are just objectively good, it isn't. I totally follow your reasoning, but there is some connection to Christianity, no? What is the definition of a church? Define church. A building used for public Christian worship, yes. So churches, some of the objects of it, yes. Yes, probably because in the Western world, especially in the United States, Christianity is a dominant form of religion, yes. I'm not saying that the church and stuff like that is not related to Christianity. What I'm saying is that this is literally the human interpretation. You're not understanding. The light isn't something that just exists for fucking humans. It's not. It also exists for other groups like Tauren, who do actually have an entity that they associate with the light via the sun, and that's Anshe. Church is not a building? Shut the fuck up, dude. I love how you know better than Oxford Dictionary definitions of words. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, man. This pedantic fucking idiotic arguing. Keep moving the goalposts. It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is that the light in World of Warcraft is not represented by any type of monotheistic worship. Yes, there are traces of Christianity in it. Sure. Yes. But that doesn't mean that it's inherently Christian. The light of the humans is but one interpretation. Yes, they have churches. Yes, they have deacons. Yes, they have other priestly monikers and titles and all of that stuff. Yes, they dress similarly. But what some of you are not fucking understanding is that doesn't objectively define what the light is. The human interpretation is one slice of what the light is. It's just not what you're making it out to be. It's just not what you're making it out to be. The only reason why humans even have light is because they commune with fucking Naru. Which one could argue have some, perhaps, similarities to Christian or Catholic or whatever the fuck depictions of more like almost eldritch angels, but it does exist as a more unknowable eldritch force. More Old Testament than Naru? Sure. I think it's more of a nod at old Christian Templar since it's always portrayed as being badass, fanatic, holy warriors, no? In World of Warcraft, it's not always the case, but there are people that identify with this. The undead priest says this, that the light is worshipped by all the races of Azeroth. He says it is energy that conforms to the user's intent. Then they get they get a meltdown when they find out Iluna's the only true god in WoW. It's funny because they don't consider, essentially nothing about the religious practices of the Night Elves screams Christianity. But Elune is considered holy as well. So therefore that must mean God. People, this is the struggle. They're allowing their real life religious beliefs to dictate what is occurring in this fantasy game. And it doesn't. It doesn't. They want to take their real life religion and just put it on this thing in the game so that they can identify with it and justify the use of the light, even in bad fucking ways. And it just isn't. It's not what they want it to be. And it hasn't been for, at the very least, over a decade. Over a decade, it has not been this way. And I would argue that even longer, because Arthas Menethil and the Scarlets, as far back as Warcraft 3 and Classic, pretty much proved it. Again, I will backtrack a little bit and admit that there are definitely some aspects of Christianity in it, but people's perception is all or nothing. They don't say, well, there's some parts of Christianity. They say, it is Christianity. It is holy. It is God. It's not. It's just not. And again, I would be willing to bet that these people are only knowledgeable about the human interpretation of light. That they probably don't know very much about the Night Elves, that they probably don't know very much about the Tauren. That they may not know very much about how different groups like individuals in the Elvish culture see it, which a lot of them do follow the Church of the Holy Light. It's only one way. Isn't that funny as fuck? Because you know what that's kind of an ironic reflection of? Real life. Where you have different groups, Catholics, Protestants, so on and so forth, who argue over which interpretation is right. Isn't that funny? That you get people who are trying to basically force their interpretation on everyone else. Funny how that works. Funny how they do the same fucking thing. That's crazy. This is part of why I like Critical Role Campaign 4. Because one of the important aspects of one of the characters is that although his family has kind of deceived him about what the light really is and what their kind of religious gifts that they have been bestowed are, he still believes in the teachings which he had revealed to him were basically all lies. He believes that that still has value. So Wikander Halavar has interpreted the light in a way that actually is not in alignment with the truth of his family, who are essentially a group of religious fanatics who have imprisoned and empowered themselves with the blood of a fucking angel, but believes in those teachings that they have value. So while Wikander is able to recognize that his family has the wrong of it, and that what he was taught growing up was basically a conversion and cult-like manipulation tactic, he still draws value from it. The light still means something else to him. He's able to recognize that it's not just some objective truth given to him by the people who know better, right? And that's what, frankly, in my opinion, that's what light and worship really are supposed to be. Connecting to a greater power, not having to have it aligned to a patriarchal structure where we must worship he who is God, and not basically oppressing other people who don't agree with our interpretation of what the light is. Because that's when light becomes actually bad. That's when the people who use it go on crusades and murder people for not agreeing with them. If someone has a facet or belief of spirituality and believes in a connected oneness, even if it's not personified by the light or represented by the light, that should be enough. But for some people, it isn't. It has to be my interpretation. It has to be holiness. It has to be God. It has to be. Anything else is blasphemy. It's dangerous. This is why some people actually hated the light, because when they were given any inkling that it was aligned with Christianity, they wanted nothing to do with it. Because the unfortunate truth is, while there's a lot of really great, kind-hearted, wonderful Christians in this world, there's a lot of bad ones too. There's a lot of bad ones too. But no, oh, holy means good. It just is good. Right. So people using the holy light to commit atrocities are good then. That's what you're saying. If the holy light is inherently good and groups like the Scarlets are able to wield it, then they're good, right? If the holy light is inherently good and people like Sargeras are able to wield it, then it's good. Then he's good, right? Is that the logic that you have? See, because to me, that comes across as extremely dismissive. Coming up with excuses to commit atrocities, which frankly, I think that's how a lot of people regard the history of certain Christian things in the past. Like the Holy Crusades? Being a good person, truly embodying the light, and truly embodying what is good means treating every situation as unique and responding as such. Being able to separate good and evil regardless of whether or not you have the ability to shield yourself with the light. It's just like the Cathedral of Light in Diablo 4. And just so you guys know, Chris Metzen grew up in a fucking household where they kind of tried to pressure religion onto him. And as a result, he and his friends were often extremely rebellious. Rock and metal, D&D, witchcraft and wizardry, things that are basically not accepted in Christian households. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Perhaps because of the dictative nature that they used as an excuse to basically dominate one another in that structure, they were put off by it. So it should come, frankly, as no surprise that especially people like Chris Metzen and those who grew up in an era where their families were trying to force this religious belief on them and did not respect their desire to consider other alternatives or interpretations, it should not come as any surprise that these people have a level of resistance to the idea and may have changed what was originally written as a god to something else. You don't have to like it, but you don't get to just pretend like it isn't true. Period. Period. I've always seen light as in-game depiction of Christianity. I see the interpretations of humans, Draenei, and Tauren as different branches of this Christian church. Man, just claim and take over everything, right? Christianity has a fucking monopoly on light and worship and priests, doesn't it? I guess it just does. Interesting. So the Egyptians who worship the sun god Ra, were they Christians? Is that Christianity? Is that how that works? Are the Mesoamerican and Mesopotamian... Mesoamerican's a better example. Groups who worship the light, I mean, are the Zandalari Christians? Is that what you're telling me? Is that the case? This is the problem. You just take that what you understand as Christianity and you just try to apply it to everything else. The irony is that's exactly what the Christian faith has done in its expansion. It's so fucking hilarious to me. Like, what the fuck? Yes, there are connections. But to say that every light faith in the game are just different branches of Christianity, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's so fucking crazy. I'm not even denying the connection at this point. There are tons of religious beliefs that have looked to the sun for worship. Mayans, that's what I'm talking about. South American, Mesoamerican. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. They're not fucking Christian. They never even met Christians. Those motherfuckers literally came across the sea on a boat. Do you understand what I'm saying? Guys, what you have to understand is that Christianity literally took facets of other religions and incorporated them in an attempt to spread its influence and replace existing faiths. And you act like it's the original. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? It's not even close to one of the oldest religions. It's not even close. So I would wager that the reason why you perceive these things as branches of Christianity is because you're only familiar with Christianity. Because, in my opinion, one of the things that Christianity does in its extreme aspects is to basically block you from looking at other religious teachings, to basically deny their existence. They don't matter. They're not real. They're not significant. And so I think you fucking treat it the same way in this game. That's wild. It's wild. It literally came across the ocean. cultures that are derived from cultures that existed in real life in the Western world before being converted to Christianity, because there's a power structure that's bearing down upon them, pushing them to do it, were not Christian. The Tauran is all about communing with nature and spirituality. Anshe and Musha are literal manifestations of the eyes of the Mother of Earth. It's not Christian. That's insane of you to say. That's actually insane. I get so heated about this because it's like, how the fuck are you so blind? Like, again, I'm sorry, you don't have to like it. You can distaste it. You can have distaste for it. You don't have to interact with it, but you don't just get to be like, well, that's not really how I interpreted it. Like, also, they didn't just become Catholic or Christian. There was bloody wars before that happened. Yes. Now, let me say again, this is exactly in tune with the point that I tried to make in my video. That doesn't mean that being Christian makes you bad. It's about how you interpret the powers and how you apply them to your life and behavior. There are Christians who are so kind. They will take in anybody. They will give charity. They will pull out the chair for anyone at the table, no matter their color, creed, race, religion, sexual orientation. It does not matter, because in the light of God, we give love to everyone. That is a good Christian person, in my opinion. The Christian who uses it as a reason to be xenophobic, to push away the downtrodden, to further victimize those that have already been victims, that's not true. That to me, and I'm not even a Christian, that to me is not true Christianity. That's not what being a good Christian is. So unfortunately, like the Scarlets, there are people who use the power and influence for bad and in selfish and bad ways, and there are people who don't. There are people who use it in good ways. That is the inherent point of the discussion. Hold on a second, I'm getting a call. What are y'all talking about? Answering the phone midstream is becoming surprisingly common as of late. It was I gotta talk to the vet for my dog. What? No judgment or anything? Then don't comment, because your comment is inherent. I mean, it feels like judgment. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Why are people answering their phones? It feels like on the streams I've been lately, people just answering their phones. Yeah, maybe because they got fucking people to talk to. It's a weird thing. Anyway, I wanted to get back to the definition as given by the Cosmic Forces section of Chronicle that says that pure light dwells in a realm outside of reality. So we've never seen pure light. Light manifests as holy magic, while shadow, also referred to as the void, which they're not the same thing, appears as shadow magic. I'd be more willing to bet that shadow is more associated with death and rather than void, and I think that void is something different. Void could actually be more associated directly in the group of light, and shadow the antithesis to life on the other side with that stuff. But anyway, regardless, then we have beings of the cosmos, denizens, right? The Naru are benevolent creatures of living holy energy. Okay, well, you can look at what Zira tried to do as benevolent, even if it's extremist benevolent, but the road to hell, as they say. It says here, they are perhaps, so it's not said with certainty, the Naru are perhaps the purest expression of the light that exists in the great dark beyond, which is the physical universe, right? So we think that they might be the purest expression in reality, but they're not the purest expression total, because pure light dwells outside of reality. They were also created during the great ordering of the cosmos, if that fucking tells you anything. Khadgar calls it the great ordering of light and shadow. These may or may not be the same thing. The Naru have vowed to bring peace and hope to all mortal civilizations and waylay the dark forces of the void that seek to engulf creation, which does sound inherently benevolent. They do try to say the same thing about the Titans, though, that the Titans are they're benevolent by nature. So, kind of hard to reconcile that when the evidence that you're provided in the game universe does not fit with this. So, again, it's just important to understand that holy light is a magical manifestation and shade of pure light as a cosmic power which exists outside reality. It's important to understand that the Naru and the holy light are not the absolute manifestation and will of the light. Like, what people often do is they look at the Legion and they go, that is the primal force of chaos, but it isn't. Even looking at Fel is not the primal force of chaos. It is a magical manifestation of it. And frankly, I would wager that basically all of the cosmic forces have different magical manifestations that represent them and are not true to the actual force itself. You understand? So it's just important to, I think, to consider that these entities that we think that represent different spheres of cosmic influence are not the actual cosmic force itself. Not the Naru, not the Titans, not the Void Lords. And the Void Lords that are pretty fucking close. They're all pretty close, I think, but they're not in it in its entirety. And I think part of the reason that separates them, one of the things that makes it clear that they're different, is that I do not believe, and I could be wrong, I do not believe that the cosmic force itself has much of an agenda. It may have traits, but I'm not sure that it has consciousness and intent, right? It might connect with different aspects of mortality that you can use to pull upon it. It maybe adheres to certain things like faith and conviction in the case of the light, but I'm not sure that it's sentient. I'm not sure that it is aware, right? Whereas entities comprised of magical manifestations of cosmic energy like the holy light, beings that utilize these powers, have intent. They are adhering to prophecies, or they're ordering the cosmos, or they're destroying the cosmos, or whatever. What I'm asking for is for people to consider, not even accept it as some kind of absolute truth, but to consider that the entities which utilize the power, the magical manifestations which there are more than one of for each power, and the cosmic power itself are connected but separate things. That is to say that we may never know the true and pure form of light that exists outside the boundaries of reality. The same with darkness and life and death and so on and so forth. We may never get to know those things. And once more, as I have said many times, Chronicle Cosmology chart, I believe that basically anything on this chart, especially as it pertains to entities that exist in reality, like the Wild Gods, Naru, Burning Legion, Eternal Ones, Titans, and Old Gods, that it's been ordered. So I would also like to say that the behavior of entities that have been ordered may not be true in representing what the actual cosmic force is. That is to say that primordial light and what it is and its manifestations are likely different than ordered versions of it. That is a very important thing to consider, because if that is the case, then what we think the Wild Gods represent is going to be different than them. What we think the Titans represent is going to be different than them. Old Gods, Eternal Ones, the Burning Legion, they are but shades of something greater, or even more eldritch and alien than we realize. But when we zoom in from this big-ass conceptual chart down to the nitty-gritty of one fucking civilization, like that is the humans, and say that because they have churches and deacons and priests and whatnot, that is just what the light is, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Full stop. It is one interpretation. It is one cultural interpretation of a very great power that exists outside our perception. And thus, if you try to take that and use it as a blanket to define everything that is the light, you're basically, what's the word? Commandeering the cosmic force and defining it within your own parameters. That's what's being done. It's not being true to what the power actually is. And I think that that is often done because we identify with these things. Right? To us, they are good. To us, they are bad. We perceive and receive them in different ways. We accept and we reject. We revere and we revolt. That's the case. It's how we interpret the power. But the problem that I'm seeing is that even though it has been this way for at least a decade, if not two, that people think that their interpretation is just the objective truth of what the light is. And I think that is a very, very bad way of thinking about it. It's very narrow-minded. That's the way I see it. It's very narrow-minded. And they get angry, and they blame the writers. They get pissed, because now they have to consider the possibility that this cosmic force that may not actually have sentience, as has been depicted for quite a long time, is not what they thought it was. But it's funny because you have people that will abandon as a result. Be more like Wiccander if you watch Critical Role. Don't just abandon it. What do you believe the light is? Whatever you think the light is, live as your interpretation is. But don't oppress and go against people who have a different interpretation. Don't try to just tell them that it's objectively good or that it's God, because you don't know that. You know what I'm saying? And I know that most of you understand this. I'm saying this in general, right? I'm saying it as a general thing. In Warcraft 2, they really downplayed the Christian connections to the light. So it's been in retcon for almost 30 years. Yes, it has. But you'll get people who make a narrative, perhaps in an uninformed manner, that portray this as some kind of recent WoW expansion thing. It is not. It is not. You can easily disprove that by using Arthas Menethil in Warcraft 3 as an example. And I do think, frankly, I do think that there are people who are so attached to the idea that it is part of why they try to justify the actions of someone like Arthas Menethil. Instead of considering what he could have done better, they just say that he couldn't have done anything different. He made the only choice he could. You know, I think he did the right thing. Oh, really? Really? deceiving his soldiers and hired mercenaries and marooning them in the fucking frozen wastes of Northrend in a vengeful, blind pursuit, even before picking up Frostmourne, to make that happen, that's the right thing? I don't think so. It would also be incredibly boring if that were all true, but people that believe that also usually think the WoW story writers don't think that deep about things, which they absolutely do. They absolutely do. But here's my opinion, and I have a lot of them, is that as soon as you can make something objectively good and evil and black and white like that, the opportunity for nuance not only goes out the window, and not only is this inherently unrealistic in any capacity, but it also allows people to use that goodness as a shield to do bad things and justify it as good, which is wrong. It also is fucking boring. It's fucking boring. It is fucking boring. It's not even that, even fucking Diablo. Diablo, the game with the name that means devil. Even that game has it. Even that game has it. And some people might not like the cultural shift, but maybe it's important to not teach people that just adhering to one religious practice makes you righteous by default. Maybe that's not healthy. Maybe that's not how we should handle it. Because that's how the Scarlets, that's probably how they think. Even though they do terrible things and are led by fucking racists and xenophobes. Like, yeah, great. They're great. They're great. I'm even willing to empathize with the Scarlets in terms of why they originally formed. But there are Scarlet defectors and the Scarlet Renegades, which people deny the existence of for some reason, because again, it goes both ways. It's so fucking hilarious to me. It goes both ways. You get people that also look at the light and they just say it's evil because their perception of Christianity as a whole is evil. It's all evil. It's actually fucking insane. But is this a cultural shift, or was it like that from the beginning? I think that this type of storytelling, and I could be wrong, I think this type of storytelling has been done for several decades now. Some would argue that the shift actually began happening in like the 70s. In the fucking 70s, 50 fucking years ago. Uther completely disavowed Arthas' irrational charge. One could make the argument Uther embodied the light a hell of a lot more than Arthas did at that point. Well, I don't know if I would say that he embodied what we agree are the benevolent aspects of interpretation of the light, right? But it doesn't mean that what Arthas did wasn't wielding the light. Again, we stop trying to ascribe the actions of people and the morality associated with it to the cosmic force itself. The entire argument is formulated on the premise that that's irrelevant. The cosmic force is just a power. It doesn't matter. It's how we utilize it that gives it morality. Period. Arthas had conviction and believed that what he was doing was right, and thus the light gave the power. Period. It doesn't make the light evil. It does the same exact thing for people who are doing good, because the light does not adhere to morality. It's not relevant to it. That's not what the light needs. The light needs faith and conviction, and in some cases sacrifice. But, you know what I'm saying? I would take one of those though. So the cosmic forces are basically less sentient chaos gods from 40k. Sure, that works. What I'm just trying to say is that I'm trying to say a lot, frankly. It's not exactly simple, but it's ironic. Again, it goes both ways. You have people that saw my video and went, yeah, it's because the light is evil. And you had people who saw it and went, yeah, it's because there's been some kind of cultural shift. The new writers fucking ruined it. And then you had some people that were like, no, the light is good. And so many of them are seemingly unable to even recognize each other's perspectives at all, which is the inherent issue that's occurring. That's the fucking problem. is that they reject any other interpretation other than theirs. I hope what you'll notice from my interpretation is that, at least I hope I'm not doing this, I'm not trying to align, I'm not trying to say the light is good or evil. I'm also not saying that it's because the bad new writers did it. I'm looking at it from basically a disconnected perspective of like, this is what the evidence we have points to. This is how it can be used. This is the history of it being used and examples of it. There you go. I don't have a personal connection. I don't care. Actually, I sort of do. I do through Sargeras and fire and stuff like that, but I've actually come back from that because I've realized that Sargeras might actually represent, he does, if what is true, was said about him is true, which I'm pretty sure it is. I always try to fucking mental gymnastics here to make it seem like he's not what people say he is, but he is. Based on what we have, he is. That he's a fucking villain. And that as proud and connected to the light as he may be, he's a fucking villain. He's a fucking villain. Period. It doesn't, I can try to make it so that he's not, but he is. He's fucking genocides worlds. That's villainous behavior. Period. So, he doesn't see himself that way, of course, but it is. So, I just think it's people don't want, it feels, I don't know what people want or don't want, but it feels like people don't, they just want to be able to look at it in black and white because it makes it easy for them. It just makes it easy. But it's just not that simple. It is way too complex, way too complicated in order to just be like this good, that bad. If it was that easy, but it isn't. Every group has people who have done bad fucking things, and every bad group has people who've done good things. It is nearly impossible, especially once you get into the complexity of the way that people have been raised, the lives that they live, the regions they live in, the powers that influence them, the way that they've been negatively influenced by other powers, superpowers, especially political powers. You just can't boil it down, but we do, because it's the easiest way to remove nuance, emotion, empathy, and compassion. Because it's easier to pretend like they're a fucking monster than to consider the possibility that that's not true. Which is exactly what the fucking humans and orcs did to each other, for the record. It's exactly that fucking, it is exactly that conflict. I think people want a classic good versus evil Lord of the Rings story from what I've been reading instead of postmodern moral relativism. Well, that's fine that they can prefer that. But when they speak about postmodern moral relativism as though it is some kind of objectively bad thing or bad writing, it becomes disingenuous. People far too often are taking their opinion and saying it as though it is a fact. Period. And I would also like to say that while Lord of the Rings is often looked at as a classic good versus evil story, I find that hilarious because the very nature of Morgoth's betrayal is inherently gifted to him by Eru Ilúvatar. Wait a second. So you're telling me that the creator entity of the universe in that, whom created good and evil, that there is no nuance to that whatsoever? There's no nuance there. There's just good and there's just evil. Did my YouTube stream just... Okay, no, it's working. It's funny how they try to say that, but I've read enough of the Silmarillion to recognize that Eru had a design that intentionally incorporated evil. That's the point. Eru gave Melkor the freedom of choice. He didn't command him to be evil. But with the freedom of choice is born the concept of evil. That's the point. That's the point. Why give him choice at all if he didn't intend for him to have the ability to do evil things? Oh, I just gave him free will, which is literally what is inherently necessary for the capacity for good and evil. But there is no evil there. By its own nature, it can only exist with the existence of free will unless dictated to be evil by the creator himself. Guys, holy fucking shit. It feels like such blind Christianity. That being said, is Melkor then not evil? Melkor is. Melkor is as was made by the creation of Eru Ilúvatar. Melkor is. Period. He just is. I'm not saying evil. He is. Keep moving the goalpost. That's how I see that. Oh, well, Melkor, though, I mean, what is there like, part of the reason why he's gifted such power, and part of the reason why he ends up so arrogant and jealous, is because of the nature of the gift given by Eru. You have to understand, Eru literally enabled the evil to exist. And out of that evil rose great hope. That's the Jesus Christ, man. Why don't people get that? It's the contrast that is necessary. Let's go back to Buddhism. If we would like to use that as an example, the yin and the yang. We can get into Taoism. Let's get into that. The nature of black and white. That evil is not recognizable without good, and good is not recognizable without evil. It just exists. There is no premise of good and evil without the contrast of one another. Without Morgoth, there is no good. Don't you understand that? Because without evil, there is no good. There is just what is. And I'm sorry, but like, you're gonna, like, am I supposed to believe that Eru Iluvatar didn't know that this would happen? Eru had literally deep-seated plans down the timeline of the world, like the rise of things like humanity, which would only happen once we got to a specific point. So I'm sorry, I won't be convinced that, and perhaps I can be with more discussion, but I won't be convinced that Eru didn't know. Melkor is also given the potential to do good, as he did in the age before. Yes, he was even given second chances where he did work alongside the Valar in not doing evil things. But, you know, Eru hints that Melkor will eventually come to see the grander design and choose to be good by the end. Commander Mograine says, let me ask you this, brothers and sisters. Can good exist without evil? Can there be light without dark? And there's people that would answer that and say yes. So again, I'm sorry I get passionate, man. I hope that you don't take it as like that I'm like raging at you. I just get very passionate because what I take from these stories, and I'm not the only one, is that the evil that exists in the world is also given by the hand of God. And people like to try to separate them and be like, well, God and Satan, totally different things, but they're not. That's not how I see it. By the very actions of the omnipotent, omniscient God, to allow such a thing to occur, you don't allow it to happen and then be like, well, I didn't think it would. I gave him the capacity to be evil, but I didn't think he would do it. Like, dude, what the fuck? It's like if God didn't want man and Adam and Eve to be able to experience what it is to be like God or as God by consuming the fruit in the garden, why did he put it there? Why is it there? I just think that it's such a weird thing to be like, well, he gave him a chance, he could made it so they could be evil. It's just like, what the fuck? Feels like just dodging it. It feels like just dodging it. One could argue ego. I think it's also just for simplicity's sake. I would also like to point out that even though I don't think he did a particularly good job in some aspects, Tolkien did not want the Silmarillion and the story of Middle-earth to be interpreted via allegory. That was not his intention. In fact, he deliberately did not want it to be interpreted via allegory. So the allegorical connections that people make, it's just how people compare and contrast and make sense of. It's fractals. You almost can't not have allegory because the nature of inspiration and repeating story fractals. That's like, you can't just make it not be a thing. He's supposed to be an all-knowing God that knew what would happen there 100%. Also, it's a serpent that tempts them, and it is explicitly not the devil. Yeah, why have things in the garden that tempt? Like, I just feel like you don't just put it there and then, oh, well, their fault. Sure, the creations can sometimes affect their creators. Satan was Lucifer, the light bringer, who was an angel. it's so interesting because the structure of it tries to paint this image like God was betrayed. Bitch. God fucking knew. God knew. He's supposed to be almighty, right? He fucking knew. It knew. And it's so, I feel like some people think that, I mean, they hear that and they think that's like blasphemy. But it's like, dude. It's literally God's fault. What the fuck? The Lucifer series shows the potential as well. The devil doing good next to humans and angels, blasphemy. Thou shalt not put thy fork in this power socket that I put here so that you can be tempted to stick the fork in the power socket. I guess my belief is that the westernized perspective that God is good is a lie. God is good and evil. He's not just, it can't just be both. That's how I see it, especially with the stories that they tell. And if God is good and evil, then is God either? What a beta. Biblically accurate milligram experiment. Anyway, that's my TED Talk. Thanks for coming out. I just got some food here in front of me, so I'm trying to get that. Jesus knew Judas was going to betray him. But if you don't give your creation the power to choose between following you or evil, you're just creating robots. Yeah, but you're also not creating good. Because without evil, there is no good. Morality doesn't exist when everything just is by a set of rules. And there's people that use this logic to basically absolve themselves of responsibility by saying it's all predetermined and they have no free will. Therefore, they're not good nor evil. Agreed. Eru, just like the God of Abraham, allows the enemy to do evil things in the mortal world to allow for beauty to arise from the experience of mortals choosing good or evil. The why in all of it, at least regarding Christianity, falls into the idea of the great mystery. Some scholars argue that God created everything as a way to experience himself. But again, that's left up to the creator to comprehend and the creator alone. Yes, Bale, and I agree with you. And by this inherently mysterious nature, I think that there are some people who don't consider why, because we're trying to understand, if you could just make everything good, why not just do it? Right? And instead, they choose to ignore what you're describing and just make it out to be that it's just good, and that the bad is something else. That it's something else that like came in, like almost like it's alien, and that it isn't related to the creator. That's what gets me fired up, because it's like, no. The stories that we're told make it pretty clear that they're related. And I'm not a religious scholar, okay? I'm not. So, this is just as I understand it. You can't create something greater than yourself. It's always less. Not true with the help of others. You can create something greater. Well, there's a paradox that arises, Mikuni, in that, let's say you're the only singular being in existence, and you want to create something. By nature of your existence, can you ever create something as great as you, for you are almighty and above everything? The argument is no, but you're saying with help, but when the help that you have is created by you, doesn't make any difference. This is one of the oldest debates in history. Plato asked if something is something pious because the gods approve of it, or do the gods approve of it because it is pious? Trying to teach us about relativity and perception of faith. It's fascinating that we still debate this topic. Well, this is why, because people seem to think that postmodern moral relativism has no value, because they would like to adhere to traditional views of morality. But when you analyze actions of those who adhere to traditional structures of morality, you find that not everything they do is moral. So it's like, should we treat things with more complexity, more nuance? And when we do, can we learn something from that? I would argue that yes, we can. And I would argue that even if there has been a shift in World of Warcraft's story, that I don't think that it's a bad one. There are, however, evidently people who do think that it's a bad shift. I would also be willing to bet that almost every single one of those people has a clearly aligned sense of morality, if not connection to religion. But when you become dogmatic and you reject other perspectives, because part of the teachings of your perspective is that you should reject all other perspectives, which is an inherent flaw of the light. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why I think that some modernized faiths are problematic. And it's not even necessarily how modern they are, but to deny everything else. It's a little prideful, don't you think? It's called moral compass because morality is round, not linear. Morality is one direction. Morality in one direction might seem less moral from another perspective. And this, I think, is a core part of the issue that people have, is that they can't consider the perspectives. I mean, I don't blame them in Warcraft. They can see the effects of belief directly. Healing wounds and even occasionally resurrection. That's hard to argue against. Yes, but that does... You can heal wounds with fucking shadow. You can, this stuff is... You're trying to make it out to be that this stuff is unique to the light. It is not. Does the light perhaps have more methods through which this has been accomplished? Sure. But is it specific and unique to the light? No. There's literally a spell in the game called Shadow Mend. Like, it's not the only thing that can heal. Elements can heal. Nature and druidism can heal. Fel can fucking heal. So you can look at that and choose to ignore all of the other aspects that can accomplish that and say, oh, well, it's good as a result, but that doesn't make it true. That's true, but that's before they learned about the void, and lore that took a specific priest. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that it's possible. Just because they had a proclivity towards one force before the other doesn't mean that the other force is any less valuable as a result, nor capable of accomplishing the same thing. It doesn't matter. Flame can cauterize, yeah. But the One Ring, when used by good people to do good things, will still be corrupted in the end. So what? People with stronger willpowers can resist it for longer. It's the nature of something that is made to be evil. But again, it's made with Sauron, Morgoth, all in mind under the umbrella of Eru Iluvatar. It's fascinating that some of you guys try to separate Morgoth, Sauron, and the events that they were involved in from Eru. I just think that's so interesting. I think that's so interesting. As though they're not related. I don't know. God created the devil. The question is why? I get that. It's just why the light took over as dominant. If they knew then what they know now, the whole path would be more diverse. Yes. I mean, that's what a disciplined priest is. To skirt the line between light and shadow. And it's very dangerous to do so. Bikuni, I would agree with that. That's very similar to how I would interpret the creation of the universe, or creation of Arda, of Ea, all things, in the Silmarillion as well. And this is actually brought up in the Silmarillion. Like, when Aule gets caught having made the dwarves, Eru's like, why'd you do that? And Aule's like, well, I only would do what you would grant me the ability to do. So, in a way, you did this. Like, and Aule is like, huh. Okay, fair enough. I guess I'll allow them to come into the world, but only at the right time. As far as I understand, the dilemma of mortals not being able to demonstrate the love and goodness of, well, Christ, for example, I would argue that. I think that they could. I think that people can and have. Comes from the idea that every human's inherently corrupted and therefore everyone needs to be saved through faith. Well, isn't that a bitch? Isn't that a convenient thing for the monolithic structure of religion that is Christianity? You're all corrupted, and the only way to be saved is to practice faith through our church. Isn't that convenient? See, that's where I don't agree. That's some made up bullshit. I don't agree with that. That's what I think anyway. No, I don't agree. That concept arose before the church was formed, though, and that's fine. And that's fine. To be fair, there are times where I do think that pretty much everyone is in a capacity corrupted, if you will. But I don't think that you have to... Again, I think that not being able to separate how things arose as concepts before and how they're treated now, I think are important. I'm probably not doing that myself in this instance. But at the same time, like... I can see the perspective of basically everyone being corrupted. I don't agree, though, that in order to overcome that, it can only be done through, like, practiced faith, especially in the case of organized religion like Christianity. I think it comes down to willpower, and I think that there are other religious structures such as that which exists with like Buddhism, Hinduism, and stuff, that can allow you to find that level of peace and kind of not even set. See, the thing is, I don't think it's about being saved from corruption. I think it's about accepting that it's there and recognizing when to do the right thing anyway. I don't believe in the concept of being saved. I don't. I think I'm very much more like Illidan, where I think only we can save ourselves. It's not about overcoming. There's no way to overcome because of our moral limitations. Then what is it? Is it about forgiveness? What is it? It was more about saving the soul from darker forces that would gladly take it. What was once pitched as salvation has been warped into conformity, though. Thank you. Like, do you want to chill with Muzela or Elune in the afterlife? I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really know. I get the comparison you're trying to make, but I can't comfortably say I don't know. I don't know enough about Elune. I don't fucking know. It depends. In heaven, are they, I mean... Here's the real question. Do you get to fuck baddie demon bitches in hell? That's all I gotta know. I'm just kidding. Seriously, I don't fucking know. I don't know. I'm just joking, but you know, on one side, one is supposed to be like pious and reserved, and the other is supposed to be like indulgent and full of sin. It just so happens that a lot of the great things in life that are fun are considered sin. So, I don't know. I don't know. Do you really burn in hell when you go there? Or, you know, and it's everything has extremes, right? So, it depends on how you perceive what the extreme is. I don't know. I'm just making jokes, but I don't know. I don't know. I just think the concept of that is the whole one or the other thing. I guess in a way, like, this is part of why I don't really believe in heaven and hell, because I kind of think that to an extent, I think it's all here. And it's what you make it. Life is the actual experience that you're looking for. All the pain and suffering and darkness, it's all here. All the hope and joy and light, it's all here. Don't gotta look somewhere else for it, it's right here. But, oh. I've always perceived heaven and hell as a state of mind and being, and I can understand why you think that. That's how some of the more Eastern philosophies look at it as well. I agree with this comment entirely. What is pitched as salvation has been warped by humanity into conformity. And I'm glad that you guys say this, because that's similar to what I'm arguing kind of exists in WoW. The original true source of pure light is unknowable. We may have some ideas about it, but truthfully, we don't know it. We can only look at what different interpretations of it show us. We can look at magical manifestations of it and beings born of those magical manifestations. We can look at different religious structures, right? But that's where I think the flaw exists, is that the conformity, which in some cases exists in the form of the paladins of the Silver Hand, although pious and good for the majority, it's been shaped into something else. It's not really the truth of what it is. And I think that most of this is not unique to light. I think this is damn near every fucking major monopolar cosmic force representation in World of Warcraft is like this. We don't really know the truth of any of it. We see everything through the lens of perspective and interpretation. All of it. All of it. With no exception. All of it. Light, void, death, life, fucking order, chaos, all of it is through the perspective of mightier beings often cosmic in nature, which we don't have evidence actually truly represent the pure cosmic force itself. So even if there is a type of objective description of the pure light that exists, we don't experience that. Not anymore. And that's why I harp so much on recognizing different interpretations of the light, because I perceive that there is far too many people that perceive the human interpretation as the objective truth. And I think that is folly. That's why I chose to make that video and try to discuss this as well, because ultimately, if we can't know it, then all we can do is interpret it and use it in the way that we see fit, as long as it conforms with the kind of metaphysical rules that are required in order to wield it, like conviction and stuff like that. That's it. We don't know what it really is. It's beyond us. It doesn't even exist in reality. So, that's where I'm coming from, Did DPS interrupt in hell? Huh. Probably not. The quote says, "The light has struck a bargain with the enemy of all." Yes. Enemy of all equals death, Kalia? I mean, I kind of think that the enemy of all is order, personally. And the light striking a bargain with order could make a lot of sense. I would also say that we can't ignore this. There have been 2 times historically, once in Warcraft 3 and the other I can't remember when the term enemy of all or enemy of all that live has been used. And I believe that both instances referred to the Burning Legion. So the light striking a bargain with the Burning Legion, let's be honest, guys, as unlikely as that may seem to some of you, I don't think it's that unlikely. I mean, look at the leader of the Burning Legion. That's why I pointed out in my video, like, he runs the Burning Crusade. Motherfucker is perhaps one of the craziest religious fanatics in the universe. If not, like, the original. Like, he's literally burning light and is intent on snuffing out the corruption in the universe by burning it all. Like, the fuck? That's why I said he's like a Scarlet Crusader. You just wouldn't call him a Scarlet because that's a specific faction. But then people would go, well, what about the Naru and the army of the Grand Army of the Light fighting against the Legion on Argus? Yeah, I don't know. Is that an ordered section of light? What is that? I don't fucking know. I don't know what light really is. I'm not gonna pretend like I fucking do. The whole point is that I don't know. And again, when you look, like I showed in my video, when you look at the Paladin talent tree, it literally has Burning Crusade on it. Sargeras is a Ret Paladin? Yes. I believe so. Yes. In Paladins are either warriors who learn the way of the light or priests who learn the way of combat. So, yeah, I do think so. I mean, he summons a blade out of light. And honestly, it doesn't look that fucking different from Blade of Justice. In my video, when he draws the blade, I literally have on the screen, Blade of Justice, Lamau. But people, they look at him being the leader of the Burning Legion and they go, well, that's chaos, that's not light. Bro, they're right fucking next to each other on the cosmic chart. Like, they're right next to each other. His ultimate goal is to cleanse corruption from the cosmos to stop what? What is Sargeras trying to stop? Darkness. Like, that's his thing. That's like the thing. He's trying to stop darkness. Not a paladin, not connected to the light. My fucking nutsack. Yes, he is. He blatantly is. But it doesn't mean he's a good guy. That's the thing. It doesn't just make him good. Just because he uses a power or is connected to it, it doesn't make him good. That's why I've stepped back on the Sargeras good guy thing, to be honest, because I have to realize that, like, as much as I would like for the history about him to be falsified and him not even to be the true leader of the Burning Legion, the amount of assumptions that I have to make to come to that conclusion is too many. And so it is most likely wrong. I had to take a step back and go, these characters who are enraged and feel as though what they're doing is righteous and feel wronged and feel that there's corruption, it doesn't mean that they're good. And for a long time, I was identifying with that. Like, fuck it, I'll be a Sargeras. And then I got really high and I reflected on that and thought, man, but what if they're not what I like to think they are? Like, what if it isn't that? And that was kind of sucked because you sit there and you're like, what if, maybe he really just did do this. And like, he's really just like a zealot and he's proud and he's angry and he thinks that what he's doing is right, but he's doing more damage than good. And like, I sat there and I was like, I don't think I can support this guy. Like, I can't support that because if it isn't what I like to think it is, because really, even what I want Sargeras to be is perhaps more of a reflection of how I see the light and doing the right thing and people obscuring the truth and him wanting to do this thing. It's more of a perhaps representation of me than what he truly is. And at some point, you have to be able to consider, what if they're not even different? What if Sargeras is literally the fantasy manifestation of my ideals? And that's a tough pill to swallow. That's a real tough pill to swallow, because when you are trying to come up with excuses and perspective for why someone does something, it doesn't mean that you're objectively wrong in the reasoning for why it happens. But what you have to be willing to accept is that other people are not going to see it the same way. That's morality. So when I realized that, I was like, damn, I might have been kind of not even realizing that I was supporting a philosophy of self-righteous, savior complex, destruction, and rage. And when I thought about that, I was like, damn, oh my God, I might be a zealot. Like, hold on here. Hold on now, just a second here now. I've even been thinking about changing my profile pictures to not be the version of like my face on Sargeras, because I've come to realize like this guy might actually just be a villain. Like, what the fuck? Even if he thinks he's doing the right thing. But sometimes thinking that you're doing the right thing can just make you do more bad stuff. It's like I've long been able to say, I can't sit there and justify with the information that I have now, and even with more information, I don't know that there's ever a moment that I can justify some kind of universal fucking genocide of entire worlds. I just can't, like, even if you were to have a story of like, well, if he doesn't do this, it will be consumed by the void and it'll be it becomes more gray if you do that. Where it's like, well, it's either this or be consumed by the void. Okay, well, that's fucked up. But at least I think that I don't know, at least give the people on the world a chance to fight. Team up with them rather than eradicate them because you think that they're going to bring the corruption, if that's the case, right? And then it can become gray as well if it's like, well, technically, it's because the Titans have ordered the cosmos, pushing it closer to a state of absolute entropy. The only way that he can undo this is by burning it all. But then you realize that this comparison is not that different from what Arthas Menethil did, and I vehemently disagree with what Arthas Menethil did. There are other things he could have done. He could have asked for help. He could have not been such a little fucking spoiled brat. They could have tried to quarantine people who had not yet turned and slay them if they do turn. They had a fucking army of paladins. He went in there and did it all himself with the help from a couple others. Like, there are options. And so if I'm going to be that critical of Arthas, I have to do the same thing with Sargeras. There's always a choice. There's always an alternative to the extreme solution. And I think that it's easy to buy into, I must just commit to the extreme. And I mean, I think that's how a lot of extremism exists in real life. And there are extremists on all sides, just for the record. So with that being the case, it's like I have to treat every situation as unique. And there may come a time where even if it turns out that he was manipulated or whatever, similar to Sylvanas, she did not lack free will. She still had a choice. And Anduin Wryn's story in Shadowlands is meant to inform her of this fact. It is meant to inform her of, like, you might feel tormented, you might feel like something terrible and wrong has happened to you, and you know what? Those things are true. But you can't use that as an excuse to say you have no free will. I know that you're hurting. I know that this has not gone how you wanted. And I know, I can see it in you, that you're trying to give me the choice that you never had because you were forced into domination. But you're not forced to do this right now. You're not forced to put that fucking sword in my hand. You're not forced to dominate me. You have a choice, Sylvanas. Recognize it. That's what Anduin was trying to get her to do in those Torghast cinematics. You're the one that holds all the power. Make your choice. And that's, I mean, ultimately Sylvanas chose wrong. She put the fucking sword in his hand. She made the wrong decision. She went the bad route. But she had the choice. So I'd like to think the same with Sargeras. He has the choice, but he maybe has convinced himself that he doesn't. And that's where self-righteous, violent zealotry can be born from. Convincing yourself that you didn't have a choice when you did. And that's expressed through the dichotomy of the two parts of Sylvanas' soul. There was no other way. How could you not see that? Well, there was another way. There's always a choice. Hope got squished and they got desperate. Yep. And desperate times call for desperate measures. And so they justify it, but it's all fear. It's fear and it's pride and it's hatred and it's anger. That's what fuels, if what we are told about him is true, that's what fuels a character like Sargeras. All of the bad things. And the saddest part is, although it is probably part of Azeroth's design, because Azeroth I perceive very similarly to Eru Iluvatar, but it's not that he didn't have a choice. Just like Morgoth, he had a choice. He just chose the darker route. But would the first ones, or Azeroth, be unaware of this potential or likeliness to occur? I don't think so. To a degree, I think the only things that don't adhere to a grand cosmic design are mortals. Anything mortal basically breaks that rule. Fate is not real. Destiny is not real. Destiny is what you make it. Fate is your own. Period. As a mortal being. I wonder if the first ones is their attempt to create an Eru for the Warcraft universe. I don't think so. I think Azeroth is pretty squarely that. Azeroth is the manifestation of the power of free will, and I believe creation and destruction incarnate. Like, she even granted the dwarves their life force, or the earthen their life force, and allowed them to become sentient again. Like, I'm pretty sure that the Radiant Song, yeah, I think that it's Azeroth. I've long thought that Azeroth is the creator entity. Very long time I've believed that. But not just creator and destroyer. It's both. And who knows if we should even call her Azeroth. Azeroth could be the creator, Argus the destroyer, the unmaker, as it were. But together, similar to the two grand deities of Diablo, they come together to create the one entity. Is that even Azeroth anymore? Or is that just a name? We don't know. We don't really know what lies at the core of our world. We don't really know what that brilliant, radiant flame is with its blue, flames along the outside. We don't know what that is. I would hope that maybe by the end of it we do know. But yeah, I basically see Azeroth as Eru, and I see the Titans as the Valar. Generally speaking. The reasoning with mortals is why still, I think at some point we will become the enemy of all. Maybe we're born into a cosmos that is predetermined, pre-fated, predestined, and our ultimate liberation is learning how to break free from that, or breaking free from it. But we already are called the Breaker of Chains, Movers of Fate. You know, we already hold those titles, so we're not beholden to cosmic destiny. That's already been proven to me multiple times over. But the way that they have seemingly connected that with Azeroth, like Azeroth's ability to directly and deliberately resist the power of domination, I think is pretty indicative that she herself is likely related not only to free will, but one of the things that often accompanies beings with free will, that being flesh, is going to be mostly associated with Argus. That's what I think. And that's an old theory, but that's still what I think. Flesh is his gift. He is your true creator. And yeah, how that's viewed, I don't know. Different interpretations for that, but creation and destruction bound as one. That's how I see it, I guess. And I think it's even possible at one point that cosmic entities that don't have free will, as Chris Metzen has said repeatedly, that, you know, things of magic and things like that, cosmic entities, they don't have free will. I think that that may not have always been the case. Free will could have been something that was viewed as a corruption and that they were trying to basically exterminate from the cosmos. You know? Yeah, half hero, that shit's crazy, huh? Yeah, it's a crazy quest. I'm curious if we are actually the original timeline and not just one of the variables that becomes more successful than an original idea. It's possible. I don't really personally like all the timeline shit. Ultimately, like, heroes arise in every timeline, it seems. And through our interactions with those timelines, we effectively become part of them anyway. My philosophy on the one true timeline is that alternate timelines effectively don't really exist. They exist as variable options, potentials, but they're not real until they're either directly linked to our reality or until we make the decisions that make them real. That is to say that the one true timeline is the only true timeline because it's the one where how do I put this? I almost see all the other alternate timelines as branches off of a great tributary, or tributaries off a great river that feed back into it as possibilities, but they're not they don't hold the same weight as the core timeline. They're possibilities, but they don't exist until we make them real, so to speak. So they're kind of echoes or things that exist as like mirages that we can kind of make real through our actions, but they're not. That basically the only thing that's real is now, here and right now, in the reality in which we interact with. The one where our willpower makes it so. You know what I mean? Rather than it being, you know, it's why I would say that, like, I don't think that Azeroth's world soul exists. Maybe it does. Maybe it is universal. But if it existed in all the other timelines and the timelines were permeable and permanent, I don't know if I should use those two words together, but that why wouldn't the Legion just go take that timeline? Why wouldn't they just do that? Right? There's an alternate Azeroth. Legion could just go take that one. But and then our reality it doesn't affect us. But I guess the whole multiversal, multi-timeline, alternate reality shit, I don't really like it. And that is part of what informs the way that I see the one true timeline. And I also think that Aman'Thul and the Titans may have tried to exert their influence over this timeline to get some kind of specific outcome, but I don't know if they're going to. Because ultimately, whatever comes out of this timeline is going to be dictated by what we and Azeroth make it. And at this point, I do basically see us as like champions imbued with representations of the conscious effort or whatever of Azeroth, and that we are her champions. This is like, that's part of why we can surmount like anything. But I also like the idea, and I have lots of ideas, of course, but I also like the idea that Azeroth doesn't even exist anymore. That she's not some ball of light that exists at the center of our world, but rather something that is spread out as energy through the planet and exists within us. And that those visions we're seeing, they're not coming from inside the world, they're coming from within our soul, in our dreams and our hopes. They come from deep down, somewhere else. And that, like Koresh, that like there's an exchange, and that Azeroth does not live independently anymore, but within us. That's one of the ideas that I do have that I enjoy a lot, because it means that, like, she's not gonna wake up and like just fight the Titans and save the universe. Like, we are the ones that are gonna do that, because she basically lives on through us, even if that's an awakened memory or something that's happening. What are your thoughts on the Devourers? They oddly reminded me of the Eldrazi from MTG, so I don't know much about the Eldrazi, so I can't comment on that. We saw them on Koresh, and I wonder what that implies about them. Well, they came through, apparently, what was it? They came through from the Shadowlands when Tazavesh was moved from the Shadowlands back to Koresh. Okay? So they kind of hitched along. They kind of jumped on the train and took the ride, right? So that's how they got here. It may not have been difficult for them because the area in which Koresh exists, which I believe at this point is the Void, is a lower energy state. So they've come here looking for energies of Koresh to feed upon them. I basically think that the Devourers are what happens when you have something that may have once been a fundamental and integral part of a system, that is starved of energy and no longer exists in a healthy way or energy state that it was supposed to originally. So I kind of see the Devourers as something that arose out of a division, a shattering of the Shadowlands. They exist in the in-between now, and they're starved of energy. They're not given a lot of energy, so they're driven to consume it. They are ceaselessly hungering. So Eldrazi's nature is ceaseless hunger. There you go. They travel between planes and worlds, devouring the mana and life energy till the plane's destruction. Okay. I think that they are meant to be a microcosm in the sense that they existed primarily in the Shadowlands in this system for the Void. And I think that the Void is ravenous for energy. It exists at the lower energy state, looking for something to feed upon at all costs. Because if you basically cease to have energy, you cease to exist. And so the Void is driven very similarly, like the Devourers, to consume. And I don't know if that's just the nature of the Void or if something happened to it to cause that to be the case. Yeah, so Sano, the light did nothing wrong. I actually agree with you. The light didn't do anything wrong. Yrel and her Sycophant fucking Lightbound and the Light Mother whom they serve, they're doing something wrong. Because I don't equate Yrel and the Light Mother, whether she wants to call her that herself or not, which is presumably a Naru, being fueled and guided by the light. See, Dark Dragon, I feel like it's funny that you argue with this person because I feel like you've missed the entire point of what I've been discussing today. I feel like you missed the entire point. In my opinion, it's not just the light made them do that. But I would also argue, again, there are different forms of light. There could be a form of light like that of the Naru, which is more blinding, which is more zealous, which is more influential or perhaps corruptive. But again, that shade of this power that exists in reality is not the pure manifestation or necessarily clear intention of the light. Right? So ultimately, I don't think that Yrel is mind-controlled by the light. Do I think that there is perhaps a level of influence? Sure, but I think that that could be argued about any magic that's being used. Arcane is highly corruptive. Fel is highly corruptive. I think that there are some magics that are more cosmic and influential than others. You don't really see like elemental corruption. You don't really see like druidic corruption, generally speaking. But you do see more corruption from things like light, void, arcane, and fel. So there are perhaps more cosmic forces that are maybe less compatible or more influential upon the mortals in their realm as magical manifestations of greater cosmic powers outside reality than things that are more earthly, like maybe spirit decay, druidism, shamanism, those kinds of things, right? Like, there's no corrupted shaman. You can become corrupted by, whatever. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, the elements don't corrupt you. It's not like an inherently corruptive magic, like Fel or Arcane, right? I would argue that Arcane and Fel are the most corruptive magic. I would actually say Light and Void are a step down. They're influential, but maybe not as physically corruptive and mind-bending. I think the Void, you can make an argument for that, and then I'd actually put lower than that things like Spirit and Decay and Elements and Nature and stuff like that. Now, again, are there spore creatures who can seed into and infect your mind and control you? Yes, but is that life itself? No. No. So I agree, Sano. The light did nothing wrong. The light did nothing wrong. It's the people who choose to wield it poorly. And part of the way, again, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So I think that with any cosmic force, effectively, that you can be corrupted by the power that it brings you. I don't know. I don't know. How are the Dark Shamans in Orgrimmar raid described again? As Dark Shamans who use the element of decay to twist the elements for miles around. They're using decay to subjugate the elements, whereas Spirit is used to pacify the elements. I think Druids go feral instead. I think that only occurs under certain circumstances, like being exposed to the nightmare, like being exposed to the wolf, the pack form, as they were in the case of the Scythe of Elune, and what led to the Curse of the Worgen. And perhaps those that spend too long in isolation. But frankly, I think you can go feral and mad by just spending time in isolation regardless of your alignment. Velen did explain why the Scarlet Crusade are evil in spite of using the light. Can't remember when it happened recently. Well, it's about their conviction. It's about their belief in what they're doing is right. But the light choosing to grant them power doesn't make the light evil. And also, people like the Paladins of the Silver Hand or the Argent Dawn, using their power to do good things, even if a little extreme sometimes and not as orderly as the Silver Hand. That doesn't make it good either. It's just a power. So it's not a situation where like light is just good and no one can argue that. Or light is just bad and no one can argue that. No, light is just a neutral force. Just neutral. And it's about how the people wield it. But there's too much conflation between people's perception that the light in World of Warcraft is just a Christian representation and the way that they view God, to realize that, one, it isn't. It's one aspect of it via the humans that portrays it in this way. And also, they don't worship a god. You know, I'm just repeating myself from earlier. There's so many aspects that do not conform to Christianity, but people like to view it that way because it helps them align with it in the game and make them feel like they're on the right side and the good side. But it is relative. And ultimately, the powers are neutral. I feel like I've kind of said enough about that. And often, again, people are taking the human interpretations and discussing them as though they represent the entirety of the light, which, as I've discussed at length today, I don't believe is the case. Ashamain went too far feral in her attack on the Burning Crusade? Sure, she's also a wild god who's like connected to otherworldly powers of the dream. She's also a cat. So like, it's not just, oh, druids go feral. I don't really think that's the message there. This Zaxxas video won't have any spoilers, I hope. I'm assuming it's just speculation about Vol'jin's return and stuff like that. I think every physical manifestation of the light doesn't represent the direction or morality of the light itself. I don't think we'll ever know what the real motive of the light is, if there even is one. Yeah, I agreed. Regarding the idea that Azeroth created the universe, I wonder how things will go if they ever stick with the light and void clash creation myth as the truth. It's just another one of those situations, though, where it's like, so there was some form of existence in the light and the void. Like, it's not a case of there just was nothing, you know? All right, let's see this video. No, Jerry, you're good. I didn't. You're good, dude. It's all good.
The new Patriot power generator, 2200X, has 2,200 and.
Years ago, on the darkest shores.
Still upset Blizzard didn't make Galliwix a Dreadlord. It would have been such a good It would have been such a good opportunity. No, Blizzard gave us Lady Liadrin instead. Womp womp. Oh my god. I'm just not gonna read. Sorry.
Years ago, on the darkest shores, a brave troll fell in battle, facing an ancient enemy. But his tale did not end there. The Loa had plans, and justice had the loudest cry of all. Today, I will lay bare the path that Blizzard has set in stone for the grand return of Vol'jin, and how his legacy as Loa will be decided in midnight. Grab the closest flask of mojo and buckle up.
There may be mild spoilers ahead.
Vol'jin, son of Sen'jin, struck down by a demon, deceived by a whisper, and doomed the Horde by naming Sylvanas war chief. But the spirits do not see things this way, for Darkspear never die, and Vol'jin's greatest trial lay yet before him. Vol'jin lived not for power, but for his people. He stood beside Thrall, bled for the Darkspear in the face of injustice, and guided the Horde with cunning and wisdom. He was the voice of reason when pride ran wild, and the heart of bravery when the Horde lost its way. Vol'jin defied the great Zandalari Empire and dared to challenge tyrants like Zul, Garrosh, and even Muzala. For he was more than a chieftain, he was a shadow hunter. He learned the ways of the Loa, the sacrifices and honor that they demanded. In Pandaria, Vol'jin stood witness to the judgment of the August Celestials as they weighed justice against the war crimes of Garrosh Hellscream. But justice doesn't always come for the just of heart, and when death finally came for old Vol'jin, it did not come clean. The greatest injustice of our time is the fall of a chieftain before his own rise. Fell poison in his veins, Vol'jin passed beyond this world, and you, hero, took his ashes to Zandalar, to Ataldazar, to rest with kings. But his soul was missing. Vol'jin had been pulled back from the other side, lingering in a limbo. And when his spirit reached out, he longed.
Oh, interesting. I never realized that Garrosh was glowing in the same way as Vol'jin.
Lingering in a limbo. And when his spirit reached out, he longed for one thing above all.
One ting above all, it said. I love that.
So much loss. So many without guidance. So many without justice.
They showed Zul like that in that? Interesting.
It was then that we aided Vol'jin, Talanji, and Bane Bloodhoof in inquiring who exactly had swept away Vol'jin's soul, and if it was the same nefarious whisperer who bid him to name Sylvanas as war chief. To our surprise, the Valkyr queen, Aegir, informs us that Vol'jin's soul was touched by the hand of valor. That this was a power beyond her ability to forge, and that such a noble force does not scheme for mortal thrones. But that was all the knowledge she was willing to share. Fast forward to Shadowlands, and after time in Bwamsamdi's care, Vol'jin's spirit was called upon to confront Muzala, the Loa of Death, who whispered poison into Vol'jin's ear. And with Vol'jin's help, Bwamsamdi subdued the wicked Muzala. It was then that our fallen chieftain was tasked with rescuing the spirits of wild gods who were unjustly sent and lost within the Maw. and returning them to the Winter Queen in Ardenweld. As he did so, Vol'jin recalled his mortal life, saying,
All me training as a shadow hunter been leading to this moment, tracking a spirit inside the maw and saving them from eternal torture.
Not bad.
But not all could be saved. For the Loa, Rizan, King of Kings, sacrificed himself, passing his light into Vol'jin so that another hope might rise.
Oh, Rizan, we're gonna take you out of here. Get your strength back. Vol'jin of the dark
I like literally just did this quest again on my stream. Like last time I streamed, I think. I was doing these quests.
Your soul is fierce. You seek justice.
Fierce soul and a desire for justice, huh? Seems instrumental to take this power.
The last glimmer of my essence is yours. Carry it to Ardenweald. Let all that I was be reborn within you.
I would think about releasing Hyrik from the Maw after what he did in Nazmir. You mean when he was corrupted by blood magic? Like, what?
I be just an old shadow hunter. Our people, they being eaten too. You are the one they need.
Rizan gave up his rebirth so that Vol'jin could carry the flame. And when his hunt was done, Vol'jin stood before the Winter Queen.
Intriguing, a mortal soul entwined with the essence of a Loa. I cannot say what fate will befall you, Vol'jin of the Dark Spear, but I offer you this chance to one day be reborn anew.
Vol'jin humbly accepted, entering the Wild Seed in Ardenweld, and began his transformation. This was the last time that we saw Vol'jin, and before we get into where he comes up next, we have some unanswered questions. So, who did touch Vol'jin with the hand of valor? The answer is still unknown. Some say it was Rizan himself, the Loa of Kings, who later gave up his light to Vol'jin. But remember, Aegir claimed such a power would not scheme for kings and queens of mortal thrones, and that Vol'jin had been touched by a power beyond even her ability to forge. Some think it's Azeroth herself, but one thing is for certain. Whoever reached out to Vol'jin to save him from damnation saw a great destiny in the fallen chieftain. And the clues of his savior might just lie in his current location, Ardenweald. You see, Vol'jin is not the only soul we know of to be saved this way.
Hi, my name is Alina, and I would like you to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Slavic lady.
Fuck off, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. No?
Ysera, the
dude, YouTube ads are crazy, dude. I'm telling you. It's fucking crazy. Here's why you should date a young Slavic lady, so that she can get a visa in your country and then leave you. Like, what the fuck?
Dragon aspect fall to corruption, and her goddess, Elune, somehow intervened, bypassing Ysera's soul to Ardenweld. Vol'jin too now rests in these celestial gardens, and though her name was never spoken, I believe the fate of Vol'jin may have been decided by none other than the goddess of eternal starlight. For another warrior fell on the very same day, Varian Rin, dubbed Logosh by the orcs, who was the favored mortal of Goldrin, the great wolf, the wild god of ferocity.
Interesting bindings on Goldrin there with the fucking blue magic. Huh.
And valor, and Varian was his chosen. Goldrin was a servant.
Same Dark Dragon. I have personalization turned off, so I just get ads for the most crazy shit.
Of Elune, but a reckless one, wild and untamed. He saw in Varian something he lacked in himself, the restraint and nobility to wield power without savagery. When Varian fell, Goldrin mourned and vanished into contemplation. But what if, on that day, on the broken shore, he saw another valorous soul burning bright? What if Goldrin beheld Vol'jin's final stand and recognized his noble heart? Perhaps it was not just Elune who acted alone, but Goldrin who nudged her to save his soul. A soul worthy enough of teaching a wild god how to change. Whether it was Goldrin, Rizan, Elune, Azeroth, or some ancient will yet unnamed, Vol'jin was saved for a reason. Why? What fate specifically did this mysterious benefactor foresee for Vol'jin?
Doesn't even fucking propose the potential idea of it being Sargeras, bro. Doesn't even fucking consider it, dude. Not even for a second. No, I get it.
Of the Dark Spear. This, my friends, is where it gets heavy.
Oh,
For
shit.
even the wise Vol'jin's legacy is not without shadows. In life, Vol'jin made a choice that haunts him still. The betrayal and abandonment of the great troll leader, Zul'jin. Zul'jin was a Mani, a fierce warrior, a relic of a blood-soaked age, haunted by human dominance. But he never bowed to elven tyranny. He never betrayed his own kind, no. Zul'jin fought for the justice of his people to his dying breath.
I hear AI voice. Is this Zaxxas? I'm pretty sure this is just Zaxxas talking. Pretty sure this is not AI. This voice is not AI. Good afternoon, Pyro in chat. What's up? What's up, Lance?
And Vol'jin, loyal to the elf-ridden horde, stood aside, condemning Zul'jin to a fate he never deserved.
Oh, I didn't realize Zul'jin was in Revendreth.
Condemning Zul'jin to a fate he...
Wrathful Soul. Or is that the Maw? Either way, I never realized. It must be the Maw. I mean, a lot of the stuff in Revendreth went to the Maw anyway, so.
Never deserved. Rather than rest with the Amani, Zul'jin's spirit was unjustly cast into Revendreth, a nightmarish realm of atonement and absolution for the sinful and wicked.
Oh, maybe it appears that, maybe you look like a soul flying around like that because it's like in the phase when you're dead. I don't know.
You see, even the previous Ranger General of Silvermoon, Sylvanas Windrunner, in seeing Zul'jin's punishment within the afterlife, thought that the torment inflicted upon him was indeed unjustly cruel.
Are there other souls here in Revendreth from my world? Very many, they said, as if amused at a secret joke.
We players encounter Zul'jin's tormented soul in Revendreth, who seems to have escaped his captors for now. And though he died by our hand, Vol'jin's silence allowed it. Though we remember Vol'jin as a troll who fought for honor, the skeletons in his closet are bathed with Amani blood.
I can't read. Is Sylvanas mad she wouldn't be redeemed? Yeah, she's angry that she wouldn't even be given a choice. She would just be sent to the maw. But she also admitted in one of the passages before that this place looked almost worse than the maw. But at least they get a chance to be redeemed. And the Revendreth people, Arthur or whatever, frames it as though these souls are seeking redemption. But I don't know if that's really always the case.
And it is in this great injustice that Vol'jin's greatest trial begins. Zul'Aman stirs, and perhaps Zul'jin's freed spirit waits in anger. In the place,
assuming he wasn't sent into the maw, yeah, after.
Where blood was spilled, Vol'jin will confront Zul'jin's legacy, promising the Amani that as Loa, he will strive to free the souls of Trollkind from unjust fates. Not just the Dark Spear, but all tribes.
I would love to see a uniting of the tribes. That'd be fucking sick. That'd be sick. And I mean, I agree. I really think Zul'Aman, regardless of the whole Hand of Valor thing, all that shit, I do think Zul'Aman is the appropriate time to bring him back. I think it pretty much just makes perfect sense. I don't think you're going to get a better opportunity than that.
To truly become the Loa he's fated to be, Vol'jin must face the greatest injustice he inflicted in life. And by reckoning with Zul'jin, perhaps he can finally bring justice to the Amani tribe and help fold their people back into the circle of Trollkind.
That'd be sick.
Only then can Vol'jin rise as more than a shadow hunter. He will rise as the Loa of Justice, fated to bring an end to the rule of order.
Could be, yeah, instead of kings, where it's like literally ruling over, you know, superior to. I think justice would be a nice spin on that. That'd be fucking dope. And having the mortal suffusion as well, kind of feeding into that. I think that obviously the light aspect is already there via Razan and the Loa of Kings. But that would be pretty dope. I would like that a lot.
Now, we've talked
because I think the obvious answer is Loa of Kings, but you know, I like the reforming of it, reformatting of it, taking the old kind of ideology of it and making it new. If he's Justice, then is Vol'jin becoming Loa Tyrael? Loa Uther? Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah.
What it's all been leading to. Who touched Vol'jin with the Hand of Valor, and why this arc has been destined for him from the start. But the question remains, how? Vol'jin's ashes still remain on Azeroth, unscattered, unburied, just waiting in that urn that we took to Zandalar and used to commune with him. Bwamsamdi stopped the final rites, because Vol'jin's story wasn't over. And perhaps his urn will yet serve as the vessel for his return. Back during the announcement of Battle for Azeroth, we were teased that Thrall would take Vol'jin's urn to Zandalar himself, a plot we saw changed and realized with Gadrin, Talanji, and ourselves.
It would be interesting if Thrall ended up being involved with the stuff that happened with the Amani, especially considering the Amani's conscription by the fucking Horde during the Second War. That would be pretty interesting.
But what if it's not too late to see this teased thread continue? Thrall, our favorite ex-world shaman who has been all but absent from the war within, must play a role in Quel'Thalas and the Horde's history with the Amani during Midnight. And I feel that the odds are stacked for Owena and Thrall to team up in Zul'Aman.
You won't believe it, but I literally wear this cargo pants 7 days a week.
You won't believe it. I wear the same pants in a different color every day. That's crazy, bro. Thanks.
for Vol'jin's soul was last seen entering a wild seed in Ardenweld, and we've never learned exactly how or where wild gods are reborn after their rest.
True.
But bear with me.
Bear with me. Oh my god, this guy, dude. Oh, this guy.
We will. This war within.
Bro! Stop! You said this wouldn't have any fucking spoilers, man.
Has introduced us to the Haranir, a mystical race of druidic folk who tend to the roots of Elunahir and hail from a sacred place that they call the Cradle. And I believe that this so-called Cradle just may be where the wild gods are reborn. A reflection of the celestial gardens in Ardenweld remanifested in the Emerald Dream.
Could be.
A flip of the coin and transfer of soul to be reborn in reality. Where once there was a seed in Ardenweld, there is now a seed in the Dream. And our friend among them, Orwena, will play a part in Vol'jin's return through his wild seed.
Good.
Here is the closing prediction. Accompanied by Thrall, we will unknowingly take...
They said at the start of the vid, beware there are slight spoilers. Well, he's in the chat, and I asked him if there'd be any spoilers. He said no.
What is Vol'jin's wild seed?
I don't even look at zones before they come out. I don't want to see that shit. I don't want to see that shit. It's fine. It's not a big deal, but...
Delivered to us by Orwena to Zulaman, to the deep forest...
That was a joke? The visuals there are the only spoilers?
There where the gods of the wild roam, the bidding she heard from the
This is written before Midnight's reveal? Yeah, but the footage is... It doesn't matter. I'm not going to argue semantics.
In our quest, like he often does, Olbam Samdi will appear to us, presenting Thrall with the urn containing the ashes of Vol'jin, and urging us to finalize his long-awaited rebirth. At a place of spiritual power, Thrall will set the urn, and you, hero, will plant the wild seed within the ashes of Vol'jin, and witness
good song
his
choice.
grand return.
This is a song that plays when Sylvanas is standing there after Vol'jin dies. It's a very good song choice. Very nice and meaningful.
A valor-forged phylactery, blessed by spring and winter alike, for the Loa of justice to rise. Vol'jin's great story enters its new chapter, and Warcraft regains one of its most iconic, loved characters.
I like this theory. I mean, is it weird that I don't want Vol'jin to return? Let dead characters stay dead? Guys, this would be like an exception to the rule that like most dead characters do stay dead, and that Vol'jin, like, did you watch the fucking video where he like just outlined how he went through the absorption of fucking Razan's essence and was told by the Winter Queen that he's going to be reborn? Like, what the fuck? Like, this isn't like a normal thing. Like, there's literally precedent for him to come back.
And that's all I have for today.
It's not them just bringing Vol'jin back because, oh, they decided to pull a fast one. Like, they have an entire storyline setting up the entire concept. Like, why would they waste Vol'jin as war chief to go through all this? That doesn't make any sense. The idea, I think, has always been to be like how to show like that mortal souls and Loa can be connected, and like how mortals can become Loa, and like using Loa essence to like do something like this. Like, that's the point of the storyline. Like,
thank you so much for watching. My name is Zaxxus, and if you've enjoyed this theory and breakdown of Vol'jin's arc, please drop a comment. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, it's a good video.
Will we get Amani allied races this way?
No, we're not gonna get Amani allied races. We're gonna get Amani customizations for trolls, but you know,
or troll paladins.
That would also be tight. Don't we have Zandalari paladins? Isn't that a thing? We could get regular troll pallies through this. That'd be tight, though. Regular trolls can't be paladins. But Zandalari can, and that was done through the power of Razan. Right? So if he comes back as Loa of Kings or Loa of Justice, whatever, then they can be paladins. Yo, troll paladins though? That'd be tight. That'd be tight. This is WoW, death isn't even real. Oh, sorry, did you say something?
Food for thought. Until next time, may the light of truth, justice, and freedom ever guide you.
Hell yeah.
And remember, dark spear never die.
Oh yeah, that's a good video. Great video. I think Vol'jin will be relevant and come back for the Amani stuff in Midnight as well. Great storytelling and editing as always. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, wow, you're back. He's back. Love it, dude. Love it. Reconciliation of Zulaman. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are the politics of the day bleeding into WoW? The Amani were here first. I mean, he's not wrong. But welcome to how it works, bro. You mean that the expansion and relocation and political unrest between nations in real life can also exist in fantasy? Damn, what a concept, bro. What a fucking concept, bro. People are so fucking annoying. Anyway, good video. I enjoyed it. Thanks for watching. Been a while since we had a react. It's good. I enjoyed that. And I mean, I agree. And I like how, one thing I really appreciate about Zax's videos is it's just so clear when he's speculating. He'll put like, could have been Elune, could have been this, but we don't really know. Regardless of that, I still think like he's so good at like taking that aspect of it and like utilizing it, where some people are just like, this is what's going to happen and this is what it is. And like, there's no alternatives. And like, I've done that in the past too. So it's just good to, I don't know, hear some, it's like, even if there's a barrier to the grander idea, you don't let it stop you from continuing to extrapolate on what could happen. Like the rest of the theory does not hinge upon this other idea. I like how you do that. You identify like sub theories that you can put in there of like, well, what actually was that force? But regardless of what it is, here's actually the greater idea when he will come back, the purpose, how it relates to Zulaman. I hadn't really even thought about, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I don't know the story of Vol'jin well enough to understand and relate the connection with Zul'jin. So it's good to see a video like this to like make me think about that and read about it and figure out like what that opportunity exactly is and like how he fucked up. I don't know if you explained that in the video or if you did, I didn't realize it, but yeah, because then justice tying in would be very nice. How does the light work in regards to beings like Razan? Like the Zandalari were worshiping Razan, not the light, right? Right. So was the act of worshiping Razan infusing him with light? Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, Razan was basically a vessel for the power of light in some way, and that the worshippers of Razan were granted light powers because he basically is like infused with light. You might even consider like a Naru and Razan to be similar, but maybe Naru are like light and order, and Razan is like light and nature, right? And so maybe he has a bit of a different like attitude or style of interaction because of the fact that he's a Loa. But ultimately, they're both vessels for holy power, and how we interact with them can still grant us holy power. But the nature of the entity, no pun intended, can also be important for like how we interact with them and the way that they influence us, right? And one thing that's been a prevalent theme in World of Warcraft is that the power of nature is often a good balancing agent for other powers. It was meant to be in the case of the old gods, Kazhamite if it is nature power with black blood, planting world tree branches and fragments on top of Serenite deposits. Like there's a pretty consistent through line of nature is something that is like adaptable as an energy and as a power that can help like stabilize other things. So yeah. Zandalari Paladins are badass. I had one. They're pretty cool. I mean, you interact with some in the quest line too. So hope that answers your question. We should do a deep dive on Zul'jin and Vol'jin lore. I think you got to read Shadows of the Horde for that, which I do have. And you got to familiarize yourself with the Amani storyline. I'm not sure if stuff about Zul'jin exists in a book anywhere, or if it's all like mostly in-game stuff. It's probably some stuff in Chronicle. Almost everything is in Chronicle to some degree. Yeah, like the Arkandor. Yeah, Life and Arcane. That's a wonderful example. Yeah, and one of the most recent ones too. So yeah, Arkandor's a really good example. So woke, so DEI, might even be gay. Commander never watched ZA Patch trailer. Commenter never watched ZA Patch trailer. That was like the entire point of it. The original ZA cinematic is still my fave. We gonna bury you here. Chronicle has a lot of troll lore. Yeah, I think it introduced a lot that was otherwise kind of like not that prevalent as well. And you know, I'm going to say it. I could see Elune being involved in the preservation of his soul. One, because it's literally happening in front of the temple of Elune. But also because the trolls, and the Lunalai still do, used to worship Elune. The first troll legend, which can be found in Stranglethorn Vale, has references to the moon and the holy blue crystal, which would hold the spirits of their fallen inside of it. Like, bro, if that doesn't sound like a tier of Elune, I don't know what does. Dark Trolls, I assume? I mean, I don't even know if it was just Dark Trolls, because Dark Trolls I don't think lived in Stranglethorn, but Dark Trolls specifically ended up getting close to the Well of Eternity and becoming the Kaldorei. The Zandalari did not do that. The Dark Trolls are a subsect of Zandalari. The Zandalari, some of them already, the Lunalai already worshipped Elune anyways. That's a really old quest from back in the day. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I still think it's relevant. I think that effectively, look at it this way. Like, the elves might like to think that they're the first ones that discovered Elune and started worshiping her, but you also have the Tornin, and perhaps even in the lost history of the Yongal, perhaps some worship of the moon via Anshe and Musha, right? Musha specifically. So it's not like they're the only ones, but sometimes the trolls, or the elves like to be a little bit, how would I put this? Protective of the moon goddess. Why she left the trolls for elves? Well, she didn't. The Lunalai still worship and commune with Elune, but a lot of the trolls, specifically the dark trolls, they turned into elves. So the thing is, she didn't abandon the trolls per se, but some of them, presumably the ones who were worshiping her because they believe she slept inside the Well of Eternity during the day, they turned into elves. So they became something different through the power of order in the arcane. They became something else, became her favored children, so to speak. But the irony is that, like, it's funny because I'm just got to say this. You get these Night Elf RPers who are so butthurt about the Haranir. Like, oh, I guess that, Druidism, and I guess that, the connections are, they're just going to take that away. The Kaldorei, that was, an original part of it was unique to their lore. And I'm sitting there like face palming, like, you don't even realize, do you? You don't even realize that, like, the elves already did that to the trolls, and that the trolls were already worshiping Elune. Like, you're acting like this older species, which might predate both trolls and elves, has stolen away your culture and goddess that you worship, but you literally did that to trolls. Like, what the fuck? Like, your culture that you perceive as your own and original isn't. Like, what the fuck? Like, how hypocritical is that? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a selfish kind of like blind thing that I've seen some Nelf players and RPers get really butthurt about that without realizing seemingly that, like, aren't Night Elves just ordered trolls? Yeah, they're I don't know if I would say ordered, but you could say that, but they're magically altered by the Well of Eternity trolls. Yes, dark trolls that lived in a cave system underneath Mount Hyjal. And there are actually still dark trolls that exist. I wonder if there's some really old elves that remember being a troll before. We'll see. I don't know. And it might turn out that maybe that isn't true, but that's what Chronicle says. That's what other in-game books suggest. There's books from Vanilla that were suggesting that the elves are evolved from the trolls. In fact, I've collected that book. I don't remember exactly which one it is, but it's part of the achievement Well Read. And I remember reading it in Tanaris in Gadget Zan on a table. And it's like, yeah, you might want to be very careful about bringing this up around the elves, though, because they don't take kindly to this idea. Maybe it's more like evolution. You don't ask human if he remembers being a monkey. I understand the comparison that you're making, but it's a little different with trolls and elves because trolls are not monkeys. And they're also not like, it's not like they don't have history or like record keeping or like tradition and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I understand the analogy and comparison you're making, but maybe not the best one to make. I get what you're saying, though. It's not as though the trolls were unaware or like didn't have consciousness or whatever. Like, I think that what it is that, think about it this way. I think that it's about how magic affects culture. And not just in how long you live, but how it's almost like how technology can affect culture, where as time progresses and new tech is developed, old medicine styles and rituals, even if they aren't like bad or whatever, for healing or meditation, they kind of might go by the wayside. So it's kind of, it could also be, you know, it's different, but like when the Yongal were enslaved by the Mogu, you know, a lot of their culture was erased. A lot of it was forgotten, tomes destroyed, right? So it's not that they didn't have culture, but there was another factor that caused a lot of it to be lost. And so it's not the same situation because the elves weren't effectively enslaved by a Titanforge race, but you could have a similar thing where just with the development, like their old ways kind of were forgotten. They're kind of trinkets and or not even tomes, but like, you know, tablets and maybe cave markings or all sorts of things like that might be gone. And who knows, maybe, you know what I would love, dude? I would love if one day we could actually go into and explore the old cave system beneath Mount Hyjal and learn some of that history of the trolls before the Dark Trolls got near the Well of Eternity and were exposed to those powers. See maybe some like some cave drawings or some old instruments that imply certain things about the culture. I fucking love that. I love that shit. That's some of my favorite stuff. Favorite stuff in WoW is when we go to archaic sites. It's archaeology. It's archaeology, frankly. Like we get to go and discover artifacts and things that we interpret. We relate to other cultures and artifacts, and we kind of try to figure out what happened with that. I love that. I love that. But yeah, it's actually interesting. The Dark Trolls weren't the only species that would hide in caves and live in caves. The Yongal actually were noted as doing that as well. There was a time when Titanic Watchers actually descended down, sounds like from the heavens or whatever, like they fucking came from space, it sounded like, but and were like observing the Yongal, which is one of the longest lived bestial races of Azeroth. They were actually observing them to try to figure out how to increase their survivability paradigm so that they could live longer. And they were basically like studying the Yongal and learned that they would like hide in caves, but specifically small caves so that the big predators couldn't get into the small caves. So it's actually so interesting. We actually have Titanic records that basically tell us that the Watchers, Watcher, what's his face, the one from Dragonflight, you interact with them a bunch. They actually were studying living organisms and like AI, trying to simulate survival tactics because they're not inherent to these beings. These beings aren't alive nor dead. They're not born like a traditional living creature is. So they have no primal instinct because they've undergone no evolution. So they actually, it's such a fascinating point of discussion. They actually study things that have undergone evolution and primal life on a planet like that to learn from it. It's fascinating. It's really cool. It's really cool. One of my favorite parts of WoW lore. Coronos, I think is his name. Yeah. I think that's the one. So they need to update archaeology, bro. I would love it. I mean, they haven't done archaeology since what, Kata? I mean, when is the last time they had archaeology? Like, when is the last time you actually could do archaeology? Didn't they introduce it? Was it BFA? Okay, so was it a thing in Kata, Mop, WoD, Legion? Is there Legion archaeology? Is it? I gotta look it up. archaeology. Wow. I mean, how am I supposed to be some kind of like WoW lore nerd and not have done archaeology? There's archaeological stuff for Draenei, Dwarf, Mantid, Mogu, Nerubians, Night Elves, Orcs, Pandaren, Tol'vir, Troll, and Vrykul. Wow. What the fuck am I doing? So it's a part of... It actually looks... Hold on a second. I don't know when it was added, but it looks like there's archaeology for Vanilla, BC, Wrath, Kata, Mist, WoD, Legion, and BFA. It starts at level 1 with Dwarf, Fossil, Night Elf, and Troll. BC is Draenei Orc, Wrath is Nerubian Vrykul. It was retroactive. Why did they stop, dude? Do you think it's because people weren't interacting with it? Think just not enough people were playing it? You're saving your time. I still haven't got all the rare archaeology drops. Oh, man. Mantid's literal archaeological description goes against Chronicle by saying the Mantid Empire predates the arrival of the Titans. It literally just overtly says that. This is more evidence for my theory that Aman'Thul ripping out Yasharaj is not true. That did not happen. That did not happen. And what Chronicle says about the Empire of Azakir post-Black Empire sundering is what led to the Mantid. That's not true. That's not true. The story about Akir and Naraki turning into Mantid post-ordering is not true. The Mantid predate the Titans or the arrival of them. They tried to, I swear to you, they tried to make it sound, I don't understand why they did that. Why do they try to make it sound? It's all gotta be to cover up what really happened with Yasharaj. Because they wanted us to believe that Yasharaj was torn from the earth and created the Well of Eternity, which is not true. It is not true. This could also be it can't be out of date because the Mantid came with Mists, which came very shortly before the introduction of Chronicle, which is what introduced most formally, there were archaeological items that existed before it, but most formally the Empire of Azakir. They did not want us to know what really happened with Yasharaj. I mean, Mists of Pandaria proves it. The history of the Mantid says that they were there when the Titanforged and Ra showed up to kill Yasharaj. There is literally tablets from both the history of the Mantid and the Mogu recount the battle between the Titanforged and Yasharaj, both of them. The Mogu's own records indicate that Chronicle is wrong. That's it's insane. It's insane. And again, like I said in my video, people think that it's because Blizzard doesn't know what they're doing or can't write consistently. No, they did it. They did it to give the hints that it wasn't true. That's actually insane. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Truth's hidden in plain sight. You just got to do the reading. You got to find the archaeological items. You got to read the history of the Pandaren and the Mantid, and you got to cross-reference it with what is said in Chronicle. Aman'Thul never reached down and ripped out Yasharaj. And if that's the case, because that is the case, because the Mogu and Ra came and fought the God of Seven Heads in Pandaria in the presence of the Mantid, what we are told created the Well of Eternity is a lie. The Well of Eternity was not created the way that we are told it was. So what is it? Why and how was it created? Because it's not because of Yasharaj. What a fucking massive cover-up that is. What an insane, massive cover-up that is. And it doesn't even make sense for Aman'Thul to do that. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense for a god of time to get pissed off and reach down and rip out. It doesn't even make sense. But there is another story. They say that Aman'Thul reached down and ripped out Iluna here, which I don't think necessarily makes sense either, but the denizens of the dream have written about it. And that the roots persisted, but the tree was destroyed, and Eonar perceived this, and Aman'Thul didn't. And they do say that the Rift of Aln is a wound, which is quite interesting considering that the Rift of Aln connects to an area where all the roots of the World Tree connects. World Trees connect. Maybe he was dominated? Maybe, but either way, you mean for Iluna here? Maybe, but ultimately he did not rip out Yasharaj. Unless, there's no way he did. The records contradict this. There's no way. You could look at it as though if Iluna here and Yasharaj were the same instance, maybe this could be possible, but it wasn't at the heart of Kalimdor. No. I am pretty sure that Iluna here was planted in Unguro Crater. I genuinely think that's where it was planted. I really do. It was torn out, left a crater. Il'gynoth infests in the mirror image of the dream in the Emerald Nightmare, the heart of reality, right? So the nightmare has corrupted the dream, the mirror image of reality, right? We know World Tree serve as a link between these two realms. Il'gynoth is existing in a now decrepit World Tree that in reality does not exist. Instead, what exists at the center of Unguro Crater? A fucking volcano. Of course it does. Of course it does. And again, when you go to Hollowfall and you look at the direction from which the roots are coming, the majority of the roots of Iluna here are coming from the northwest. What is to the northwest of Khazalgar? Unguro Crater. Come on. Come on. So either Yasharaj, and if Yasharaj and Iluna here are the same instance, Yasharaj was not plucked from the center of Kalimdor. It was plucked from Unguro Crater. I am even willing to consider that they're not the same instance, but sound similar because of the event that led to their removal. I would actually argue that there's more evidence that Yasharaj existed in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Because what a lot of people don't know is that you guys ever notice how Kaipari trees only exist to the west of the Serpent's Spine? You guys ever notice that? Kaipari trees stop at the Serpent's Spine. Did you know it didn't used to be like that? Did you know that Kaipari trees used to grow east of the wall, but the Mogu had them all removed? It's interesting that when Yasharaj was torn from the world, that his heart and all of the corruption via his breath is all in Pandaria, almost localized, like that's where it happened. If he was torn from the center of Kalimdor, Shah corruption would probably be found in many other places, but it isn't. It's all found in Pandaria. It also just happens to be that Yasharaj looks very similar to a cloud serpent, and we don't know the true origin of cloud serpents, do we? No, we don't. They come from those eggs, Pyro. That's what Dave Kosak said to me. Oh, they come from the eggs. There's a whole quest line about it. Yup. And the Pandaren wouldn't know any better, would they? They wouldn't have any idea. I just think it's interesting how the Kaipari trees go back and forth like a serpent. And I think it's interesting that the Mogu decided to cut them all down. If I had to use all the information that we have, I would wager that Yasharaj used to actually exist, not even in Unguro Crater, but instead in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. And it may have been a tree or serpent-like tree, or a combination between them in some way, that is the progenitor to cloud serpents, and which was slain by Ra and the Titan Forged, and all of the other trees relating to him were subsequently removed from the area. And the Mantid were forced to the west to live on the other side of the wall, which the Pandaren ended up building while enslaved by the Mogu, among other races. And that basically the entire history of the Mantid, including that which is depicted in Chronicle, is falsified. How fucking insane is that? by the admission of the very records of the Mogu who killed Yasharaj. That is fucking insane. That's actually insane. That's insane. And I do think that the mural on the wall in Ajkahet is trying to show us that the old gods had some kind of relationship with these big-ass crystals. The calcified world soul essence, if that's what it truly is, which I don't think it is. But they had a connection. And I think that these old gods, maybe even these trees, were supping upon this light, because light and life go just right together. And at some point, as they had absorbed this energy and used it perhaps even for transmutation or transformation, they themselves were corrupted from the inside. That the old gods were not always what we perceive them to be. Again, I do believe that the stained glass art mural in Ulduar is N'Zoth. The guy with the crown and the fucking trident and the serpent-like body, I think that's N'Zoth. So I do think that they exist in a corrupted form now that they did not exist in before. I have a whole video about this, 40 minutes breaking it down. If you'd love to see it, I can fucking link it to you. But dude, it's just insane. Like the entire history is completely overwritten and obfuscated by the powers of order. And it's not even far-fetched at all, because we have records written by Odin himself that admit that they had propagandized the truth of the fucking Black Empire, painted it as an age of blight and a pernicious blight that the Keepers eradicated, and that they would basically lie about the history of Azeroth as it pertained to the old gods and the Black Empire. They would obfuscate the truth and basically claim any technological advancement as their own. That is fucking insane. That's insane. Like, literally the history of Azeroth that we have been told in books like Chronicle, which, again, I said for a long time were perspective, they are deliberate obfuscation of the truth. And the only instances in Chronicle, effectively, where this is not happening is times during which we have record from mortal races that can contradict what is said. So what I'm saying is basically everything about the Night Elves and some of the Zandalari stuff and anything from, like, the rise of mortal races in Azeroth, which I'm quite certain existed with the Black Empire, by the way. The very nature of the creation of the Akir and Naraki is mortal civilization, so I digress. But basically, most of what is said in Chronicle is true, but it's because the Titans couldn't lie about it, and the Titanforge couldn't obfuscate the truth about it because we existed for it. At least some of the civilizations did, right? But perhaps a lot of the primordial races either had their history completely wiped out, especially due to the immense amount of terraforming that the world underwent when the Titans ordered it, or they weren't taking those records because at the time that just wasn't part of their culture. But basically, from the point where you have cultures that make records, it's true. But basically anything that predates record keeping has lies in it. That's fucking insane. Like, that's insane. That's insane. And that which doesn't have records from mortal races is effectively told from the perspective of Titanforged, which are commanded by the Prime Designate to lie. Holy fuck. This is why I make these fucking videos. The Great and Titan Conspiracy and the true face of N'Zoth, because it's just like history as we have been told is so obfuscated. It's just like not true. Like, it's just not true. What the old gods were, where they came from. And perspective is a bitch, right? This is what's so fucked up about it. Here's where it gets real meta. Where it gets real fucking, not even meta, but real complicated. Because the Titans and Titanforged might not know any better. They might not know the truth. They just present what they think they know. They might not know any better. I used to have this headcanon theory many, many years ago that the old gods weren't a pure manifestation of shadow, but even more than that, I used to think they were an inverted mockery of creation. Eldritch beings that herald from an inverted anti-realm existing outside the universe and the twisting nether, a realm of incomprehensible insanity where all the elements of creation are present, but inverted as a mockery of reality. I would say that that could very well be the Emerald Nightmare. And to be clear, it's not really headcanon to think that the Titan or that the old gods aren't pure manifestations of shadow. There is way too much evidence to support the contrary. We've already known this. This is not speculation. Palatar's Codex pretty overtly states that a great failure of people studying the cosmos is that they often are not able to look past what they believe is a monopolar alignment to a monopolar cosmic force, right? So because the old gods now work primarily via shadow, there is an interpretation that they themselves are inherently and originally of the shadow. That is not the case. They have way too much compatibility with life, dreams, and stuff like that for that to be the case. Look at the art of Yasharaj. You're looking at either poison or fel or nature, something along those lines. Spirit even, giving rise to negative emotions could tie into that. Look at N'Zoth, fucking flame coming out of his head. Yogg-Saron's alignment to death. Cthulhu, perhaps a little less aligned and clear because it's older, but it's clear that the old gods have other power alignments. I made the exact same argument for the Titans because people would say, Pyromancer, Argus can't be a Death Titan, all the Titans are Order. Like, bro, not only do the fucking files call him Death Titan, but you're acting like Eonar doesn't wield, like life powers. They have other connections and power alignments than just what you think their entire group is collectively. It's not that simple. So yes, I agree with you. And I do have an entire video, Bale, I don't know if you've seen it, where I basically, one of my older theories, Old Gods Azeroth's Dreams. I have a video where I speculate that the old gods are sourced from Azeroth's dreams and are corrupted creation. If you would like to see that, I'll link that in both chats right now. It's a 30-minute video from 6 years ago. You may enjoy that. So, yeah. It's just crazy. It's just crazy because the average player, and I'm not trying to like gatekeep or be like holier than thou, but the average player has no idea. No fucking idea. The people that come and comment like really surface level takes on my videos, they have no idea that this is the case. So when they reveal this, they're gonna say it's a retcon. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that I've said this before, I think Blizzard has kind of consigned themselves to the fact that like there's gonna be a lot of people who just don't get it. Maybe it's because they don't care. Maybe it's because they didn't have the time to do the reading. Maybe they didn't have the money to get the books. Maybe they weren't interested to the level, so they say it's bad. They don't really know. They never really cared. People that listen to YouTubers that tell them what to think and they don't actually fucking know themselves. Like, it's reading comprehension has always been the greatest enemy of this fan base. I think that Blizzard could do a better job of telling certain stories. It's not as if it's just the players that are to blame. Could Blizzard do a better job? Yes. Could the World of Warcraft team do a better job? Yes. But doing a better job and just outright saying that it doesn't exist because you don't interact with it, it's not the same thing. Do you think we're going to see the Clockmaker in The Last Titan? No, because the Clockmaker is not an officially canon term at all. In fact, if you read or watch that interview with Bellular is the one that says Clockmaker, and Ian Hazacostas, as a way to relate to what Bellular is trying to say, uses the term back to Bellular. The damage this guy has done to fucking lore comprehension in this community is fucking, it's palpable, dude. It makes me fucking sick. Anyway, let's not get ranty about that. That's not a canon term. That's not a term that Blizzard uses. That's a term that was said in a discussion with the context that he was saying it back to the person who asked the question in order to kind of like align with the concept that they were trying to put forth. But do I think that we are going to see what effectively the Clockmaker would be? Yeah, I do. Her name's Azeroth, and she is said to live at the core of our planet. So, yeah, I do. I do. But to be clear, Clockmaker is not an official term. I think you like the theme of the Eldrazi. Think massive interdimensional old gods, but they don't literally drink all matter and energy out of the realms they invade. They're colorless creatures, yet their forms are made of rainbow colors. It's interesting, Bale, because I don't really see the old gods in WoW as drinking all matter and energy from the realms they invade either. In fact, I think they integrate with it rather well. They give rise to mortal civilizations that build bastions and entire empires, you know? So I don't really see the old gods of WoW that way either. But I think I probably would find them interesting. Until I found your content, I was the average player that had no idea about all this lore. And that's okay. That's okay. I mean, it doesn't make you an idiot. It doesn't, you know, there's nothing wrong with you, you know? Think about it this way. Back when I started World of Warcraft and Mists of Pandaria, Warlords, and even the first part of Legion, I didn't know either. I had no fucking idea. It wasn't until I decided to invest a bit of money and get the Chronicle books, there was 2 at the time, and start reading them that I started to actually pay attention. And it was at that point where I was like, yo, the Whispers of Il'gynoth, crazy. I read Chronicle, the Titans are supposed to be dead. Guess what? They're not. Crazy. Like, crazy shit. What are the odds that the old gods are some form of Loa? Well, Loa is a very broad term, right? So you would see trolls use Loa to describe things like Gahun, right? An artificial old god or something along those lines, right? So Loa really is just a term. Loa's not really a classification of being. It's more of a term that trolls use to define something worthy of worship. A mystical being, a mystical nature that one could perceive as worthy of worship. It's more like a title, yes. It's not really a class of being. And that's why all wild gods are Loa, but not all Loa are wild gods. Right there. Loa is almost a more primitive, tribal classification for a being. I just said it wasn't that. Title for something. Loa, look, if I were to just, if this isn't already known, I would surmise that in the troll language, Loa means god or spirit. And that's it. It just means divine. And to the trolls, that which is divine is worthy of worship, sacrifice, and offering. So that's what a Loa is. So you would see as a troll, Elune is a Loa. That's your belief structure, right? You see a wild god like Goldrin, that's a Loa. But not every Loa is a wild god because, again, Chronicle does pretty overtly state, I think, that wild gods are a subclass, they're a class of being that were exceptional creatures and of the wild that existed in Azeroth that Freya took to the pinnacle of Mount Hyjal and bound to the Emerald Dream. So it sounds like with the ordering of the Emerald Dream came the commissioning of certain entities that would serve as its ordered protectors. So I would wager that many of the wild gods are actually ordered. But I would not say that all of the Loa are the same. I would not say that. It's a great question. But what you have to consider, I think, when thinking about that type of question is, what is the perspective and framework in which the use of the word exists, right? What I mean by that is, the term Loa is inherently a troll word, right? So you have to think about it from the perspective of troll culture. And what I've learned about troll culture is that, again, damn near anything that you could consider to be divine in any capacity of greater power, greater spirit, can be a Loa. Whether that's Gahun, whether that's Razan, whether that is Elune. They're all Loa. Excuse me. They're all Loa at the end of the day. So what a Loa is to a troll would be something to a Akir Mantid, for example. The Akir and Mantid would use a different name. But ultimately, I would say that Loa are spirits of nature and the wild, but that's not even true. Look at Bwan Samdi. Look at what Vol'jin is probably going to become. That's not a spirit of the wild. That's not like it didn't come from the Emerald Dream. It's not like an animal. So even mortals can become venerated enough and have spiritual density enough to be considered Loa. That's why trying to say that like this is a Loa but this isn't is, I think, kind of foolish, because frankly, almost any of it can be perceived as a Loa. A being that feeds on belief and has followers. Yep. And loses power when it doesn't have followers or worshippers. But unfortunately, there are things that, like Gahun and stuff, that function as similar. I think Gahun remains equally as powerful no matter how many blood trolls are worshipping it. But maybe not, because blood sacrifice could very well have kind of powered up Gahun and what was going on there. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I don't know if there is actually a set of rules that defines what a Loa is. I think Loa is such a broad term that perhaps some of the other terminology is better for specific definition than Loa. Like Wild God, to me, is more specific than Loa. Old God, to me, is more specific than Loa. You know what I mean? Elemental Lord is more specific than Loa. All of those things can be looked at as Loa. But that's because of how what troll culture views Loa to be. I hope that makes sense.
This creature be divine, man. This a Loa, man, no doubt.
Loa, law of attraction. You pray, you get something. Kanzu kind of represents that nuance. Yeah, it says it's been called a Loa and many other things. Right, and I think that what that also tells you about Kanzu is that Kanzu, okay, you understand this, Kelips, presumably. But for those that don't quite catch this, by Kanzu saying that it has been called Loa, what does that tell you about Kanzu? That might sound vague, but what is it? I don't want to be too obvious. What does it say about Kanzu? That's a piece of information being given to us, even if it's not direct. What does that mean? It has interacted with trolls. Yes. Yes. Ultimately, that is what's being said. Kanzu has interacted with trolls because the word Loa is part of troll culture. Who did Kanzu interact with among the trolls? No idea. No idea. But we know that it interacted with trolls, otherwise it wouldn't have been called Loa. Haitian voodoo spirits and voodoo Loa, also spelled Loa, are the spirits that act as intermediaries between humanity and the supreme creator. And if you want to use that as inspiration, you might say that here's my opinion. I guess I'd have to try to define Loa if I were to say this. I think that entities that genuinely, even if the trolls call it a Loa, that doesn't mean that it is. Entities that do require worship, offering, those two things, and faith in some capacity, I think that is truly a Loa and is divine, right? Something is not a god to me if it doesn't need worship, if it doesn't need offering. So if it checks those 2 or 3 boxes, it's actually a divine entity or godlike, more so than, say, like Dimensius. Like, Dimensius doesn't, by nature of existing, require those things. He's a Void Lord, but is he the same as something like Bwansamdi, whose power literally wanes when he doesn't have worshippers? I don't think so. I would make the same argument for the Titans, but who knows upon how many worlds there are races who venerate the Titans because they have been led to believe that they're supposed to. So I have seen no actual indication that the Titans require faith or worship to persist and to act. I think that Azeroth, as a primordial spirit associated with creation, destruction, that which is actually divine, I see her almost as like a part of a more natural cosmos, and I see how I would define the beings which I would define as Loa to be closer, and even old gods are very similar because they do require sacrifice and stuff like that from what I've read. I would consider them to be closer to the true divine than other entities in the cosmos. So to basically kind of say that, like, that Haitian voodoo, I think that there may be aspects of that which are relevant, and that most of the intricacy of the existence of those creatures in WoW is from a primordial age that we know very little about. Other races on Azeroth refer to the Loa as wild gods. They're the same beings, different names. Again, it's perspective, right? The thing is that you have the race's interpretations, and then you have historical accounts, which can be wrong, that define them in other ways. So when I'm discussing the Loa and wild gods, I'm not only considering the perspectives of races in the game. I'm also considering written history that specifies what the wild gods are and how they were bound to the Emerald Dream by Freya. So again, the cultures in the game are not aware of this. They don't know that. We as the observer extrinsically have information that the in-universe characters don't. This is an inherent factor of WoW lore, always has been. We always have access to more information than in-game characters do, always. We're like the omniscient third-party perspective that gets to see the whole picture, the characters do not, right? So it's okay that in-game cultures and characters will make those inferences themselves, but it doesn't mean they're right. So that's why being able to refer to other, and this may just be Titanforge perspective, but other accounts of things that specify to a greater degree than is understood by the in-game universe characters what defines what something is. It's important to know this. It's important to know both, right? Because yes, I mean, their in-game perspective is important. It's important to understand the subjectivity that exists there with perspective, but ultimately, this is also important. You have, this is the thing, man, and Grub is talking about it here. You absolutely, it's really not, it's not up for debate. I don't think it is. Who am I to say that? But I would proclaim that it is not up for debate. That cross-reference is absolutely necessary. If you truly want to understand the World of Warcraft cosmos, its denizens, the cultures, and history, you must cross-reference. Always. Always. If you only know the history of Azeroth by one perspective, you are blinding yourself. Because the truth is, like any cosmic force, like the light or the void or whomever, it doesn't have the whole picture. You have to get all the different perspectives. If you want to know about dragons, who better to give you the perspective of their history than the dragons? In War of the Scaleborn and Dragonflight Codex, there's no better place. Excuse me, there's no better place. There is no better place to obtain that information than from the dragons themselves. There's no better place to understand the events of the Ordering of Azeroth than from the records of the Titanforged. There's no better way to understand the war between the Army of the Light and the Legion than from one of those sources themselves, and if not both. You should probably know both. So, it's important to experience all of it. Unfortunately, over this 25-year game history, 30-year history, some of that does exist in books. In fact, a lot of it exists in books. And that is one of the biggest downfalls of WoW, is that there's so much extrinsic media, whether it be short stories that are free, audio dramas that are free, which people still don't listen to. People will often make the excuse of, well, it's a lot of money to get all those books. You're right, it is. I don't even blame you for not doing it. But are you interacting with the stuff that's free? Are you reading the short stories? Are you listening to the audio dramas? Are you watching the comics? Are you doing that? Because if you're not, then that's not really a good excuse. Because so much lore, so many references to lore, 1,000 Years of War is completely free. And so much good stuff is in that. You know what I mean? So, that is an unfortunate side effect of having something that is so expansive. And I've long believed that, you know, people have kind of underestimated the depth and breadth of WoW lore. They try to make it out to be often that it's simple and surface level and incomplex, and which is just simple said in another fucking way. But it's not true. Not true. Oftentimes I think they're perceiving it that way because they're looking for an excuse to not have to actually do the reading, or because they just don't know. They don't know any better. They don't know. You don't know what you don't know. So, it's a bitch. Perspective's a bitch. I didn't know that Uther was dead until they released the Book of Heroes, Uther and Hearthstone, but you only play Hearthstone. You don't play WoW. what I find silly, for those who want that lore and complain about it being not in the game, will either ignore the books or ignore the fact that you can find most of the books narrated online for free, if you know where to look. I'm not supporting privacy or anything, bro. You can get full-blown PDFs of a lot of WoW books. I have them for Chronicle on my desktop, but I also don't feel bad about it because I bought the books. You know what I mean? I did buy the media. I just would like it in a digital format that I can pull up on my computer for screenshots that I can use in videos. It's much easier for me than using my phone to take a picture of the page and then sending it to my email and then fucking, you know what I mean? It's obnoxious. But yeah, I think that, look, I think that's, you know, people will always just kind of make up reasons why they don't understand something. It's got to be the fault of the authors. It's got to be the fault of the game designers. There's plenty of books in the game that offer perspectives on the events of Warcraft 3 and other things. The Ordering of the Cosmos, Sargeras and the Betrayal, the Legion, and all that stuff. There's books for that in game, but they're not looking for that either. So I really just think that some of these people are they're just making up excuses to basically not have to actually do any work and basically put the blame on someone else because they're too lazy to read. Because again, you can find the PDFs if you want to. You can find the in-game books if you want to. But I don't think that they're really doing that in the first place. I don't think that they... Look, I think there's a lot of people that complain about it that don't even care. They don't genuinely care. I think they just interact in that way because they feel a sense of camaraderie among other people who do it. They're just... I think people are looking for reasons to complain. They're looking for reasons to make themselves out to be the victim. Like, I don't know. If they actually cared, they'd find a way. We make time for the things we care about. I don't know. Flying Buttress reading of the books is top-notch. Yeah, he does a great job. Here's how this random thing is woke. Yeah, like, there's so much of that nowadays, just dismissing the entire work, body of work, with one thing that you disagree with in a political way. I mean, it's anti-intellectual, it's dishonest, it's done in bad faith. They don't care about actually knowing, they don't care about the truth. They just care about further cementing themselves in their political viewpoint and agenda, and that's it. Like, it's just not that complicated. People just want to be comfortable, and so they look for ways to confirm their perceptions and biases. And it's quick money. Well, I mean, it's not even people that aren't making money from it. You don't even have to make money. Not even YouTubers. I'm talking about people who have no significant online presence. Like, but maybe they just listen to what someone else told them to think. I don't know. Pyro for the Prez 2028? I don't think I could be president. I'm not enough of a sellout. Bro, I can't even send memes to some people because I don't know if the person in that clip who has said something anti-woke before, it's weird. It's a weird climate that we live in. There's people out there trying to convince you not to like things because they think it's woke. I don't know, dude. Woke is like such a dumb, overused term now anyways. One thing I loved was Sylvanas the Ranger General didn't know that evil Banshee woman was herself until she was confronted. Yeah. It's pretty fucked up. I know you can go around the world gathering the various books of lore. It'd be cool for WoW to have a central library with all that stuff. There are libraries in the game that have several books in them. There's actually a library in Stormwind Keep. There's a library in Ironforge. Those are two main ones that I would highly recommend you go and look at. You'll note that none of the Horde factions have a library, with perhaps the exception of the Blood Elves. But there actually are spiritual historical tomes in the main hall in Mulgore that you can read. There are troll tablets all over Zuldazar that you can read. There are libraries in the game. They don't contain every book though. Just like how in real life there's not really, you know, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any library that contains every book. What are you trying to insinuate about the Horde not having libraries? Well, I don't know if it's because they don't value it as much or if they don't have access to, like, I don't think that it's inaccurate to say that with the exception of groups like the Blood Elves, the Horde races do not have as much of a focus on, frankly, like on literature. I feel like they're generally a more spiritual people, connected with the land, connected with tradition. Whereas when I view the Alliance, I see more scientific, but less spiritual and traditional. I see more of a focus on literary arts. I see more of a focus on keeping records in that way. But I also think that they can be pragmatic to a fault in some ways, depending on who we're talking about. So yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it's like a bad thing. I just think that the Horde keeps records through like tradition and ritual and connection to the spirits. Like, I don't need to read a book about what happened. I'm going to commune with the spirits about what happened. You know what I mean? And not every culture puts their history on paper. Yeah, some carve it into stone, some don't do it at all. Some have oral tradition, storytelling, theater, songs, right? So it's just difference in culture. It doesn't mean that the Horde are stupid, and it doesn't mean that the Alliance are, you know, like superior. I just think that they just practice in different ways, you know? And I think the Alliance races, humans and stuff like that, are more prone to written history. And that might be a result of several of the Alliance races, like dwarves, gnomes, and humans, allegedly being descendants of Vrykul, who are absolutely record keepers. And the Titan Forged in general, which absolutely kept records. So, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the Horde is more gather around the campfire and let the sage speaker tell you the story of X, Y, or Z. And the Alliance is more like, go visit the library and read it. You know what I mean? And I think there's positives and negatives to both of those things. When you have written history, especially text and books from a long time ago, they're often going to remain relatively the same. Whereas tradition has the traditional like oral storytelling might have more influence by the storyteller, maybe newer renditions that still focus on the core concepts, ideas, and beliefs. And I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. I just think that maybe one is more prone to evolution than the other, which, yeah, again, I don't think is necessarily good or bad. And it's not that you can't edit a text, right? You can... The fucking Lords of Stormwind can absolutely order that this text is banned and bring it in and make, what's the word? Make, amendments to it and manipulate the context of that. The Titans very well could do the same thing with their records. So it's not to say that it's really not a matter of one being better than the other. I got reminded of this Platinum WoW video. How Tauren history is written. I mean, you could just go to the Mulgore and see how they write it. But yeah, it could be interesting. Platinum WoW, actually, on Monday, I was sitting here recording and editing for my light video, and Platinum actually came to the stream and subbed with his Prime. I was like, damn, sick, what's up? That's kind of cool. Platinum WoW subs to Pyro. I had no idea. Pretty cool. It also makes sense from an evolutionary standpoint. Humans were making music and use instruments before they could read or write. Absolutely. But people will take that to a weird place, you know, yalla yalla, that people are like, some people are just, they don't realize when they're being prejudiced, and they are, you know? It's like, it's one of the reasons why people like view the Horde as like savages and like uncultured and like, ugh, it's so gross. They don't respect more nomadic cultural structures. Like, they see them as lesser. They literally see them as like lesser. It's really gross. It's really gross. And so that's why I'm careful to like not give that impression, because I don't see it that way at all. I think that nomadic culture and more tribal cultures are some of the most beautiful, colorful, rich in meaning and philosophy cultures that exist in the entire world. It's why some South American cultures are among the most beautiful on the planet. And whether people like it or not, some Middle Eastern cultures too. So yeah, but people are always trying to make, people that are gross are always trying to make it out to be like they're lesser as a result. It's really gross. It's really gross. I think a lot of like, I don't know. I think some Gaelic culture and stuff like that and Norse culture can be very interesting, very colorful, but I don't know. I think when I think of like white people culture, I don't know. It doesn't excite me. Like, it doesn't excite me. And maybe it's because I'm more used to it, or maybe because I don't like it as much, but like when I look at like Native American like headdresses and like festival garb and stuff like that, like it is just so beautiful. And like, I don't know. Like textiles and like beadwork and like leather working, it is just so gorgeous. So yeah, I think it's beautiful. I also, white people cultural, which one? Right. I also grew up, you know, I went to school in a place that had a ton of Native American students and a ton of Mexican students. So, and other Latin cultures as well, whether that be Dominican or Venezuelan or even El Salvador, whatever it might be. I mean, and I went to school, I was in sports with these guys and girls, and I'd gone to their houses, had traditional like dinners with them, seen the difference in like mannerisms and how their house is decorated, all sorts of stuff. And so I don't know, I kind of appreciate that stuff. I think it's really cool. Like, I think it's really cool. There was times where at school, we would have people from the Native American tribe that would come and they would do like one of their traditional dances. And it's just like, it's beautiful, dude. The singing, the drum work, like it's all actual like leather, handmade drums, everything. Like everything is made by like elders and craftspeople who work as a part of the tribe and like keep up these traditions even though it's hundreds of years later. It's beautiful, dude. If you've never seen anything like that, I highly recommend it. It's beautiful. There's no other way to put it. There's no other way to put it. We have like High Desert Museum, which you can go to and has like all sorts of exhibits about the culture, how they would fish, how they'd hunt and gather, how their power structure worked. And they have like representatives from the nations who like inform them on this and let them know like when, you know, that they're make sure they're getting it right. And it's cool, dude. It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool. So anyway, I have an additional appreciation for it because I grew up around it and I've seen how beautiful these cultures and people can be. And so, yeah, that's part of why I'm drawn to the Horde, because for me, that's a lot of what it is. And frankly, like, as much as I appreciate order at times and access to written information and stuff like that, I think that I personally kind of identify a bit more with some of the more, you know, older, more nomadic, spiritual kind of views. I think that that resonates more with me. That resonates more with me than, you know, Christianity, for instance. So, yeah, I think it's really cool. Might be your American perspective, to be honest. You don't see much of old European traditions over there. No, not really. I mean, considering the fact that we effectively were trying to escape it. But yeah, I mean, one of the things that I love about older European stuff, again, architectural differences are fascinating to me. I would love to come to Europe at some point and just see some of these incredible buildings that you guys have over there. Like some of the basilicas and some of the chapels and squares, and it's just like, fuck, you guys have beautiful buildings. I would love to come and experience that. And I'd love to come and experience some of, you know, yeah, just the difference in tradition, you know, whether it's kilts and bagpipes or lederhosen and fucking chugging beers. you know, I'd love to see that. I really would. I think I think one of the beautiful parts about humanity, man, you guys got me all introspective now. I think one of the beautiful parts about humanity is damn near anywhere you go, you just have like beautiful aspects of culture. You got beautiful aspects of culture. Every place has beautiful cultural things about it that are worth experiencing, whether it's food or music or architecture or traditions or, you know, everyone's got something worthwhile. Whether it's, yeah, it doesn't matter what continent. You pick one, there's something just beautiful there. Europe's not that safe anymore, be careful? What does that mean? Bro, I live in the United States where there's more guns than there is people. Like, what are you talking about? Safe. What does that mean? Stop propagating that bullshit, please. What is that, some kind of like anti-immigration stance that I'm seeing right now? He's thinking of Paris, not all of Europe. Most likely. It'd be good for them to specify, because who knows? Welsh choir music is fucking beautiful. I've learned a lot about culture of Wales. My father-in-law's from Wales. Their language is beyond insane and sarcastic. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm from Iran, and I've always loved blood elf culture and architecture. Silvermoon with its hookahs and dome roofs remind me of Islamic Iranian era. Fuck yeah. Do you have any thoughts about other like Middle Eastern and East-inspired cultures like the Qurayshi and stuff? You should really visit Ireland if that's your origin. It would hit different, man. Trust me, I'd love to, but the shit ain't cheap. You know what I mean? Shit ain't cheap, dog. I'd love to. The only country I've ever been to outside the United States is Mexico, and I thought it was great. I actually saw this amazing rendition of an ancient tale when I was having dinner there with Ariel, and in it they actually had some mythological figures, one of which held like a sword of fire. And they had this whole story about this sword fire wielding person, and like I don't really remember it because you know, I'd have a couple tequilas in, but it was beautiful. It was cool, and they danced and they had music, and it was awesome. When I was watching it, I very much felt like, holy shit, like this kind of reminds me of WoW. Like it's pretty cool. You need to see Europe, Dad. You know, you guys don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. You know, it's not a good look, though, to be honest with you. When someone says some shit like Europe's not that safe anymore, be careful, and people ask them to explain what they mean, and then they don't say anything, I'm just going to say that's not a good look. That's not a good look. You should probably explain what you meant by that. Got the lucky... and if you're afraid that it's going to get you banned, maybe you shouldn't be saying stuff like that. Propaganda? Yeah, I know. I'm just challenging this person to not be a coward, is basically what I'm doing. There's unsafe areas everywhere. Yes. There's places in the United States you don't want to go. Trust me. Trust me. And it's not because of immigrants. I'll tell you that much. Most of the countries in Europe are very safe. I know. I know. I think every place can have areas that you probably want to avoid a little bit. But even if you know, even if you go there, there's ways to know how to navigate that to keep yourself safe. So we got sundown towns here in the US, so yeah. Yeah, we're not some pinnacle of safety either. How many school shootings did your guys' country have in the last 5 years? I was talking about big cities like London, Paris, etc. Don't get me wrong. I should say some of the cities in Europe. Yeah. And to be fair, I would say the same thing about certain places here. Chicago, Los Angeles, certain areas of New York. Yes. Anytime you get vastly metropolitan, like, there's going to be some sketchy shit going on. You got to be aware. You got to have, buddy system, rules of travel. Like, that goes without saying. But I would never travel to a foreign country and just be like willy-nilly, like, oh, let's just fuck around and just like do whatever here. You know what I mean? Hot take, those cities are the least interesting. It depends on what you find interesting. If you want to go to the Louvre or whatever the fuck, or see the Eiffel Tower, or see the built up, fucking buildings in Paris, I feel like that, it depends on what you enjoy. You might like the food, Tourism is dangerous in general, no matter where you go. I think that's a good way of saying it, bro. Bro, I say to someone named Linda. Yeah, totally, bro. You're right, because regardless of where you go, there's gonna be people who are looking to take advantage of tourism. Absolutely. That's here. You can go to California. I'm in Oregon. I can go one state down to California, Venice Beach, and there's people trying to take advantage of you as a tourist. You go to Vegas, they're trying to take advantage of you. Not everybody, but they're there, right? Some places are notorious for pickpocketing tourists, but they're all known and mostly in the South. Again, it doesn't really matter. Like, again, I get what you're saying. It's not as if there aren't places that are safer than others, but yeah. I think that we've come to an agreement, generally speaking, that like, kind of no matter where you go, you need to be aware of the areas that are maybe more sketchy and how to navigate that if you find yourself in those situations. And I think that goes for damn near any fucking country, because no country is perfect and doesn't have criminals. every country has criminals. Except North Korea, apparently. I'm just kidding. They also don't have food, so. Sorry, that's a cruel joke. I shouldn't say that. London isn't safe. Jeremy Clarkson, James May, and Richard Hammond. Always causing trouble there. That's a Jaguar XJR. Yeah, I know. I'd say stay out of Bladehead's Mountains. That's bad news. Yeah. You know what they say? Dark humor's like food. I think your joke went over my head. Not everyone gets it. I guess I can't really say anything. I mean, I basically just made the same joke in a different format two seconds ago. Tourists often overestimate how safe New Zealand is. Like, if you go into a dark parking lot at night, you'll still get mugged. Again, yeah, it's just because crime is universal. Like, that's just the thing of it. People do crime everywhere. Anywhere that there's laws, guess what? People are doing crime. Like, think about it that way. Anywhere there's laws, there's crime. Some of it more violent than others. I'm Welsh myself, and although I'm living in England these days, the Fey Lord in Welsh and Irish mythology is awesome. See, that's the thing, man. As someone whose last name is Welsh, I should probably know more about the Fey, Gaelic mythology, even King Arthur related stuff, even though I think that's more English. But I don't really, please forgive me. I'm not versed enough in European history. Like, I could learn so much. I probably sound like a fool. You're a fool. I probably sound like a fool, so. Yeah. I actually hate traveling, so I'd be safe anywhere. Because I'd be quiet and stay in my hotel most of the time. But that's the thing, man. It can happen anywhere, anytime. Fun fact, there are laws in outer space. Oh, you mean like laws of gravity? And inertia? Physics? Sorry. Fun fact, the closer you go to Ireland, the redder your hair becomes. My mom is straight up ginger. If I have a kid, they're probably gonna look like Ronald Weasley. They're gonna have such red hair, dude. They're gonna look like a troll doll that got dipped in bleach. I cracked myself up. I'm a ginger. My father was a ginger. It's a sign. No actual international laws for business happening in outer space. I know, Denmark. I was just making jokes. What does anime have to do with troll dolls? Oh, because I said bleach. This fucking guy. Boo! Boo! Bleach is an anime. I know. Almost whooshed me even. Yeah. Here's all. Thanks for the follow. Come to Finland, dude. You need to see Lapland and all of its beauty. Man, I've heard some of those Nordic countries are fucking gorgeous. Again, man, I feel like it almost doesn't matter where you go. This planet is fucking beautiful, dude. Everyone says, not everyone, there's people that live in Wyoming. Well, Wyoming has gorgeous mountain ranges. See, I can't even pick a spot. Missouri, Illinois, I don't know. Like, there's people all over that say things like, come to where I live, it's beautiful, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. I feel like 95% of this planet is beautiful. And that's why I would like to see it, you know? Because it's gorgeous everywhere, man. This planet is fucking gorgeous. There's beauty everywhere. Come to Brazil? I would love to. I'd love to see Rio from a distance. No, I'm just kidding. Like, no, seriously. And I know Rio's not all of Brazil, you know? But yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, I'd love to go so many places. You know, Australia's got beautiful stuff and a lot of terrifying insects. Yeah, you can almost just name almost any country, and there's amazing things there. Norway is beautiful. Yeah. Have you seen Grindelwald in Switzerland? Switzerland? I have not. I have not. Have you seen the redwoods of California? Have you seen Crater Lake in Oregon? Have you seen the Cascades? Oh, it's so beautiful here, dude. I can literally look out the fucking window and see the Cascades. I'm Pacific Northwest, bro. It is fucking beautiful. The nature is so beautiful here. It is damn near spiritual. Like, it is gorgeous. What's the Cascades? The Cascades is a mountain range. Cascade Mountain Range. Sits between eastern and western Oregon. Have you seen the Eastern Plaguelands? I have. Yeah, a lot of mycelial growth there. Yeah, very cool if you're into mushrooms and death. Oregon on my to visit list. Oh, dude, it's got to be. It's not to brag, man, but Oregon it's really, really beautiful. Yeah. Blasted Lands, good beach spot. Yeah, good amount of sunlight there. You know, that's one of the things that's really interesting about Japan. You know, Japan has a ton. Japan is big on spirits and connection to the forest and stuff like that and nature. And so much of Japan is actually like sectioned off as like, you're not supposed to go there. Like, fucking wildlife is there. You know what I mean? Like, bears and shit live out there. Like, you don't go there because it's not meant to be traversed. Like, it's so much of it is kind of just untamed. It's beautiful. Isn't Crater Lake NP still closed for preservation road? Probably. Yeah, I've been to Crater Lake once, and it was in the winter time, and it snowed around the whole rim. Beautiful. Bears are attacking people. Seen a lot of warnings. Yeah, don't fuck with bears, dude. It's important because they have to manage their island well. Yeah, I mean, you throw that out of balance, you don't have anywhere to go. You're literally on an island. So, when I visited the Redwoods National Parks, all three, it was such an amazing spiritual experience. I mean, those trees are so fucking old. Like, I mean, they have a tree, guys, that you can drive your car through. Like, it's so big that it's hollowed out and you can drive through it. These trees are gigantic. Like, they are fucking massive. I actually went out in a local area to see the oldest tree. I think the oldest ponderosa pine or something like that in the area. And it's like hundreds of years old. And it's so big that they actually had to cut the top part of it off because it was unstable and it, you know, could kill someone if it fell. And they have this huge area roped off around it because you can't go anywhere near it because they don't want any disruption to the integrity of the soil and the root system. Because if you fuck it up, and it's like trampling the riparian zone, if you fuck it up, you'll kill the fucking tree. That'll be it. So it's amazing. I mean, it's huge. It's just huge. Yeah, it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Crater Lake is amazing. Yep, Mount Hood area is gorgeous too, man. And if you've never driven through the Columbia River Gorge between America, between Oregon and Washington, that's beautiful too. Yeah, that place is beautiful too. Between America and Canada, I think is what I was gonna say there. I don't know what I was gonna say. Yeah, the roots need to breathe. Too much foot traffic compacts the soil for sure. Do you have moose in Oregon? Not that I am aware of. I think you might get moose more in Washington, the north in Washington. I don't think we have moose here. We have elk, and we have black and whitetail deer, but I don't think we have moose. I've never seen or heard of moose. You got fish, right? Well, we don't actually have any water. So, I don't know if you guys know this. In Oregon, there's... I can't even say it without laughing. I was going to say, there's no rivers or lakes. There's no streams. We don't have water here. So, we actually just drink our own piss. So, you shouldn't move here, because then you'll have to drink your own piss to survive. That's what I'm drinking right now, actually. That's why they call me the Urine King. As you would say, that ain't bussin'. It ain't bussin'. I'm in Oregon. It's true. See, he knows. You guys only drink Gatorade. No risk of the Titan Order juice. Pissmancer, thanks. Pyro has no water. Donate today. No. Moose are intimidating? Yeah. I mean, moose can be like 1,200 pounds. And like fucking 12 feet tall. Like, don't ever, ever, ever fuck with a moose. They're dangerous, dude. A moose will fucking kill you. Like a fucking deer can kill you. Don't ever fuck with a moose. That is not to be played with. That's obvious for most of you, but they are territorial and aggressive. You do not fuck with a moose. Imagine if your car got angry at you and had antlers. Yeah, and could run fucking 35 miles an hour, if not faster. You don't ever fuck with a moose. Just don't fuck with nature. You know what I mean? Damn, nature, you scary. It's like that. Just don't fuck with it. How does New Mexico have more water than Oregon? It's new. Moose is like the closest thing to Malorn in the real world, just giant creature. Bro, I mean, you can see videos of like giant, almost overgrown elk too, and they are horrifying. Have you guys ever seen a fucking giant elk bull in rut? It is fucking like, for those that don't know, they grow this layer of flesh over their antlers and they rub it off on trees because it's like shedding off and like rotting away. If you ever see one of these things, it literally has bloody flesh hanging from their antlers. They're horrifying, dude. They're horrifying. Like, it's nightmare shit. It's nightmare shit, dude. Like, it's insane. Like, nah. Fuck that. I'd never fuck with an animal that weighed more than me. And frankly, I wouldn't even fuck with an animal that weighed the same amount of me. Can you imagine trying to fight off a 200-pound cat? Bro, I can barely handle a fucking 10-pound cat. 200-pound cat? And there's tigers that grow up to 800 pounds. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? Nature's crazy. We're only as dominant as we are because we develop tools. That's it. Opposable thumbs, tools, and technology. That's it. And tactics, hunting tactics. We work in unison, fucking like hyenas. Spears broke the IRL meta. Straight up. You're from the States and you're talking about scary animals. I feel safe here in Australia now. Bro, you guys got kangaroos. Kangaroo will knock your fucking head off your shoulders, bro. Those things are muscular. Everywhere got scary animals, dude. Crocodiles, cougs, fucking meese. That's crazy. Some of the worst things in this world are small. IRL tigers and bears make you realize how terrifying fighting a feral druid would be. Fuck. Yeah, dude. We have black bears around where I live. We don't really have as much grizzly. I feel you gotta go more north for that, or be more coastal. But I've never seen a bear. I've lived in Oregon for 30 years. I've never seen a bear. They're kind of rare. I've never seen a bear. I don't think I've ever seen a mountain lion. A cougar, same thing. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen I've seen elk. I've seen cervids. But I've never seen predators, not big ones. At a zoo, but that's different, obviously. Australia lost a war to emus. I don't even know how. They had guns. Not even once, bro, but twice. Can you believe that shit? Twice. They lost twice. Do you think you could vibe out a bear if you ran into one? I mean, I know some of the things you're supposed to do. You're supposed to, like, make yourself bigger and imposing. You know, like, that's why they stand up, you know, to make themselves bigger. And you're not supposed to ever turn around. It's like most predators. You never turn around. You never turn around and you don't run. The idea is to be big and imposing and loud, because if you are doing that enough, you'll scare them off. But ultimately, a lot of wild animals attack out of fear. They're not hunting you. They're not predating on you. They're afraid of you. So they're perceivably defending themselves. So when you startle wild animals, that's how a lot of attacks happen. But if you have enough space, you know, and it depends as well. Like, animals are fickle because of their sense of smell in a lot of cases. So like if you're upwind and they catch your scent, they're going to know you're there way before you do. So they're either going to get out or you're going to stumble upon them and you're going to be surprised. So in the case of like a bear, like a black bear, you don't run. You don't climb trees because they can fucking climb. You make yourself big and imposing and you make sounds that then to try to scare them away. That's what you're supposed to do. But I think that it's also when you're faced with like primal life like that, it's easier said than done. Your survival instincts are going to kick in and you're either going to do that or you're not. Yeah, they have rule. If it's brown, lie down. If it's black, fight back. If it's white, good night. That's what to do with bears. Yup. If it's brown, you just pretend you're dead. If it's black, you might have a chance, but try to scare it away. And if it's white, you're probably dead. You're probably dead. Bears are so common in Pennsylvania these days. Some people are visited daily by different females with their cubs. And and as you know, that is the most dangerous scenario. That's the most dangerous. Especially if you ever see cubs and you don't know where mama is, that is the most dangerous situation. Because she'll do anything. She'll do anything. I mean, female bears will fight male bears that are double their weight to protect their cubs. It's fucking... That's the worst place to be. That's the worst place to be. You ever spot cubs and you don't know where mom is, you could be in big trouble. I would just hope you're armed at that point, because if you're not, you could be in trouble. Now, wolves used to be more of a thing in the United States, but we hunted them nigh to extinction. And now they have to live, there's very few wild wolves. Most of them live in sanctuaries. Because we were hunting them because they were killing cattle and livestock and all that stuff, right? But then we created another problem. Because by over-hunting wolves, one of the only natural predators in the United States, especially in like plain areas, now greater cervids, things like elk and deer, they don't have as many natural predators. That's why we have to actually go out and hunt. Because there's not enough of a predator population. We have to hunt them. Because what will happen, you see this in Yellowstone, you can read about this anytime you want. Cervids moving in and existing in areas, they're trampling riparian zones and stuff along the edges of streams, and they're eroding down the streams. They're ruining it. So it just goes to show how, like, you think that you're solving a problem, but you might actually be creating another. And so we have had to fill in to be the natural predator for deer, because we basically exterminated the one that existed for them previously. And I've been to a wolf sanctuary. They are terrifying. Wolves are fucking gigantic. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a wolf in real life, but they're gigantic. Like, I swear to God, I'm 6 foot, and I was seeing wolves that's backs came up to here. Like, they're fucking huge. They're fucking huge. And they weigh like 400 pounds. Like, their paws are like this big, dude. They're beautiful, but they are terrifying. So I get why they did that. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, because we disrupt nature. They're airdropping wolves into some areas to try to stop you. The description of airdropping is fucking crazy to me. Like, airdropping wolves, bro. What is this, a fucking battle royale? It just sends me, dude. It's so funny. It's so funny to me. But yeah, I've seen white wolves. I've seen gray wolves. You guys want to know a little fun fact about wolves? I'm pretty sure wolves are one of the species that actually will mate for life. Once they have a partner, they don't have, I don't know if I'd say it's monogamous, but I'm pretty sure they mate for life. But that's not actually what I was going to tell you. You can know that a wolf is real, whether if you're watching a movie or a commercial. I mean, generally they don't have real wolves for media. But wolves, all of them, have yellow eyes. All of them. So if you ever see a wolf that has blue eyes, it's not a wolf. Not really. It's not like an actual pure wolf. It's either mixed with something else or it's just fake. All wolves have yellow eyes, every single one. Red wolves, white wolves, gray wolves, all of them. I thought that was interesting. I learned that when I went to the wolf sanctuary. If you see a wolf dressed as your grandma and it has yellow eyes, it's a wolf. That's how you know it's real. Otherwise, it's not. You're probably safe. We've also dropped beavers. Can you just imagine little beavers coming in, little parachutes into the forest? Holy shit, dude, I can't. That's so funny to fucking, that's so funny. Can you imagine being those beavers? Bro, you're never going near a ledge ever again. Ever again. That's funny. Wolf Among Us is a great game. Try it some other time. I think I might have. I actually bought that. Check it out. I actually bought that on a recommendation. What's this stream about? Well, for the first 4.5 hours, it was about World of Warcraft, the light, religious interpretations in World of Warcraft, cosmic forces, balance of things, different renditions of light, and now we're talking about animals. So, just a second ago, we were talking about Malorn. Now it's about actually important shit like beavers. Yep. I fell into a hole of a beaver content lately. It's amazing. Those little guys see running water and are like, nah. I don't know why I got this recommended then. I don't know. It's mostly been talking about World of Warcraft. Did you guys ever see a wild horse? Yeah, we have Mustangs where I live. We have Mustangs that roam the plains out here. The plains. We have some plains. Oregon's kind of sick because you have coastal region. You have coastal forest ranges, which are different than main, like deeper in forest ranges, like in the mountain forest ranges. You have a valley that runs through the center of Oregon from north to south. Then you have the Cascade Mountain ranges, which separate the more humid valley region of Oregon from the arid high desert region, which is where I live. Out here, you have juniper and sage and a lot more like types of grass and stuff. Then east of here, you have more grasslands. And if you go southeast, it basically turns into like almost desert, like a Nevada type desert, because it connects down to Nevada. So it's actually really interesting. And then more northwest, you get more like rolling plains with like windmills and shit. It's actually really interesting. Oregon has like pretty much everything. And if you go north enough at the border of Oregon and Washington, you have this gigantic river gorge from the Columbia River. And if you go south, you have Crater Lake and I don't know. It's really cool. It's really cool. It's a shame you don't still have that sunset picture you took. I mean, I do, but there are some big horse races, man. Oh, yeah? How did a Mustang get on a plane? Where there's a will, there's a way. Have you seen what Weta looks like? Once I was out on a walk and just saw one of them standing in the middle of the path. A what? Oink, oink. I'm in Reno and we have tons of wild horses. They keep building houses where they live, so the horses go into the neighborhoods and eat people's lawns. Good, serves them right. It got on the plane because they're going to airdrop them, obviously. Then you have Bend, Oregon, the middle of nowhere. And I used to live in Bend. And the more that yeah, I mean, it kind of is in the middle of nowhere, to be honest. It's not metropolitan at all, which is nice. I'm down in the valley. You're from Medford? Yeah, I was born in Eugene, so most of my experience with the valley is Eugene and Springfield. Cottage Grove. I've been to Medford like once. Salem. Been up to Corvallis, which is more farmlandy, very fertile up there. Obviously, I've been to Portland, Beaverton, Tigard, all the suburban areas surrounding. I don't think I've ever been to what's north of Portland? There in Washington. What's that called? Toronto? I think we have a Toronto. What is it? I don't remember, but yeah. I've lived in Florence on the coast. I've been all the way up to Lincoln City. You know, basically any coastal city. Down to Grants Pass, Coos Bay, Reedsport. I would say when it comes to Oregon, I'm pretty well traveled. I've been down to Klamath Falls. Yeah, I've been pretty much everywhere in this state. I've been out to the east to northeast John Day. I've been out to the east to Oh goodness, what's that little town called? There's a little town out there. I can't remember what it's called, but the Dalles and yeah, I've been Vancouver is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, Vancouver is what I was thinking of. Do any fishing IRL? When I was younger, more so. Yeah, a lot of rainbow trout, maybe some brown trout here there. I've fished bluegill out of oh goodness, what's it called? Oh, I've fished shoot, what else? I've probably fished up a couple carp here or there. I've fished in the Willamette, which I think they say can have like sturgeon, which is crazy. I've never caught a sturgeon. Yeah, so I've done some fishing. Probably amazing creeks there too. Oh, dude. Especially when you get to the Cascades, it's gorgeous. Yeah, you can get, I mean, shit. I could go fish probably 20 minutes from my house. I could go fish. And you could say that about most of Oregon. Unappreciated area near Crater Lake was Diamond Lake. Man, we have this area here in Central Oregon called Cascade Lakes Highway. And it's exactly what it sounds like. You drive up through this highway that goes up through the Cascades, and there's just lakes and lakes and lakes and lakes and lakes just everywhere. And they are all just fucking beautiful, dude. I have pictures of them framed on my fucking wall that I've taken. I could, fuck. If they weren't, I don't know how they're adhered to the wall. They might be hung on hooks or they might be Velcroed, but yeah, I've taken a bunch of pictures. I used to go to Diamond Lake as a kid. Grandparents love Diamond Lake. Yep. Ouray, Colorado's a nice town. Yeah, we're actually thinking about moving to Colorado because Oregon's expensive. I think when our lease is up, we're strongly considering. We're looking at maybe like Fort Collins or something, because you can get a house as nice or nicer than ours with a bigger yard for a fucking $1,000 less per month. So we're trying not to have to spend so much money. Our rent is, I mean, my rent takes the majority of my income. It's not even close. My rent is shit. I mean, you're supposed to make 2 to 3 times your rent. My rent's probably like fucking, probably like at least half my income. It's expensive. But yeah. What water are they in? Well, you just piss enough, you make a lake, and then the carp will swim around in it. Carp are trash fish anyway. It's gonna sound alien to you guys, but here in Oregon, up until just a couple years ago, did you know that we didn't have self-serve gas stations? Someone would pump your gas for you. That's like new for us. It's funny because when I traveled to Illinois, Ariel wanted to like see me struggle with having to pump my own gas. I fucking know how to pump my goddamn gas. But the pump was different. It was weird. It was in this rural area where like you had this lever that didn't look like a lever. It was fucking weird. So I struggled with that, but I don't know how to pump my own goddamn gas. I heard locals in the CO are pissy about outsiders moving there. It's everywhere, bro. It's the same thing in Oregon. Motherfuckers drive around here with bumper stickers that say Oregon sucks, don't move here. That's such a weird concept. Do they not trust people to do it? I think they're just trying to give jobs. I think that was it. They're just trying to provide jobs. Working at a gas station is like a pretty easy, very entry-level job. Till a few years ago, yeah. I prefer pumping my own gas because you know what? There might be one attendant at a station and fucking 8 pumps that they're going at. You know what I mean? So if I can just get out and pump it and get it going, I'm just gonna do it. You know? You're getting paid either way. Get your money. I don't need you to pump my gas. I can handle it. It's easy. It takes, you know, it'll be faster if I just do it. So if I can self-serve, I just self-serve every time. I prefer it. Same thing in UPMI. Is that Upper Peninsula, Michigan? Don't move here. Yeah, I've heard Michigan is beautiful too, dude, as long as you're not in like Flint. Are you expected to tip the gas attendant? No. Not commonplace. Pump that fart out. What? I bet you do self-service every time? I'm married, so. I visited there last year and I was confused. Me and my friend were talking and pulled over for gas and then just sat silently while she pumped the gas for us. We had our windows down. It was awkward. Yeah, and you don't leave the windows down. Oh my God, that's funny. What's up, Miss Mossy? Good to see you. It's funny when you say CO, I assume you mean Colorado, but Central Oregon can be called CO as well, so I wasn't sure what you meant. Funny, but Orange said that's how Volibear apparently made the first lake. Shut the fuck up, Skag. Are you serious? You're trolling me, dude. You're trolling me. Orn does not believe that the first lake was urinated by the Volibear. There's no way. That's fake. You're not kidding? Oh my God. That is fucking ridiculous, dude. That was very typical for US for a long time. Well, the US is so, I don't know. I feel like a lot of like Midwestern states and Eastern states. I mean, you guys will have to tell. I was under the impression that the majority of the United States pumped their own gas. Am I wrong about that? I thought that it was the majority of places did that themselves. I thought Oregon was one of like the few that actually didn't do that. Just got your house plot? Yeah. You got one in the main ward, I assume. Majority, yeah. Yeah, that's how I understood it as well. Wasn't lake, but river. Volibear made the first river. You do not want to know how. Only Oregon and New Jersey? Yeah. That's what I kind of thought. New Jersey had people do it for you the last time I was there? Yeah? I wonder why. Like, why Oregon and New Jersey? I've never had my gas pumped. Yeah, it's different. My town's most full service because it's a town of older generations of people, like 5 gas stations and only 1 self-serve pump. Oh, wow. I could get that, though. Yeah, if it's like a place that's more like retirement. Florence, Oregon is like that. It's like Jupiter, Florida. It's like a retirement town. Like, I think like, I want to say it's like 70% of the people that live in Florence are retirees. It's pretty crazy. Florence is nice, though. In the summers, it's beautiful, little breeze. In the spring, it's brutal. Tons of fucking rain. Same in the fall. And in the winter, it doesn't really snow that much because it's on the coast. But I liked Florence. There just wasn't a lot to do. There's just not a lot to do there. They do have the Rhododendron Festival, which is nice. There's rhododendron flower bushes all over the place. Beautiful big ass flower. They have a whole festival about it. You have like big biker clubs come into town and stuff, and a lot of restaurants are popping, and they put up like a fairground and stuff. Not very big, but you know, they do cool stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I liked Florence. It was nice. It was one of the places I felt like I enjoyed school a pretty good amount. I had good friends in Florence. The town was big enough small enough I could ride my bike from one end to the other, and there wasn't really like a sketchy area. Yeah, it's beautiful. I like Florence. Newport's nice. Yeah, Newport's north of Florence. That'd be past like Yachats and stuff. Newport's nice. Fisherman's town. Hence Newport. I believe in Newport they have, might be Lincoln City, but I think Newport has a marine biology center. And I think Lincoln City has the aquarium. Maybe that's in Newport too, but yeah, a lot of cool stuff. My dad really loved the coast. He had a boat that he would keep docked at a little dock on the Siuslaw River, and he'd take it out and drive it and do fishing and stuff. And I got to go out on the boat a couple times at Dexter Reservoir, if you know where that is, Frozen. I think it's in the Cascades somewhere between Central Oregon and Eugene. And I got to drive the boat around a little bit, and that was really cool. Had some fond memories of that. But yeah, he loved going out to the coast, and I think he'd gone on a crabbing boat and stuff sometimes before, not as like a job, but as like more of a toury kind of thing. Done a little crab fishing, and he loved a place in what's that town called? Not Newport, but I think it's north of that even. Depot Bay. And there's a restaurant there called the Sea Hag, and he loved that place a lot. And I took Ariel there. We got together, and it's kind of a nice nostalgic place that we went, and it's cool. When I think of my dad, I did definitely think boats in the ocean. I don't know how much time he actually spent on the ocean, but I definitely think boats. He had like a captain's hat. Here in BC, most of our pumps are self-serve or mixed. Okay. I live in Virginia and they had people do it when I was a kid, but that was 30 years ago. 30 schmurdy, whatever. Still young. Hope you and the fam had an amazing Christmas. Thank you. Today's been fucking insane.
Hope you and the fam had an amazing Christmas, my dude. Appreciate everything you did this year.
Thank you.
Looking forward to 2026 and midnight.
Hell yeah, dude. Thanks for supporting the channel for 21 months, man. Yeah, for those that weren't here earlier, you guys missed it. There was like 400 subs gifted. And people tipped. This is an estimate because it's... Dude, oh my God. People tipped... And this is rounded down because PayPal takes a bit for, especially for currency conversion, like $1,800. It was fucking wild. Mitch alone tipped $1,000. It was fucking insane. This has been one of the craziest streams that I've ever fucking had. It's insane. It felt like I was finishing Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. It was crazy. It just didn't stop. It just didn't stop. So many people just like, there was like at least 10 people. Nah, maybe not quite. There was like 8 people who tipped like $100. It was fucking crazy. Rathiel's was one of them. It was crazy. Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. It's incredible. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Chat funding your Europe trip. I think chat is more trying to fund IVF. So that Ariel and I can try to have a fucking child. It was crazy. Seriously, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The greatest honor and privilege that I have had in my life, besides being the partner of my wonderful wife, is being able to make content, whether it's making YouTube videos or streaming and hanging out with you guys and having intellectual conversation and just discussing the thing that most of us love, and that's World of Warcraft. Maybe that was Final Fantasy, you know. So thank you so much. I didn't know you were married. Way to go. Are you fucking trolling me? Sorry to ask, but is content creation your only income? It is. This is how I pay all the bills. I pay all the bills. So you guys, without you, it's nothing. It's nothing. So thank you. Here they go again, dude. Here they fucking go again, dude. Prod, thank you for gifting 5 subs, bro. Heresy, thanks for gifting 5 subs too. Merry fucking Christmas. Happy holidays. Thanks. And we had a great session talking about the light today, trying to dispel some of the perceptions of the light, talking about how long ago the light being related to God was retconned back to Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, how it's changed and it's more of a philosophy than a religion, you know? So, it was a good discussion. And a couple trolls came in, tried to fucking, divert the discussion, but I think it went pretty well. I've learned some new things about the light in the last couple days. It's been great to hear other people's perspectives on it. And what's really cool about it, is that it's just one cosmic force. We can have such in-depth conversations of one fucking cosmic force. One. And there's 5 or 6 or even more to discuss. Like, I would consider the elements a level of cosmic force. Like, that's gotta be, does that not count? Like, it's not listed as one, but, That's just it, Pyro. You add a lot of value to our gaming experience and in general, our life with your thoughts and ideas, so we're thankful to you. I appreciate that. It's one of those things that makes me think like, man, I might be a little small fry who hasn't really done anything official in his life yet, but I feel like I could genuinely give some input to WoW's story that could improve it. I feel like I could do some story stuff. Maybe I need to start writing some short stories, man. I don't know. I've done enough analysis already that I should be able to, like, come up with my own shit. Maybe I just need to do that. Put myself out there a bit. Because, yeah, I definitely don't. I don't do anything like that. So, my mother wanted a second child so I could have a brother or sister, but the hospital did a mistake and removed the working fallopian tube. Wow. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is a gigantic fucking mistake. Holy fucking shit. Wow. She got like 2 tries with test tubes. I didn't even know that was a thing, but no more than 2. Oh, you mean like IVF? They're crazy expensive, even in Norway. Yeah. Yo, Phoenix Light, thanks for continuing a sub that you were gifted or your prime, and thanks for gifting
on an adventure to find some treasure.
Damn, dude, thank you. I mean, I don't know how else to react to that, Kevin. That's just blatant medical malpractice right there. That's insane. I would sue the fuck out of them. That's crazy. We would love that. I'd be so happy if one day I get to read a WoW book authored by you. Oh, stop, dude. When I read like Christy Golden's writing, I'm like, dude, I could never write this. It's so beautifully verbose and complex and varied in the adjectives and verbs used. It's just amazing. Like, I try not to overestimate my writing ability because I have no formal training. I didn't even go to college for it or anything like that. I have no degree in writing. I have nothing like that. Nothing published, nothing. So I like to think that I could do it, but when I read stuff like what Christy writes, man, it's just another level. It's another level. And then I write with like Tolkien writes, and I mean, we're talking generational writer right there, but like, it is just, these people are wordsmiths, dude. Like they're, they are just, it's like, it's easy to think that you have a complex vocabulary, but when you read someone who's truly skilled, a career writer, and you read and you experience the variance in their word usage, it's humbling. It's humbling. It's not to say that I couldn't do it. It's all about training and practice, and I'm not saying I couldn't. Anything's possible, right? But man, it's like fuck. It's cool, dude. It's inspiring though. It's inspiring. It doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me realize like, damn, the ceiling on this is like, it's incredible. It's incredible. You're obsessive enough that you'd love practicing the crowd. I think so too. Have you ever been to Cape Disappointment, Washington? I can't say that I have. Why? I've been to I don't know if I've ever been to Tacoma. Maybe suburban Tacoma. I've been to Spokane. I don't know that I've really been to a lot of places in Washington. You could always be a reader for Dwarven literature. Oh, yeah. I got a lot more voices than Dwarf, man. Your writing for the Siren Owl was great. I think you're underestimating your writing ability. Thanks. That means a lot to me. I mean, I guess I have written, a couple things. I used to get in like trouble in school because when we would have writing assignments where I'd have to write like a short story, I don't know why, but the content of what I would write was often like too mature. And I got sent to it's really unfortunate because I felt like I was reading and writing far above like the rest of my classmates, but I got in trouble for it because the content of it was often mature. And I'd get sent to like the office for using like expletives in my writing. And that really frustrated me because I understand why they might not want you doing that. But writers do that. Like, I thought it was like more real and like visceral and like, I don't know. Maybe at the time, because I was a kid, it might have been excessive. It might not have been tasteful. But it's just interesting. Yeah, I feel like when I was growing up in like school, I felt like I got in trouble for the things that I was like perhaps even like talented in, then like set on a path to be successful with it. And I don't know if that's like, I don't know why. If that's because I was too vulgar, if it's because I had ADHD, or I don't know. I don't know. I felt like, it's a shame. I don't know. Not to be like a victim, but like, I feel like it should have been different. You should have done like a better job to like get you on a path of like, damn, it might not be, like I would draw like characters from Final Fantasy, and I got in trouble. I got sent to the office because, okay, so you guys know Yuna? And like LeBlanc from Final Fantasy X too, how Yuna wears like short shorts and like a side skirt and like an exposed belly shirt and like, you know what I mean? You know, I would like draw them, not in like a sexual or promiscuous way, but I would get sent to the office because my teacher said that I was drawing characters that were scantily clad. And so instead of having support for the artistic ability that I had, I got in trouble. And that's just so fucked up. That's so fucked up. How's that a thing? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's insane. Anyway, I just think it's fucked up. I don't know. Education system's fucked. Mayafum, thank you very much for the Prime sub for 7 months. Appreciate that. Isn't that insane? I just don't get it. Like, they're too worried about censoring the content than they are recognizing artistic ability. That's insane. I don't know. I just think that's fucked up. Meanwhile, the other kids are drawing dicks on the desk behind you. They're like that character from fucking Superbad. He's just got a journal full of dicks. Which, to be honest, that was some artistic ability. I'm gonna say right now. There might have been dicks with wings and dicks that look like castles in Disney, and dicks that did this and dicks that did that, but hey, you know, at least they were well drawn, dicks. That's a talent. That's the talent. The incredible detail in that one dick, though. I had a teacher in grade 7 who told me writing wasn't a real job and not to bother. They sat with me for too long. Fuck those kinds of teachers. That's insane. Writing wasn't a real... Dude. Oh, man. That's the kind of person that should not be in education. That type of person does not deserve a job as a teacher. Big, veiny, triumphant ones. That's insane. School systems, yeah, weren't designed to teach success based on personal talent, but I got a philosophy degree because I dislike my English teacher, so I'm a teacher and that hurts my heart. Isn't it sad, Wendy? It's just so interesting, the contrast between teachers who really care and those that are just there as a job. Imagine gatekeeping kids. How fucking insecure do you have to be? That's insane. That's sad. Megalithic Heart, thanks for the follow. When I was sent a D-pic, I'd draw it and send it back to them as practice. You did not. You did not. Are you serious? You're fucking trolling. Did you actually do that? You actually... That is fucking hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. You know what would be fun, dude? To like take an artistic skill and like draw caricatures of dicks. Where like someone does that and you turn their dick into a caricature. That would be so fucking fun. Holy shit. Like take the certain unique aspects of it and just exaggerate the fuck out of them. Oh my god, dude. So Jester, is that a thing? I know of Jester because how do you know Laura Bailey and CR without knowing a bit about Jester? But is that a thing? That's such a better idea. I mean, shit. Collaboration sometimes gives ideas, huh? I made my classmates cry with the short story I wrote in high school. It was about a shoe who lost its pair. Now I have a bachelor's degree in math and I'm studying computer science for my master's. Third world countries economy be like. Oh, it's so fucked. I remember one thing I got to do. I was in 3rd grade and there was a kid named, I think his name was Alex, who was in 5th grade. And he was really good at drawing, really good. He would love to draw Zelda characters. He loved drawing Link and Zelda and all those characters. And they'd get posted in the hallway because he was just so good. And I remember looking at his drawings and thinking, wow, that is amazing. And I was always a gamer, so I loved it. And so I started drawing Final Fantasy characters and I actually tried to make friends with them of like, hey, you know, you're amazing at drawing. Like, do you want to draw together sometime? And we did. And there was times where we'd spend, periods in classes together because I'd end up being in class. I think I ended up being in a class with him. I don't remember what it was. And we'd like draw and kind of share back and forth, and that was really cool. And then I remember that the teacher of that class recognized that he was such a good artist. And my teacher, Mrs. Ko, so I might have been in like 2nd grade at the time actually, they collaborated to put together a session where he and I got to teach my class how to draw human characters. And so me and this 5th grader literally got an entire period where we got to teach the rest of the class like how to draw face shapes and like eyes and mouths, and like we were going around and like looking at people's drawings and like giving praise and giving critique and like just collecting feedback. It was amazing, dude. Like I really definitely did have some amazing teachers. And so that's why I try not to be too harsh on like the public education system, because there are some truly like just amazing people who are trying to build, educators for the future or artists or whatever it might have been. And I'll never forget that was one of the coolest things that a teacher ever did for me or another student, is just like, give us the reins and like, you teach a class, like, what would you do? And it's just, you get up and speak in front of the whole class. And that was back when you had the projectors, right? Like the light projectors. So you'd like put the translucent paper on it and write on it with like a pen, and it would project it on the wall. And so they could see that. And like, we would kind of show examples of different ways to draw eyes and like different ways to show reflections in eyes and like light glimmers. And it was so cool, dude. A really fond memory. Mrs. Coe was an amazing teacher. I'll always remember the way she looked. Little, almost like raccoon-eyed. She always had this eyeshadow up above her crazy frizzy hair that was like long down to her shoulder. She was a little heavier. And for kids that had good behavior and stuff and who participated in class, she'd give them biscotti. She was so Italian, dude. She was so funny. She was amazing. Yeah, I had some great teachers. I remember my high school chemistry teacher was amazing too. Mr. Coles was amazing. I don't know if I ever had a teacher, him and I had another teacher, my biology teacher, Mr. Scranton, who made me so interested in science, like learning about atomic structure and like covalent bonds. And like, I also took physics, and I had a really hard time in physics because the mathematics of it. Mathematics just don't really click as well in my brain. And I had a hard time seeing the board because I didn't have prescription lenses, because I didn't have insurance. Anyway, long story short, I loved his classes. And I remember like getting to do, different labs and stuff of reactions, and I don't know, we did like egg drop and stuff for physics, and just so much cool stuff, dude. I love applied sciences. Like I love labs, dude. Like they're the best part of anything. Like practical application of scientific method and just experimentation is just, I don't know, dude. I love that shit. I loved it. I love it. It was so fascinating. I could miss math class and I wouldn't give a fuck, but I did not want to miss chemistry. I did not want to miss chem. Did not want to miss biology. I love that stuff. It took me till middle school for someone to notice I couldn't read the board. Yeah, dude, I had the same thing. And it's funny because I sat in the back, and Mr. Coles one day was like, he talked to me after class, and he's like, "Can you see the board?" And I had the same moments of kind of like revelation. I was like, "No." He's like, "I notice you're squinting all the time." He's like, "If you need to, move up to the front. Like I can adjust it. Like, but if you can't see, you need to get up to the front." And he was such a good teacher. He even tried to give me resources for ways that I could get myself a pair of glasses, or that my parents could help me get a pair of glasses, because he genuinely, he recognized the need and wanted me to be able to see the content. And I don't know, I think that's one of the pivotal moments when I knew that like he was a genuinely good teacher, and he really cared about everyone's ability to get involved in the content. Because I was the kind of person, guys, I'm gonna be honest, I was a bit of a teacher's pet. I was a weird dichotomy. I was a class clown and a teacher's pet. I don't know how I managed to do that, but every time there's a question, didn't really matter if it was history, fucking English, fucking science, hand goes up. Every fucking time, to the point where they would try to intentionally call on other people, but at the same time, I was also disruptive and talkative to the point where it annoyed them. I don't know how I accomplished that, but that was kind of my school experience the whole time. Of like, I'll answer any fucking question because I'm paying attention. And I think it's fascinating, but at the same time, I'm gonna annoy the fuck out of you. So, yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I got away with, dude, I swear to God, I got away with like murder in high school. There were times where I just straight up told other students to shut the fuck up, in front of the teacher, shut the fuck up, and the teacher literally looked at them and said what he said. Like, how do you get away with that? Like, that's fucking insane. But that's the kind of student I was. Like, there's time for play and there's time for chat, but when it's time to learn, shut the fuck up. Because there's other people in this classroom that care. And you might not, but shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. Like, let's dick around and dawdle as class is starting and whatever, but like, when it's time to learn some shit, shut up. Let's learn. I don't know. Because teachers are people too? Yeah. Well, I also got away with saying some shit I definitely should not have been able to say. So, there's some questionable some teachers that let me get away with saying some shit I should not have said at all. Like, at all. Under any circumstance. So, I was a teacher's pet too. I love to learn. Yeah. You just said it. Well, I actually had my English teacher one time. We were doing a spelling test, which I'm pretty good at spelling. And, we were doing a spelling test, and there was a student that wouldn't shut the fuck up during it either. They kept chatting with their neighbor or whatever. And I said the same thing. I was like, please, can you just shut the fuck up? Like, I gotta focus. And my teacher, what was her name? I can see her face, but I can't remember her name. She said something literally to the effect of, I can't say it, but he did, so, you know. And it was like, just so funny, man. What's up, Santiago? Santiago Lopez Rodriguez. What's up, dude? It's like when people want to be friends at work. Like, bro, I'm not here for that. Well, I get that. I think it's good to have friends at work as long as it doesn't get in the way of doing the work. Like, work is hard when you don't. For me, it's hard when you don't have anyone to converse with, to relate to. That's why I was very lucky. I always felt like I got along with my bosses pretty well. But definitely there were people who would try to talk to me and try to be my friend, and I'd be like, dude, I'm working. Like, I need you to shut the fuck up. I wouldn't say that to them, but because, you know, as when you become an adult, you have to edit what you say. But there was definitely some people who I would try as much as I could to give the impression that, like, I really don't want to talk to you because I got shit to do. And I don't really want to be your friend, to be honest. So, and that can maybe be a little harsh, but it is what it is. I couldn't listen to other kids that were slow readers. That's a little bit different. I think I definitely had some patience for that. I think I kind of felt bad, especially with how my brain works. I often have to read something. If I'm not sitting in complete silence, I have a hard time digesting literature. I have to often read it and then read it again and then read it again. And I have a thing where I'll kind of start to think about intricacies and implications of what I'm reading as I'm reading it. So I'll kind of get off track and I'll realize that I'm looking at words but not reading them. So I think I always had a bit of a soft spot for people that struggled with reading. I definitely, even as a kid, always had a level of compassion where, if anything, I wanted to help. I never would be short-tempered or I don't remember ever making fun of them, anything like that. But I can see how it can definitely test the patience. I was an unstoppable force in history class when we did Team Jeopardy pre-test days. It's like, yeah, I was a teacher's, yeah, sorry, I'm trying to read the chat. Pyro was chaotic good, you can't make this up. Teachers are people too. I mean, yeah. You like me so much, you never know. Best and rarest teachers were those that could convince pupils they were interested in literature. Yeah, how do you get people excited about something? What was your best subject? In terms of grades or in terms of personal interest? Because there were things that I was good at that I didn't necessarily get good grades in. That makes sense? If I had to pick two things, I'd probably say science and literary arts. I think that in terms of grades, probably science and English. Literary arts. Well, it depends. Are we talking like core subjects, or do we get to count electives? Because if we get to count electives, I'm definitely going like word processing and accounting. No question. No question. Word processing, like for me, I played RuneScape growing up. I was like, I was to the point where I had literally gone ahead of everyone and finished everything. And it was to the point where I was going to my teacher at the start of the day and saying like, I have no course to do. So what do I do? And he would then have me type up assignments that he would give to other students. So definitely that. Definitely that. Word processing. Typing. But yeah, that's what happens when you play RuneScape for 10 hours a day as a kid. I would hate reading out loud as a class, so when they made me read my paragraph or whatever, I'd pretend like I was rapping it until they quit. That's an interesting coping mechanism. I didn't mind. I enjoyed reading in front of the class. I could read it pretty succinctly, good tempo, not mess any words up. Yeah, I never had a problem with it. That was one of the things, though, that was kind of vindicating when people that would like, because I had some bullies in school. I had a friend who was really just kind of an asshole to me the whole time. You know, one of those bullies. And it was always interesting to me. I never commented on it, but it was always interesting to me when it was his turn to read in front of the class. And you just kind of realize, like, he just doesn't have it. Like, he just doesn't have it. He struggles. He's struggling. And it was definitely one of those types of situations that, I don't know, made me almost feel a little bit of pity for people who bullied. I think that was really one of the things that made me see that, like, a lot of times people who bully are bullied, you know? They went through some shit too. They're not the big, you know, tough guy that they kind of make themselves out to be. And you see that as like a trope in movies too. You know, they make the bully or the kind of meathead guy start reading, and all of a sudden he's not so great, and you kind of realize that like everyone has vulnerabilities, you know? Yeah. Sorry, this is off topic. How do you recommend a total newbie to the Warcraft universe get into the lore? My friend just started and she is so lost. Doesn't understand anything happening, and it's hard to explain when I myself don't know everything. I really hate that this is my answer. Everything that you can play through in World of Warcraft is 40 years of time. The history of Warcraft goes back hundreds of thousands of years. I would read the books. I would read Chronicle. Chronicle Volume 1 through 4 is the best way to get as much lore on the universe as possible. And what you can do is, once you've read it, find topics that interest you from it, and take it and compare and contrast it to events related to it in the game. And that's the best way to experience it. Find what interests you and start proofing it. Start comparing it, and then, you know, read it again. And, you know, it's just, it has beautiful illustrations in it. It has a glossary to easily look up terms and words and places and people, terms, places, people, things, whatever. And it gives you the most lore. I mean, per page, it gives the most lore compared to any book. Nothing comes close. People like to talk shit about Chronicle. They like to say, no, don't read Chronicle. It's Titan propaganda now. It's not useful. It is. You should read it. So that's what I would do. There is a way to read it for free, by the way. If you were to just, I don't know, hypothetically go onto Google and type in Chronicle Volume 1 PDF, there are websites like Internet Archive that have copies of 1 through 3 that are completely free to read. And you can download the PDFs, so in case Internet Archive ever gets taken down, you have the PDF. Again, I don't generally tell people to pirate. I don't generally tell people to do that. But if you like collecting books, get the books. I mean, they're beautiful. They're really amazing. Like, they're big lore tome style books. They have incredible illustrations in them. You have the preface by Chris Metzen written in here, and I don't know. It's great. Admittedly, I bought a copy months ago, never even cracked it open. Well, let me put it this way. If you enjoy reading, once you start Chronicle, you're not really going to want to stop. The only downside to it, I would say, is that the spectrum of history that it encompasses is vast. It is vast. So I recommend multiple reads, taking breaks, you know, read until the sundering and then maybe take a break, you know, allow yourself time to digest all the different pieces because there is a lot. So, did you guys know about an amazing online library nonprofit, archive.org? Are there audio readings of it? I have some videos on my channel where I read some of the early parts of it, and I think that channels like Flying Buttress may also have readings of Chronicle. But I stopped doing it because I scared myself into thinking that Blizzard was going to cease and desist me. That they were going to copyright strike my channel or I was going to get a C&D and get in trouble. That's why I stopped doing Chronicle read-throughs, because I didn't want to get in trouble for basically like reproducing copyrighted content. I'm not a big reader. I have all the Chronicle books and did skim through all of them. I really like that I have them though. I would say that like the most important things to read in Chronicle is the first chapter of each book, especially 1 and 2. And honestly, like the last few chapters of volume 4, because that is concerning cosmic level stuff that you cannot experience in the game. So like if you want to know about the alleged creation mythos of the cosmos from the perspective of like the Titan Forged, you can only get that in Chronicle. Unfortunately. I recommend Warcraft 2 to get a warm feeling for the main characters. I would recommend maybe Warcraft 3. But again, Warcraft 3 even, or Warcraft 2, is a very small section. That's one of the things that frustrates me about people that are like, play Warcraft. I don't think people don't realize how limited Warcraft is as well. Like, the history of the WoW universe goes so much further than Warcraft. And yes, that will help you understand core characters that exist now: Thrall, Jaina, Tyrande, Illidan, so on and so forth. There's so many of them. But ultimately, that's still a pretty small section of something much bigger. Warcraft does not include Koresh. Warcraft does not include Argus. Warcraft does not include the betrayal of Sargeras and the storyline about the Titans, the ordering of the universe. It doesn't include the mythos of light and void colliding. It doesn't include that. So if you really want the most information in the smallest, most condensed format, Chronicle is the way to go. It still is. Volume 1 through 4. You learn things about Draenor from reading Volume 2 that you literally cannot learn in the game at all. You have to read it. And that's a flaw. That's a downside. Because it leaves people not really understanding, like, I would imagine that most people don't actually know where orcs came from. But Chronicle Volume 2 tells you pretty explicitly where they came from. And by where they came, I don't just mean Draenor. Like, how did orcs come to exist? That's all in Chronicle. So. Why did Anduin and Thrall leave Jaina before Sylvanas took the Lich King's helm in Deep Run Tram? What? What? I feel like that's a joke. Yeah, again, what? There are not audiobooks of it. The Warcraft Chronicle, fake news. Absolute fake news. Written by the Titans, huge bias. Arcane elites, very bad. They left out so much lore, folks. Old gods tell me all the time, sir, this timeline is totally rigged. Azeroth deserves canon truth, not Titan propaganda, they say. I say, it's the best kind of propaganda. Orderly and to the point. We're gonna tariff the Titan Forged. We're gonna build a wall and we're gonna make the Gilneans pay for it. Too good at that? I know. I've had too much practice. Too much. Never mind. Let's not get political. Well, since I've finished the War Within meta achievement, I don't feel like I really have anything to log in to do. We're gonna seize the Exodar and stop all Naru ships coming to Azeroth. We're gonna build a wall. It's gonna be a great celestial wall. A big star shroud wall. We're gonna make the Titans pay for it. We're gonna make Elune pay for it. Time to do Lore Master. The grind of Lore Master. The next zone I have to do is Vashj'ir, which actually could be very interesting because where I'm at on my monk is actually interacting with Logorak, one of those big Loa creatures. In fact, a memory of Logorak can be found in patch 10.2 in the Emerald Dream, implying that Logorak is actually a wild god of sorts. Interesting. I have 3 daily quests and I'll be done with my meta achieve, but the ones I need are not showing up. Pain. Vashj'ir could be interesting. Yep, absolutely could. I also have Shadowlands Lore Master. For the Covenants, I have my Paladin sitting right in front of the quest giver in the Spires of Ascension? Waiting to do the Bastion questline. Did we get anything explaining who Khonsu is? I just finished DF campaign and they seem so interesting. Khonsu is Khonsu. Loa of Change. Some might say change and chaos are quite related. Always changing the way it's regarded in terms of terminology, always changing form. Interested in change, the fire brought by the Druids of the Flame. Khonsu is Loa of Change. Khonsu is Khonsu. 23 days left on Lemix for anyone who still wants to do stuff. I have to finish Val'Sharah questing so I can get the fucking Fel artifact. Or I can just get Dreamweaver's rep. That's probably what I should do. I should just log in and do a little bit of that. And I have to do Broken Shore stuff so I can get Fel Charlemagne. Send help. I just got my Warlock to 90. Now I have one of each at 90. Very nice. Yeah, it's good to have one of each class. That way you by having one of every class at max level, you basically have access to pretty much all the content in the entire game. That stuff's actually really quick to do to get the Fel weapon, mate. You mean the Broken Shore stuff? I've been kind of worried that it would take a while, so I haven't done it. But you're saying it's pretty quick? Maybe he meant level 80. Yeah, maybe he meant level 80. It's super quick. What do you have? What do you do? I mean, you have to get 3 out of like 5 achievements, right? Maybe unrelated, but why is the Nazostic core literally his eye in a crystal? That's an odd choice. That is an odd choice. Maybe the old gods got sucked into and stored in crystals, similar to what happened at the Titan Forge with Lorendel. Maybe they came bound to them, and when they died, the crystals claimed their essence. That's what I think happened to the Titan Forged in Siren Isle, to be honest with you. Again, look at the mural in Azj-Kahet. It sure looks like that old god is interacting with the crystal, does it not? It has gold and orange eyes and shit. So hard to believe that they were corrupted and imprisoned by those crystals. Been playing DH the last few weeks. Is it worth going back and doing literally every possible quest out of the game on one character to see if you can get special dialogue interactions in future X packs? Probably not. It's more class related. You know, there are some specific choices in story that you unlocks unique dialogue for characters like Sylvanas in the 1127 storyline, but It's not like you do Lore Master to get the title Lore Master. You don't do it for that. Anyway, the new Blood Ties book is heavily centralized around this area, Fell Soul Hold in Suramar City, for those who are curious. And the Parnamat, Erator, Illyria, and Turalian are going to Draenor, Outland, which is interesting. Can't wait to read more of that. 99.99% of unique dialogue is class or race related. Yep, I would agree. So Dreamweavers, I'm actually almost revered or exalted with. That's all I need to get that Fell weapon appearance. And you just want to do Dreamweaver's quests. If you do dailies, you get a 2k rep token for each one completed. Well, then I'll get exalted from this. Excuse me. Archaeology with unique dialogues will go hard.
Seek out the
Anytime you put unique dialogue in a game, though, people fucking complain. People always complain. If there's no unique dialogue, they complain. If there is unique dialogue, they complain.
The Grell usually keep to themselves.
It's very annoying.
They've grown bold of late. They're attacking the Grizzle-Wheeled Furbog tribe. I fear they'll soon overrun the entire village.
I said this at the beginning of my stream, so many of you may have missed it, but in the new book Blood Ties, the Druids of the Cenarian Circle have actually been using nature magic to heal some of the land desecrated by Fell corruption around Fell Soul Hold. Which is interesting because the Emerald Circle, there's a legendary that exists in the game, Impeccable Fell Essence, that has flavor text that reads, the Emerald Circle, this is paraphrased, but by manipulating the Fell energies in this crystal, they found they were able to more greatly attune themselves to the wild. So, very interesting. They somehow used Fell energies to connect with nature better. Can't spell life without Fell. That's what Shinzai says, yeah. That's what Shinzai says. Did you catch the new Zaxxas video? I did. I think it's a great video, and I wholly concur. I think it's great. He covers all the good points, the history of Vol'jin, and I agree that Vol'jin will probably be relevant for the Zulaman storyline. I think it's very fitting. Yeah. I agree. I think it's a great video. I've been kind of saying similar things on my stream. That I do think that Vol'jin will be part of the Amani storyline, and him being restored as a Loa makes sense. I did the Loa quest that he showed in his video, actually just one of my most recent streams. So yeah, I 100% agree. I think it's a great video. Grelda the Hag. Hags are scary. Especially in D&D, they're fucking scary.
The village is ours!
Nah, the village ain't yours, motherfucker. You suck. Although Blood Elf Druid could be an interesting angle, I want Blood Elf Druid bad. And I want Amani Paladins. Because right now, Blood Elves can be Paladins, but not Druids. And right now, Trolls can be Druids, but not Paladins. Unless you're Zandalari. And the Zandalari get their light powers through Razan. So the Amani unlocking the ability to be Paladins through a new Loa of Kings or Justice, as he proposed in his video, I think that'd be sick as fuck. And maybe that could help bridge the cultural divide a little bit between the two groups, you know? Finding some common ground between them. I don't know, I'd like that. I'd also like Goblin Druid to be a thing. That would be so ironic and awesome. I hope we see Zul'jin as well. We'll see. We'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't. I also kind of wouldn't be surprised if we do. I think it could go either way. So I love how they dove into Turalyon and Illyria's situation, ship and blood ties. Yeah, definitely showing the complexity of that family and how kind of conflict is in a way what allows them to bond, but also what has kept them apart. I think it's pretty poetic and interesting. So yeah, I've enjoyed that too. Seeing the contrast between Turalyon and Illyria and Thalyssra and Lorthamar is also just really interesting. Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Almost kind of inspiring Illyria and Turalyon to be more than they are, find ways to connect. But it is also interesting, you know, through going and investigating Fel activity and Fel Soul Hold, how Illyria and Turalyon and Eretor are kind of bonding as a family. It's just interesting. They were torn apart by conflict, and they're kind of united and bonding over conflict at the same time. Not with each other, not so much. Definitely some jabs here and there. Little rebellious child attitude a little bit from Eretor, but I don't know, it seems healthy.
You'll regret this! The village is ours! The village is
Damn.
ours!
Keep missing the spawn of this NPC. What do you hope / think Xal'atath's motivations are for going after the World Soul? I think at this point they're going to reveal that Voidstorm is Xal'atath's original world. And I think maybe her intention to claim the World Soul is probably going to be a benevolent one to try to restore her planet. But unfortunately, the downside is going to be that she has to sacrifice our planet to do that. Xal'atath, I think, has been positioned as a very Final Fantasy XIV Emmett Selk-esque character, who, spoiler alert, is from the ancient world that has been sundered, and the beings and denizens of that world have been fragmented into all the beings that we see on the other worlds, including our own. And he misses them dearly, and basically just wants to restore what once was. He's hurt, and he's despairing, and he hasn't come up with any other way to solve the problem other than sacrificing worlds to try to restore his. And I do think that
willingness to help others.
I think that World of Warcraft is kind of taking that angle.
You have a hero's
honestly.
Heart.
So yeah, I think that's kind of how they'll try to frame Xal'atath, not as a good guy, but as someone that's at least relatable. Like, I think that Blizzard's intention is not for us to be buddy-buddy with Xal'atath by the end, but to recognize that she has experienced tremendous loss, and that she's trying to undo that, basically, but that also her madness is causing her to kind of do this at the expense of another world.
Bear witness, foolish elves.
And I think that's sad.
I will crush your champion.
It's sad. It doesn't make it right, you know? It doesn't excuse what Zal is doing, but it positions her as someone that you can empathize with. And I think that that is important for some villains. Not every villain has to be someone you can empathize with, but I think that some of the best written villains in fantasy are villains that you can empathize with. Even if you don't agree and still recognize like that they have to be stopped. I think that makes a very good villain. You know, make their motivations not mustache-twirling idiocy. You know, make her have a good motivation. Something that you can understand, like, damn, if I was in her position, I kind of get why she's doing it, but we still can't abide by this. We can't allow this. I think that makes a really good villain, personally. Villains that aren't at all relatable and just mustache-twirling doofuses, I don't think that those are compelling, interesting villains. I think you need something that kind of humanizes them, gives them a plight that is at least kind of relatable. And if you don't do that, then I don't know that you're really necessarily writing compelling villains. And again, you can definitely write compelling villains who are not as relatable. They're just probably going to be, you know, frankly, like, kind of like, I don't know, absurd villains who, I don't know. I just think, yeah, that's what I think. While I kind of get cosmic alignment in most classes, and while I'm not fully clear on the cosmic alignment of warriors and hunters, so I actually, while there is some spell overlap, I actually would put warriors and hunters in the classification of damn near non-magical. That is to say that, like, primal mortal beings did not have to be associated with any magic. They do not have to be connected with any magic to be a hunter or to be a warrior. Now, of course, with warriors, their thing being rage, hunters focus, and you do have different nature-aligned things, I'd say, especially with hunter that you could look at, but ultimately, I think that they're more primal. They're more, you know, it's like the difference between a warrior and a paladin. A paladin without the light is basically just a warrior. A paladin without the warrior part is basically just a priest. So I guess
How can
I kind of look at it like that, where hunter and warrior are almost like two of the most natural, non-magical classes that exist. I wish they designed the hunter class to feel more naturey. There's definitely some nature stuff there, like the way that you interact with your pets. Definitely some kind of natural communion type stuff that's going on there. I would also say that, like, invisibility, you know, camouflage, I would consider that potentially illusory arts related to the shadow. Similar to how you might view shadow meld for night elves. So I always think that there's some kind of cosmic overlap with warrior. I would say maybe elemental. Avatar is a good example of that. Stone Avatar, Thunderclap, that kind of stuff. Tempest or whatever it's called that you can use. These are all examples of maybe some elemental overlap, but to me that's still very much natural world kind of stuff. Mountain Thane, yeah. I would associate, again, hunter and warrior more with the elements and nature than most other classes. Maybe besides like druid, obviously, but you're definitely getting into more clear and cut life magics when you get into druidism and stuff like that. So, but yeah, but it's still, I don't know. Basically anyone can be a warrior. Basically anyone can be a hunter.
But you
that's kind of how I see it.
At least for now.
Nice. Legion Fell Brazier and a Fell Shatter Illusion. Hell yeah. Fell Shatter, let's go. Let's go. Maybe I could put that on my weapons. I mean, maybe. I mean, I definitely can. Fell Shatter. Well, that's kind of tight. Yo, let's go. Oh, yo, that's fucking dope. Let's go. Maybe I should make my glaives red. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, dude. That's fucking sick. That is, no pun intended, fire. Nice. Hell yeah, I like that. Okay, and then the Broken Shore stuff is really all I have, I think. Besides an Argus. What do you get for doing Argus? Bulwark of Manaroth. What is that? Is that like a weapon or a shield? Kick-ass shield?
Yo, that's pretty fair looking, my dude.
Can you look at it? Is there a way to look at it? No. Oh, the thing that hangs on his chest. Yo, that's pretty tight. Not gonna lie, that's pretty dope. Sorry about asking about that really dumb question about Sylvanas and the Lich King helm. I was very confused about where she was when she broke that thing. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Respectfully. Whoa. Who's that supposed to be on the shield? Asmodeus. I'm just kidding. This guy. I don't know. Always thought it was Sargeras? I don't know. It could just be a generic demon model. Satan from the best-selling book, the Bible. Oh, boy. So I have to either get Exalted with Armies of Legionfall or do Breaching the Tomb, which means completing the Legionfall campaign. What did you guys do? Did you get Exalted with Armies of the Legionfall, or did you do the campaign? It's easier to get Exalted. How would you do that? Oh, just world quests? There's not really any world quests over there.
The Burning Legion advances on Azuna.
Maybe I have to go to the zone?
Their ranks to expose the heart of their threat.
I did all of it. You need to unlock the world quests. Oh. Can you remind me how to... What do I have to do that? Go to Dalaran and talk to Dadgar. Okay. Dalaran Armies of Legionfall. Ah. Heard, thank you.
I was hoping to see you.
Okay.
You are always
This is a Fellstorm. Voidstorm,
Let's get this
Fellstorm.
assault
Interesting.
underway, shall we? We will divide our forces to hit them from all sides
How
at
you
once.
doing? How you doing, Leadrin? Good to see you. Sorry, Khadgar. I'm coming. Yeah, imagine this is just what Lady Leadrin continued to look like. God, wouldn't that have been sick? Fuck, that'd have been so sick. I wish she looked just like this in the cinematic too. That'd be sick, dude. Anyway, sorry, I'm just poking fun. Even Odin's here? Yeah, fucking Javi.
At last. You've arrived just in time.
Our forces are assembled. We are ready to begin.
It's good to have you
It's
on
good
our
to have
side.
you. It's been a long and costly war. It's time we put an end to it. We will drive the Burning Legion from their seat of power and close their gateway into Azeroth. The first step is to gain a foothold on the Broken Shore. Divided, the Alliance and Horde face defeat, but united, as the armies of Legion fall, we will claim victory.
Be mindful of your duty.
I've heard it before. Can we just skip it?
Remain vigilant.
Thanks, Khadgar.
Ah, there you are, champion. I was worried I might have activated the bombs a tad prematurely.
We have won this day, but a grave threat still looms before us. The Legion's master is yet to play his hand.
I love Liam O'Brien. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm glad you're here.
Salt on the Broken Shore.
It is a world of
Broken Shore
wonder.
World Quests.
Always happy to help. Take care, my friend. Remain vigilant.
What is Yasuo doing in this game? Follow the wind. And watch your back. Death is like the wind. Always by my side. Cute mask. Mom make that for you? Maybe. Maybe she did. Brother! Dude. Ah, Yasuo Yone. Huh. That's my boys right there. Investigate the Curious Fell energy. Oh, that's like what...
Champion.
Champion.
There is a collection of energy near our camp
collection
that
of energy.
seems to be specifically attuned.
An energy that seems specifically attuned to me. Ah, it's Daglop, little motherfucker. Come down here, little punk ass bitch. Down here. Whoops, I'm not playing the same spec as I normally would. See ya! Admit it, my freedom terrifies you.
Despite the frequency with which we summon forth,
dude,
elementals
Nightbringer
and
Yasuo has
demons,
the most insane
never
fucking
occurred
quotes
to
ever,
me
dude.
That the door might swing both ways.
Insane. Yeah, yeah, I'll never forget how it was when I first watched that. That shit just made me fucking
Marius
cry.
and his pet
I just cried.
warlock managed to reverse one
Crazy.
of the demon portals. Pass through and see what
Our
damage.
battle is the crucible of reality. Our battle is the crucible of reality. Such a sick lines, dude. Riven has badass lines too. Okay. What am I doing here? Demonic portal entered.
Speak quickly. Trust no one.
What the? Oh, you. Okay, that's awkward.
Impressive improvisation. If only
Liam
more
is just
of our
chef's
forces
kiss.
could be
Oh, yeah, dude.
entrusted with such missions. Now get out of there
I
before
watched a clip today of
reinforcements
him
find
like praising Matt Mercer in like a bunch of different scenarios, just like being so impressed with Matt's ability to like make sound effects, dude. That's one of the, and it says so much that Liam, as talented a voice actor as he is, just like looks at Matt do that and is just like in awe. And that's one of the things that really caught me about Critical Role too, is like when Matt like does sound effects, like the flapping of wings or like the uncorking of a bottle of wine, like that's the, like I can do voices, but I can't do that. Like
We
that
sent
is
troops to survey this area.
so
only to
impressive.
have them-
And like seeing Liam like just recognize that and like praise him for it's really cool. It's really, really cool. And then like the final clip is them like very like sweetly like giving each other like just like comforting, intimate hug. And it's just, it fucked me up, dude. Like it made me tear up. It just made me realize like these guys are really just such good friends, and they really appreciate each other. And like that's what, I don't know, man. That's what friendships are supposed to look like, dude. That's just two bros just fucking hugging it out, man. I don't know. It's so wholesome. It's so, that's one of the things I love about Critical Role is just, it's just so wholesome. I'm almost a little bit envious of it, dude. Like I wish I had a group of friends like that. Like it's, I don't know. It's very wholesome. I like Brennan. Took me a bit, but I'm into him now, dude. Brennan, you can tell he genuinely wants what's best for the game, right? Even if that means putting characters on the edge and making them roll nat 20 fucking saving death saving throws and like stuff like that. Like you can tell he just, I love Brennan. I think he's fucking hilarious. He's fucking hilarious. And the way that, I mean, there's been characters that he's basically played as secondary characters in campaign 4 that like, I mean, he's had some scenes that made me tear up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, fuck, this guy's just DMing and he's like making me fucking cry. Like, damn, dude. Damn. Like the scene of him, I don't remember who he's playing. It might be, I don't think it's Aranessa. I don't remember who it is, but he's like basically playing this character who's, you know, kids got sent off to combat or war or whatever and keep the banner up, you know, just in case they come back, and kind of talking about the fears of what if they don't come back, and like, it's just, it hits, dude. Brennan is so talented. He's a great DM. He's a really good DM. Not to take anything away from Matt, because he's amazing as well, but man, my favorite part of Brennan DMing, the gnome, yeah. My favorite part of Brennan DMing has been, honestly, getting to see Matt play a character. Like, that's got to be one of the best parts about it. Like, Matt not having to always be behind the pedestal. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course it worked.
Whatever you call
Nicely
it.
done,
You know, where Brennan
champion.
stands. But whatever that thing is. And it's cool. I really love Julian. He's one of my favorite characters. He's so mysterious, and you can tell that he's, I don't know, he reserves a lot of his emotions, but he cares. He's a very passionate person. I think a lot of his emotion comes through in anger and passion because that's, you know, what's kind of acceptable for him to do. But I feel that Julian is going to end up being a very complicated character. It's part of why I enjoy Cadigan so much too.
Given gems of insidious power from the Legion.
Because it seems like on the surface that he's one thing, but it's not that simple. He's definitely more complicated than just the gruff, you know, ranger, so to speak. So I've really come to enjoy all the characters, and I really do like how they've split the table. Yeah, Wulfric even kind of being part of that core aspect of you know, I'm caught up now, so I watched episode 10, and like when they're down in like the dungeon and stuff, you know, Cadigan's choice to heal Wulfric over Wickander is like, it just illustrates the bond between man and beast, and I don't know, every character feels so unique, and the way that they've been each able to shine in their own ways through their time at the table has been great. And there's even like newer players, objectively newer players, like Tyranny, who I've grown to like love as well. Maybe a bit unorthodox, right? More chaotic, as her character would insinuate, but still fun to watch. Dude, the scene of Julian watching what happens to his father, oh man, yeah, that was fucking insane. Oh, man. Yeah, that scene was insane. Dude, Dr. Fingers is so funny. And the voice she does. Oh, the voice. We got to get you into a private place. You know, I got to treat you. It's so good, dude. She's funny as fuck, man. In her, dude, I have a feeling, and they probably won't go this way, but I have this strange feeling that Tyranny and Wickander are going to end up, like, falling in love. Like, the most unlikely of relationships, but I could absolutely see it. Dr. Jezebel Fingers. Yeah, Jezebel. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? I could definitely see it. I went through WoW credits for the first time in the Worth, and it kind of sucks. They don't list what characters they voice for newbies. Yeah, credits are... There's some good credits out there, and there's some bad ones. I think Laura Bailey's so insanely talented. The way she voices both Abby Anderson and Jaina Proudmoore in Invisigal, and Invisigal is just amazing. Yeah, she has range. She's got some phenomenal range. I really like all of them. Like Travis and Liam and Matt and Laura. I mean, they're really, like, I love all of them. Yeah, I mean, Bolaire is such an interesting fucking character, being that it's like a weapon. Like, I love what Brennan has done in help with, like, world building of, like, these are weapons crafted out of a play. Like, it's a theatrical, like, story that is turned into, like, or an aspect of it that's turned into a weapon. Like, that's crazy. The concept of taking art in that way and, like, making it into something more tangible is awesome. Like, having weapons that are, like, built out of hopes and dreams and shit is like, dude, that's so cool. And how it relates to, like, the whimsy of the Fae and stuff. Or, like, oh my god, the little Fae creatures that put the different heads on. Oh my god. That was absolute fucking cinema, dude. That was I love that. That's one of my favorite parts. The Hounds of the King that are like druids and like take the form of like literal hounds. Oh, dude. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's so sick. Farside, thanks for the 5-month resub, by the way. I don't know if I got that before. And Wendy, if I missed it, thanks for the 21-month resub. The Hounds are 11 out of 10, dude. They're so good. But yeah, the way that they catch Sir what's his name? The servant of what's his name? Gully Breaches, dude. Oh my god, that was fucking hilarious. And the way that the hound runs him down and like drowns him in the puddle. Oh, dude.
Feel the might
it's amazing. It's amazing. And as someone I've never watched Critical Role. So this is my first time. This is my first campaign. Honestly, I've never even
remains of those buried in these ruins have magical
I've never even watched a D&D campaign of any kind from any channel ever. So it's definitely been really interesting and fun. And it's interesting because obviously World of Warcraft is in many ways kind of informed by D&D and stuff like that, right? So seeing what tabletop RPG play actually looks like and the mechanics of it is just fascinating to me. Like, I feel like just from watching them, I've learned so much about D&D. I didn't know really anything about it before. Like, I knew some cosmic stuff and like Forgotten Realms and stuff like that, but I feel like I've learned a ton. You need to watch Mighty Nine. Yeah, I know, and that's on Amazon, huh? I'm sure if I enjoy CR, this campaign 4, and if I enjoy Dispatch, that I'll enjoy Mighty Nine, right? I don't think I've ever watched something where when they have their own their little advertisements, I watch all of it. Like, I want to know what they're making. I want to know what they're selling. Like, because if they do have something that interests me and I can support what they're doing over there, I would love to do it. Like, I don't know if I've ever felt so inclined to like try to support something like that. Like, I'm not like a person who buys like merch, you know, that's not really like something I generally do. But man, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted every now and again to like buy a set of dice or something, you know?
Enjoy your creation.
You can watch it on YouTube if you don't want to watch it. I have Amazon Prime, so I would just watch it on there. But thanks for the heads up. But yeah, I think it's really cool what they're doing over there. I don't know. I like the vibes that people give. I love all the characters. I love the set building that they do. Their ads aren't, you know, obnoxious or too intrusive. Like, they're selling cool stuff and they all really seem to like each other, and I don't know. It just seems like a cool, good thing that they're doing over there. And the fact that they get to make a living off of it is just, you know, how would you not want to support something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's how some of you feel about like my channel, even though it's not nearly the same, you know, thing, but I don't know. It's cool. You could, yeah. If you could have WoW adapted to a different format or type of game, what would you choose? I'd want an open world RPG that's like a mix of Elden Ring and Cyberpunk 2077 gameplay elements. Yeah, I mean, I would just like it to exist in a format that's better for storytelling. For character storytelling, and I don't know. I would just want it, so maybe a single player RPG. I really wouldn't want it to be as a oh my god. I really wouldn't want it to be as like a RTS. I find RTS gameplay at times to be a bit overwhelming and kind of takes me out of the situation. I feel like a single player RPG would, or maybe even a co-op RPG, party-based RPG would be a good way to do it. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely wouldn't want like a shooter or like a MOBA, but I think we have to kind of, I don't know, maybe consider at some point that the MMO structure maybe isn't the best for storytelling. Is Mighty 9 Campaign 2? Oh, apparently it is. As someone who got into CR very early on when they were doing C1 under Geek and Sundry, it's been insanely cool to see their progression into a full-fledged production company. Yeah, just a bunch of little fucking nerds who once sat around a table at their house, you know? Living the dream, you know? Most of them having professional voice acting roles at this point and making video games, and I don't know, dude, that's just like the dream. I mean, I'm thankful to make YouTube videos and stream, and that's really cool in and of itself, but man, to be like a part of a greater team, part of something bigger, I think that would be really cool. And I am a little bit envious of it. It's really cool. I don't know if you played, but if you haven't, you ever thought of getting into Warframe? Bro, I've had Warframe recommended to me so many times that I'm thinking about getting into Warframe. Like, I've had that recommended to me so many fucking times. Like, I heard the lore of that game slaps. And aesthetically, thematically, it reminds me a lot of Destiny, which I love Destiny. It's just a shame that Destiny is such a shit game. in terms of like content releases and stuff because I love Destiny. I think the world building of Destiny, the light and dark and the Guardians and the Witness and the Cabal and I love all the different, you know, factions and shit. I love all that shit.
Danger will surely rise.
And I've heard a lot of comparisons. People saying like, if you like Destiny, you should try Warframe. I have considered it. I really have. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it. I'm not ever gonna like rule that out. I never thought I would play Final Fantasy. I thought that was lame weeb shit. And then I played it and bawled my fucking eyes out and was like, dude, this is a masterpiece. Like, what the fuck? In terms of, you know, narrative. So, never say never, you know, by any means. Outer Worlds is very good, apparently. I bet it is. I just don't... I think if I streamed Warframe... You know, there's always that content creator dilemma, you know? Where you got to think about what would probably attract more of an audience. I didn't really do that when I started playing Final Fantasy, though. I didn't give a fuck about that. That wasn't an important aspect of it whatsoever. So maybe that really isn't that important. People are drawn to what you enjoy. I think people really wanted to watch me play Final Fantasy because I was just so into it, you know? I was like sucked into the... I was just fully immersed. I cared so much about the characters. I still do. I care about the characters. I care about the world. You know, so I think that's what really attracts people, truthfully, in the end. So it's probably really not what you're playing. It's how involved in it you get. Which is part of, you know, I see that in a lot of feedback for Cyberpunk. People saying, like, you're one of the only streamers I've watched that, like, seems to genuinely care or get interested. You read the side lore and, like, you actually pay attention to it. And apparently that's not something that people do that often. Which is a shame, because there's a lot of it, and it's good. So yeah, I just think it, you know, depends on how you get involved with something rather than necessarily what that something is, but yeah, Warframe seems like it could be up my alley. Lore YouTubers, a lot of them. Lore streamers, far and few between, sure. I got to see our super early as well. It's been a hell of a ride. Yeah, dude, I'm kind of jealous for those of you that have got to see the whole thing from start to finish. What's up, Straw Hat? Warframe is nice. It's all free to play. I've got 40 hours into it. Only 40 hours into it, though. Well, it's like... Warframe is almost... It's like smaller party, like 8 to 10, 6 to 10. It's very much like Destiny, right? Where it's like smaller, like Fire Team-esque, like raids and dungeons and... Almost like MMO light style gameplay, right? Like third-person shooter, though. Groups of 4. Okay, so it's maybe almost similar to like... Not to make comparisons, because you don't always have to, but almost like Halo, even. Most of the content can be soloed, but you can group up to 4. Okay. Does it scale to the amount of people, or does having more people make it easier? Bit of both. It does scale, but your power scales farther, and more people ultimately makes it easier. Sure, because I mean, if you're talking targets, everyone's looking at you if you're solo. At least if you have one other person, you can divvy up how much you're being targeted, stuff like that. Destiny is similar in that, like, some content can be sick. You can solo a dungeon, but it's gonna be harder, especially because if you die, you're back to the checkpoint, you know? I don't know if Warframe works like that, but having more people in Destiny gives more enemies, but also more targets for the enemies to shoot at. So it kind of evens itself out and ends up kind of being easier as a result. I mean, soloing raid content and dungeon content is, inarguably more difficult in Destiny, so. Current endgame farming is easier with groups. Right, okay. Makes sense. Well, I've done my dailies with the exception of the, I could probably solo Cathedral on normal Mythic, and that would give me Armies of Legionfall rep as well. And Air Duval is part of the raid. But I've been streaming for 7 hours, so... And I'm going to be live again tomorrow. I plan to be. So I think, I'm gonna call it there. Today's been a good stream. Today's been an insane stream, actually. Good doesn't even come close to what today was. Fucking crazy. So I think I'm gonna get out of here, but I will be live again tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me as I chatted and played a little bit of Warcraft. I haven't played Destiny, but from what I can tell, they're pretty different games despite both being looter shooters. Destiny seems to follow closer to traditional MMOs than Warframe. Also, most if not all story content of Warframe is done solo. That's good, and presumably none of it's been removed, so. Almost 1,200 subs, crazy? Yeah, I know. Thanks for streaming, it was awesome, thanks for being here. Whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch, thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for watching, thanks for supporting. You know, some of you just lurk and watch, some of you just, you know, you follow and chat, sub or gift subs, thank you no matter what you did. Tons of tips today, thank you so much. Yeah, just kind of mind-blowing, honestly. Yeah, and I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Again, I'll be live tomorrow around the regular time, 10 in the morning Pacific time. Might play more WoW, might play some Cyberpunk, might sit and chat the whole fucking time. I have no idea. But I hope to see you there either way. Hope you guys had a great Christmas if you celebrate that. Happy holidays and, you know, Happy New Year coming up. Just a few more days for that. So I look forward to that too. But at any rate, thanks again so much for being here, for supporting the channel, allowing me to do this. It's crazy that I get to do this. So thanks. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome, and until next time, which will be tomorrow, I will see you guys and gals, non-binary pals, later. Peace!